Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Multiple Ochakos? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ochako didn't even try to stop her tears of frustration from spilling onto the paper she was holding in a death grip. Deku, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you reach out to us? Why didn't you reach out to me? Izuku had finally woken up from his coma after the Battle of Jaku, but he was distant and sad. No matter how hard she tried, Izuku just brushed it off with a smile that never reached his eyes, and a polite, "Thank you for caring about me." Until tonight, when Izuku had run away, leaving her with just a letter, explaining that he was actually quirkless until All Might had given him an ancient quirk. And that quirk made him the target for Shigaraki and someone called All for One. That wasn't the part that hurt though. To be targeted by villains came with being a hero. The worst part was when Izuku explained that the villain had stolen Ragdoll's quirk, and it was dangerous to be around him. So he left his cell phone behind and was leaving UA with All Might, and please don't try and find him. He had decided he would rather die alone than even bother asking if his friends would be willing to fight for him. Of all the stupid, idiotic. Ochako was too busy insulting Izuku that she didn't notice the pink glow appear behind her in her room, forming a portal, nor did she notice the 5 familiar figures stepping out of the portal. Suddenly, a familiar voice started speaking. Izuku ran off here too? Ochako was confused when she heard the same voice responding, but it looks like he just left. That means we got here in time. Ochako spun around in shock, only to see 5 more versions of, well, herself standing there, dressed in hero costumes. One of the 5 Ochakos stepped forward and looked at her. "It's a long story, but I know where Izuku is. We'll fill you in along the way, but we have an adorable idiot to save." 2 weeks ago, Ochako Uraraka, the inheritor of All for One's quirk and Shadow Empire, was angry. When All for One was grievously wounded 6 years ago, she, out of all of the children raised in All for One's hidden sanctuaries, was chosen to carry his quirk. She thought it would be an honor to receive his quirk and finally get a chance to strike back at the heroes that took everything from her. It turns out that was all a lie. According to Kyudai Garaki, the 3 months of unending pain she spent receiving his quirk was a total failure. As she had learned recently, the part Dr. Garaki didn't tell her was that when she received All for One's quirk, she was also supposed to receive his personality, which was intended to completely overwrite hers, causing her to cease to exist. The good doctor only cared about her body and how suitable it was to becoming All for One's next host. But that didn't happen. After the transfer, Ochako was still in control. In fact, she didn't even feel a hint of AFO's presence inside the vestige realm that now resided inside of her. Of course, Dr. Garaki lied to her and claimed it was a total success, and praised her for quickly mastering her new quirk, giving her the keys to the kingdom. Apparently, his plan B was to hope that the personality override would still happen, just at a slower pace. Sadly for him, it never did, and Ochako was still fully in control of her facilities. She had already begun aggressively rebuilding the criminal empire into a new, leaner form when one of her contacts had informed her that All Might had found a successor, some kid named Izuku Midoriya. When she looked into him, she discovered that he was actually around her age and that he was applying to UA. So she began forming a plan. She would apply to UA as well and arrange to be in the same class as him. She would be so close to the 9th holder of One for All, and nobody would ever suspect a thing until she decided that she was done toying with him and took it for herself. She chose to enroll with her original zero-gravity quirk and couldn't help but laugh when, during her walk to UA for the entrance exam, she saw Izuku stumble and fall. Activating a speed quirk, she rushed to his side and used her quirk on him. "Sorry if I used my quirk on you without permission. But it's bad luck if you trip and fall before a test, right?" She put on a sweet, innocent smile as she looked at him. Meanwhile, she was laughing internally as he turned red and incoherent. This was going to be too easy. "Well, I'll see you later, okay?" Ochako said sweetly as she turned and ran towards the school, dropping the act as soon as her back was to him. And then, during the entrance exam, she found herself pinned by a piece of stray debris. She had things under control and could easily free herself before the giant robot would reach her, but then she saw him running towards her. It was her first experience with One for All's true power, and honestly, it made her heart race a little bit. She watched Izuku rush towards her, only to jump skyward and take out the massive 0-point robot in a single shot. Sighing, she freed herself and with practiced ease used her quirk on a falling Izuku to keep him from splatting the pavement before she collapsed. Keeping up the nice girl act was hard. When she heard him crawling away and saying he had 0 points, she became concerned. Her entire plan depended on Izuku getting into UA. So afterward she wandered around the school until she found President Mick's office and begged him to take some of her points. She knew she had more than enough for 2 people to pass the exam and would take a lower ranking to ensure he got in. But then he assured her that Midoriya would have enough points to make it in. That was when things started going sideways. On the first day, she easily joined his friend circle, along with a too strict Tenya Ida, and she couldn't help but laugh as she walked to a dark corner of the train station, only to have Kurogyri teleport her back to her sanctuary. This was even easier than she imagined. She fell asleep smiling as she imagined Izuku's face when his best friend betrayed him and stole One for All. However, slowly, subtly, without her realizing it, things began to change. Uraraka-san, Ochako heard Izuku behind the door as she sat there seething over her loss to Bakugo in the sports festival. She absolutely should have won. Except that the tournament format was uniquely designed to play in his favor, and she couldn't exactly tilt things to her advantage, not with the entirety of Japan watching her. "Can I come in? I want to make sure you're okay." She began to see Izuku as an actual friend and began to genuinely care for him. She misjudged a jump during parkour training and fell off the side of a building, messing up her ankle. Wincing in pain as she looked at it, she was about to call upon a regeneration quirk when she heard Izuku. "Uraraka-san. Your leg." "I'll be okay, Midoriya," Ochako assured him, trying to stand only to wince in pain as she felt her ankle buckle before she felt herself being scooped up by Izuku, who started carrying her, bridal style, towards the school. "It wouldn't be good to put pressure on it. Let's have Recovery Girl take a look at it." As a friend and maybe as more than a friend. Himiko Toga was leaning over her, acting all sinister and bloodlust. Why? She trusted her vampiric bodyguard with her life, but even she had to admit that she was hell of an actor, and if it was anyone else doing the same thing she may have been scared. And then she saw a familiar green light crash into Himiko, sending her flying as Izuku stood over her. From her vantage point, she saw both of his arms were shattered, but he was still willing to go to such lengths for her. His face softened in relief when he saw she was okay, and Ochako couldn't help but feel herself blushing as she realized the lengths he would go to for her. As she learned more about Izuku and his past, she found herself less and less interested in stealing One for All, at least until after he had retired. For someone who went through everything he did, who still was a genuinely good person at heart, and who wanted to help people. She couldn't help but wonder if maybe the tragedies surrounding her parents could have been avoided if there were more heroes like him in Japan. And of course, once she found out what Bakugo did to Izuku, Ochako was furious. She made a note to eventually steal Katsuki's quirk and chain him up somewhere, stick a regeneration quirk in him, and make him suffer as she used his explosion on him. Repeatedly. However, the entire house of cards began collapsing a few months ago, when she learned that Dr. Garaki had betrayed her, and had begun installing another copy of AFO into one of her lieutenants, Tenko Shimura. She panicked and had to carefully arrange it so that the heroes would learn about his lab in Jaka City, without compromising other parts of her network. Unfortunately, her caution proved to be her undoing. Back in the present, she walked through the remnants of Jaka Hospital, a grim reaper for all that stood in front of her. Dr. Garaki woke Tenko early when he discovered the heroes were assaulting the hospital, and even in his incomplete state Tenko easily tore through the heroes. Izuku, the brave, stupid, wonderful idiot that he was, of course, flew to Jaka Hospital to engage him, thinking it was his duty as the holder of OFA to deal with AFO. When she heard that Izuku had defeated Tenko, but was in critical condition, She dropped all pretenses and had Kurogiri teleport her directly to the hospital. There she saw Izuku, battered and wounded, still standing his ground against multiple Nomu in an attempt to protect the wounded heroes. Nomu that she helped create over the last 6 years. Raising her hand, she began pulling up quirks. Rivet Stab, Quirk Enhancement ×4, Precision Strike, Lava Touch. Out of her hand shot searing bolts, each one striking a Nomu's brain and destroying its ability to regenerate. She then rushed over to Izuku. Izuku, no. Oka. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here either. I was the only one who could stop Shimura. Ochako shook her head. No dummy, that was my mess, I should have been the one to clean it up. Izuku didn't seem to hear her, instead slowly raising his broken hand up to gently touch the side of her face. Thank you, for being my first friend. When Izuku's hand went limp, Ochako screamed. Once she recovered, she began her descent into Garaki's lab, intending to clean up the rest of her mistakes right now. She cut down every Nomu along the way until she finally got to the sealed doors she knew Garaki was hiding behind. Pumping strength-enhancing quirks into her arms, she grabbed the doors and removed them, and a large chunk of concrete, from the walls, only to throw it aside. You ruined everything. Garaki pointed a finger accusingly at her. I had everything under control. I was rebuilding my empire. But it wasn't good enough for you. She pointed a finger accusingly at the doctor. Because I am not him. You were too young. Too emotional. You let yourself get close to the enemy. And look at where that got you. That hurt because Ochako knew it was true. She had fallen completely for Izuku and had completely changed her plans on how she was going to handle One for All. But none of that mattered anymore, because Izuku was dead. Yes, where did it get me? Ochako sighed longingly. A kingdom without a king. And I have you to blame for that. Without giving Garaki a chance to reply, Ochako had already crossed the room, her hand on his face as she pulled his immortality quirk out of him before she threw him into a wall. Without looking, she activated hair quills and launched hundreds of strands of her hair at him. Once her search quirk registered him as dead, she went over to his video terminal and began making a call. To say All Might was surprised when he answered was an understatement. At least she had that final moment of satisfaction. Uraraka. Where are you? I'm in the basement of Jaku General Hospital, where Dr. Kudai Garaki had installed All for One into a second candidate. Izuku took care of the candidate but he. She tried stopping her tears, but even with all of her quirks, she couldn't keep herself from crying. What do you mean, the second candidate? Nizu asked cautiously. Leave it to the rat to figure that out. 6 years ago, I was given All for One's quirk after your battle left him comatose, Ochako said, taking satisfaction in their responses. What? But how? It doesn't matter, Ochako said sadly. Izuku Midoriya is dead, and One for All along with him. There's nothing left for me here. She activated an ancient quirk, dimensional portal, and a pink light appeared behind her, slowly forming a gateway. It was a very difficult quirk to use, and All for One didn't see the point in using it, because without knowing where you're going, your destination is random. But right now, it was perfect for her needs. She just didn't want to be here, and would rather be anywhere else. What are you doing? All Might asked cautiously. I'm leaving. You won. With Garaki and Tenko dead, and this lab in ruins, I am the last owner of All for One. Once I step through that portal, you will never see me again. Congratulations, All Might, this ancient feud is finally over. They tried to talk to her, but she wasn't listening. Turning around, Ochako stepped through the portal, not caring where she would end up. 12 days ago, Ochako was growing concerned. She had stepped out of the portal into what should have been Jaku General Hospital. Instead, she found herself in the middle of a crater. Naturally, the first thing she did was bring up search to see which heroes and villains were alive. She frowned when she saw Tenko was alive, and apparently struggling to control his copy of All for One, currently about 100 miles away from Tartarus, along with most of her former associates. Apparently in this universe, she either never received AFO, or something else happened. Unfortunately, Since she's never met an alternate universe version of herself, she couldn't exactly use search to check up on, well, herself. She vaguely wondered what would have happened if her parents never died in that villain fight. When she was 5, the hero, Sufficient Velocity, was chasing a villain through their hometown, and he didn't care about the collateral damage as long as he took the villain down. Collateral damage like the building her parents were in. 3 years ago she finally got her revenge, but it felt like a hollow victory, honestly. At least his super speed quirk was useful. Ochako shook her head. No time to dwell on what-ifs, she had an Izuku to find. Her search quirk showed that he was currently in Mustafu, but he was actually at Endeavor's agency, not at UA, while the 18 other classmates she was expecting were at UA. Odd, she wondered what he was doing there. Sighing heavily, Ochako realized she probably can't just telepathically call Kurogyri for a pickup. At best it would lead to confusion, and at worst, she didn't exactly feel like getting into a war with another AFO user right now. If she was at her best, maybe, but right now she was just tired and worn out. She began walking through the crater until she found the undamaged buildings at the edge of the destruction, all hastily abandoned. Thankful for small favors, she broke into one of the buildings. As much as she wanted to track down Izuku and see how he was doing, a hot shower, a warm meal, and a couple of hours nap sounded good right now. Maybe she'll even get lucky and find some clothes she can change into so she isn't forced to wear her hero costume everywhere, too. It took Ochako 2 days before she finally was approaching Mustafu. That was a day and a half longer than she would have liked, but hey, she was trying to be discreet until she knew more about the situation in this universe. At least, she wasn't worried until she saw Izuku's vital signs go haywire as she was getting close to the city limits. Panicking, Ochako forced the driver she was hitching a ride with to stop as she got out of the car. Giving up all pretenses, she activated her speed quirk, bolstered by a couple of quirk enhancements, and began running into Mustafu, trying to find Izuku. She still wasn't fast enough. As she saw Izuku's life signs flicker and die, she tripped and fell, already feeling like she was too late. No, she had to see this through. Forcing herself to stand, she continued onwards, approaching the crater where she last saw his life signs from. As she approached, she heard a familiar voice in the crater, already crying. Zuzu, why? Why didn't you let us help you? Swallowing the lump in her throat, Ochako began approaching the brown-haired girl clad in a familiar yet distinct black and pink hero costume. Very carefully, she reached out to place a hand on the grieving Ochako's shoulder. Like she was struck by lightning, Uraraka? Hey, Ochako needed some way to tell the two of them apart, spun around with a startled gasp, only to come face to face with herself? Toga? Seriously, this isn't the time. Ochako couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not Toga. I'm actually you. You might wish I was Toga though. That caused Uraraka's face to screw up in confusion. How can you possibly be me? I may have used a dimensional portal quirk to leave my own dimension behind after Izuku. Ochako knelt down beside herself and gently brushed Izuku's fluffy hair out of his face, before closing his lifeless eyes. After Izuku sacrificed himself to save a bunch of people who didn't deserve saving. Dimensional portals? Uraraka asked, still completely lost. Ochako laughed. That explained one thing at least. This universe's Ochako didn't have all for one, putting her at a distinct advantage. Not that it matters, since she was too late to help this Izuku. I've got a quirk. Called All for One, you may have heard of it, Ochako said, giving a sinister smile to her counterpart. One of the quirks contained within it lets me travel between dimensions, but it's sort of a one-way trip. All for one. Even in her emotional state, that was enough to jar Uraraka out of her slump, causing her to jump back and enter a fighting stance. You really are worse than Toga. Ochako laughed bitterly. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to you. If Izuku was alive, I may have considered using my quirks to kill you and replace you, but well. Ochako adjusted Izuku's body so he looked more comfortable lying on the ground after Uraraka dumped the body in surprise. Seems kind of pointless, doesn't it? Once she was done, Ochako sat down on the ground facing Uraraka. The other girl slowly lowered herself to the ground, still concerned that there may be some sort of trap. Ochako couldn't really find it in herself to blame her. In fact, she may be more upset if the other girl wasn't worried. She just didn't know how much of an effect Izuku had on Ochako. So, what are you going to do now? Uraraka asked cautiously. Honestly? I'll probably just activate my dimensional portal again and keep going, Ochako shrugged. She hadn't really put much thought into it. She had just wanted to see how Izuku was doing. Maybe she would have taken the time to form a more coherent plan after that, but now that was up in smoke. I can't imagine, Uraraka said with a faraway look in her eyes. I know what it felt like, being too late just this one time. To know you've had to experience it twice now. Ochako frowned, unhappy with the reminder. Yeah, it kind of esseeks. So what are you looking for? Honestly? At this point, a dimension where Izuku is alive and well, Ochako laughed bitterly. I'm afraid I may be too good at my job, even if I am a failure. A failure? Yes, Ochako sighed. You see, when I was given All for One, it was supposed to be a package deal, and I was supposed to literally become him. All for One, that is. But nope. I got the quirk and everything that comes with it, but I'm still me. She looked longingly over at Izuku. I had planned to end this centuries-long feud to prove I was better than AFO, but then Izuku was too much, and I fell for him. Uraraka giggled. You too, huh? Ochako sighed. It seems that way. I wonder if it's some sort of universal constant. Well, one way to find out. Uraraka jumped up. I want to come with you. Ochako looked up at her counterpart in surprise. Seriously? Uraraka had a look of determination on her face as she pumped her fist and nodded. There's got to be a reality out there where Izuku doesn't die, right? And we just have to find it. And then what? I don't know, we fight for Izuku's love? Uraraka giggled nervously. Ochako rolled her eyes. Just for the record, I would win. Probably, but that wouldn't stop me from trying. In hindsight, it probably should have been obvious that if she ran into her alternate universe counterpart, they would share some personality traits, even if they came from wildly different backgrounds. You're really serious about staying in a universe with another Izuku? Uraraka had a faint blush growing on her cheek. Look, I failed Zuzu here, so there's nothing left for me. Maybe it's the guilt talking, but right now I'm filled with nothing but what-ifs. What if I pushed everyone harder to search for him? What if I decided to go looking for him myself earlier? But she waved her hands helplessly at Izuku's body. If I can follow you to a universe where Zuzu is alive, maybe I can do things right next time. As she heard Uraraka speak, Ochako felt as if it was her own consciousness trying to vocalize her own thoughts. She realized that was exactly what she wanted too. To find a world where Izuku was still alive and to see, would he accept her as she was? Would he still reach out for her hand, knowing she was the successor to the literal ancient enemy of One for All? Turning to Uraraka, Ochako felt the same determination growing on her own face. You're right. Even if she wasn't willing to admit it out loud yet, Ochako had found a kindred spirit in herself, of all people. It may be one of the strangest things to happen to her, but she has just accepted that strange things are a fact of life in a world with quirks. And if we find Izuku? Uraraka asked nervously, her hands suddenly behind her back as she fidgeted nervously. Ochako laughed and gave her a reassuring look. I promise we won't fight to the death. Hopefully, we can convince Izuku to let us share. While that statement would be utterly unthinkable for any other girl, for some reason Ochako didn't seem to mind the idea when she would be sharing with Uraraka. Uraraka sprung and wrapped Ochako in a hug. We're gonna get along great. Ochako smiled as she hugged Uraraka back. Let's go find a universe where we can make a difference, stop Izuku from being such a suicidal idiot, and show him how much he means to us. Uraraka pulled away and pumped her fist into the air. This is going to be amazing. She suddenly paused as if realizing something very important. We should probably go back to the dorms and pack some clothes and supplies before we leave, shouldn't we? Ochako looked down at her own borrowed clothes, a worn-out duffel bag containing her hero costume discarded at the edge of the crater. Actually, let's do that. I'll sneak us into the dorms and make sure none of our classmates know we're there. Our classmates? Ochako looked at Uraraka and gave her an almost playful smile. It's a long story, but I'll give you the highlights along the way. 11 days ago. As they stepped out onto the portal into ground beta, Uraraka's eyes were wide as she took in Ochako's story. Well, yeah, no wonder you became a villain, Uraraka said as she sat down on the roof. I am pretty sure I would have done the same thing. Glad we didn't have a sufficient velocity in our world. Yeah, but you had Izuku, and that's what matters. Ochako looked longingly out over you. If there were more heroes out there like him? So you were basically going to become a hero to spite them all? Uraraka asked. As she looked at her other self, it wasn't too hard for her to guess what she was thinking. They were, after all, the same person on some level, even if they were shaped by different life experiences. Ochako laughed at the absurdity. In the end, yes. The de facto leader of the Japanese underworld, moonlighting as a hero, she sighed. The entire hero system was custom-built to make more villains, like me went unsaid, and Deku was the first person I ever met who had a genuine chance to fix things. To make it right. So of course I rebuilt my entire plan around him. After all for one spent almost 200 years trying to claim one for all. Even if it took me 40 years and Deku's eventual retirement, I still would have been able to rub it in his face. Ochako finally sat down next to her counterpart from another dimension. What about you? Why were you so willing to come along with the heir to all of the evil in Japan? She asked, a menacing smirk on her face. Uraraka blushed and looked away. I used to live in Mustafu. My parents' construction company got started here. But it was hard, and far too often we barely scraped by. But we were happy, and that's what mattered. I met Zuzu when we were 4. Originally he was always hanging out with Bakugo, but when his quirk came in, and Zuzu was diagnosed quirkless. Uraraka clenched her fist in anger, punching the ground. So we both want to string Bakugo up. I'll let you borrow his explosion quirk when the time comes, Ochako said. Uraraka paused as if she was seriously considering it, before she shook her head and continued. After that, the two of us became friends and spent all of our free time together. Until I was 8. Then my parents had to move. They got a promising contract out in the Mie prefecture. The promise of steady, long-term work was too good, so I had to say goodbye. We promised to be friends forever and that we would try and keep in touch, but it only lasted a few months. Uraraka said sadly. Until Yue, Ochako filled in the rest. I saw a certain green-haired boy on the way to the exam, and I stopped him from tripping. Uraraka smiled fondly at the memory. He seemed familiar, but he was super muscular compared to Zuzu, and of course, he had to have a quirk. She looked down at her hands. He saved me that day, during the entrance exam. I stayed with him while he recovered, and discovered he was my Zuzu. 2 weeks later, he admitted to me that he was given a special quirk, called One for All. That is eerily familiar, Ochako admitted, even if some very important details have changed. She looked down at her own hands, the 2 small holes in the center of her palms, a constant reminder of the power she possesses. I fell for him, almost immediately, Uraraka admitted. It was like a story, you know? 2 childhood friends, reunited after being apart for years. She sighed, but he was so driven and focused, and I was scared of holding him back if we started dating. Besides, a look of frustration filled her face. Everyone was interested in him. I'm pretty sure every girl in the class, and more than a few of the guys, tried to confess their love to him. Ochako growled menacingly at that, causing Uraraka to laugh. Oh, he turned them all down. He politely declined every single one of them, and told them he wasn't interested. Except you. Except me, Uraraka agreed. She looked out towards the dorms in the distance. The night before he left, he took me to the roof of the dorms. We were snuggled together watching the stars, and he asked me if I liked anyone. He admitted that while he was flattered by the attention from our classmates, he was still waiting for someone to confess to him. Someone very special to him. Ochako turned to look at her other self. So, did you? Uraraka ummed and slapped her face. Of course not. I just snuggled into him and said, I hope they figure it out soon. You deserve someone special. Like some dense idiot. It was only once I got back to my room that I realized he was talking about me. So I vowed to march over to his room the next morning and tell him how I felt. And then he ran away, Ochako groaned, already seeing where this was going. Why yeah, Uraraka pulled her hand away from her face and Ochako saw the tears already building. I woke up to see a letter explaining how Tamura Shigaraki now possessed all for one, and one of the quirks within it allowed him to track Zuzu. He had convinced himself that it was too dangerous for him to stay. After all, the League's true goal was to obtain one for all, so he decided to run away to keep us all safe. Oh hell, now it was Ochako's turn to facepalm. Of course if I wasn't around they'd give it to him. Not a fan. Not at all. He was good when I needed someone to apply brute force, but there was a reason I let him spend most of his time playing video games in his room. I tried to convince everyone that Zuzu was in trouble and that we should go after him, but only a few of our classmates listened to me. Eventually, I gave up and went looking for him myself. And that's when I found you. Uraraka swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. I saw the villains retreating with the shattered body of Tamura, and they left Zuzu in that crater. His last words were, "I did it, Akin, you're safe now," before dash. Ochako didn't know why, but she offered her arms to Uraraka, who leaned into her, and the two simply sat there drawing support from each other. After a few hours, the two girls finally decided to venture into UA proper. While Ochako was able to locate their counterpart in this dimension, she wasn't able to locate Izuku. Which meant either he wasn't in Japan, or he was already dead. The two were hoping it was the former. Ochako Uraraka was currently busy in the support lab, putting the finishing touches on her costume. With a content sigh, she picked up the gauntlet and looked at it, a weary smile on her face. If Izuku wanted her to be a true hero, she would fulfill his final wish. She owed him that much. She just wished things turned out differently. Putting the gauntlet in the case with its partner, Ochako suddenly spun around as she heard the door open. She wasn't expecting anyone else to be in the lab this late, except maybe May, and she knew the other girl was still with her parents. The last thing she expected was to see two versions of herself walking into the lab, dressed in casual clothes. Who sent you? Did the League send you? Are you trying to take me back? Ochako asked nervously, which prompted one of the girls to roll her eyes and groan. Of course, the League is involved here too. I swear. The other girl put her hand out to steady the first before she began to rant before she looked back at Ochako. So it's a long story. But first, what should we call you? Ochako thought about it for a moment, before she decided to give them the nickname Izuku gave her. Call me Rara. Great. I am going by Akin, and she is going by Ochako. Why does she get to be called Ochako? Because I'm the one who started this whole mess, the first girl said, although I'm starting to regret it. First question, why am I staring at two copies of myself? The short answer is we're from different dimensions. Izuku died in both of our dimensions, so we're looking to see if there's somewhere where he's still alive, the first girl said. Well, you're out of luck here, Rara said as she sat down on a bench. Mito died a few weeks ago. Well, that's just great, the first girl groaned. Akin sat down next to Rara and gently reached out to touch her arm. What happened? At the encouragement of my parents, I ended up becoming a support student at UA. I figured I could make all kinds of amazing equipment and sell it to help them out. Rara looked at the girl sitting next to her. It didn't take long for me to make a couple of great friends in Mei Hatsum and Izuku Midoriya. Rara stood up and walked to her bench before she picked up a dragon mask. Mito was always a quiet one unless you got him talking about quirks, she chuckled lightly. I was working on a piece of support equipment to help him regulate his fire-breathing quirk, and I began speculating about how his quirk worked. He lit up and showed me his notebook with pages upon pages of notes about his quirk. That evening we spent hours talking about quirks together. That got the first girl to stop her ranting, her face lighting up as she looked at Rara. You like quirks too? Yep. Rara said cheerily, it's fun to think about them. And it helps me design support gear, too. But what happened to Zuzu? Akin asked. The next 6 months we got closer. Much closer, Rara began to blush, but never as close as I wanted. He always kept a wall up when I tried to take the next step. It turns out the reason for that was because he was a traitor working for the League of Villains. Rara let out a weary sigh. They were desperate to get their hands on some support specialists, so they planned to kidnap Mei Hatsum. Unfortunately for me, I was with her when they went through with their plot, and they took me as well. They were threatening my life as a way to force Mei to work on their projects. Then what? Suddenly the first girl seemed very interested as her eyes narrowed. Rara shuddered at the venomous look. She never realized how scary she could be until that very moment. One evening Mito snuck into my cell. He said he was sorry that I was caught up in all of this. He was sent to UA to gather information and help them recruit students, but he actually fudged his reports to make me seem like nobody special. To protect me. That he liked you, didn't he? Akin asked. Rara blushed. Why's he did. He wanted to let me in but... She turned away from the others. As he led me away from the makeshift prison, an alarm sounded, and we ended up being chased by Dabi. At the edge of the compound, Mito told me to run, that he would buy me time. And then what? Rara's blush deepened. He kissed me and told me that I should take his place in the hero course. To become the hero that he never could become. She turned to face her counterparts. That was the last I saw of him. I started running until I felt a heat wave behind me. Looking backward, the compound was an inferno. Later Mito was identified among the bodies that the heroes pulled out. The first girl was visibly shaking. I swear, I'm going to dismantle the League of Villains across every dimension at this rate. In a camp in the Prime Universe, Shigaraki sneezed, right before he felt a wave of dread come over him. Several meters away in a tent, All for One felt his life flash before his eyes, the same way it did right before All Might removed half of his face 6 years ago. That bad, huh? Rarest. You are the third Ochako we've found who has had Izuku die on them because of the League, Ochako said as she punched a solid steel workbench, and the other two girls let out a startled yelp as they watched it fold up as if it was made out of tinfoil. So what's your deal? Rara finally dared ask. Oh, I'm Ochako Uraraka, heir to All for One, nice to meet you. Ochako put on a too cheery smile as she looked at her counterpart. Who is All for One? Seriously? You don't have an All for One here? Next thing you'll be saying you don't have an All Might either. Who's All Might? Seriously? Ochako blurted out. Okay, so, I've been given an ancient quirk, which can give and take quirks from people. Alongside that, I've also got several thousand quirks stored inside of me. Maybe more, I never took a full inventory. The most important bit right now is that one of those quirks lets me travel between dimensions. She claims to be a supervillain, but she's actually a big softie. Akin said in a stage whisper. Izuku turned her good. So she is like a role reversal of what happened to me? Rarest. Basically. I'm right here, you know. Ochako said defiantly, causing the other two girls to laugh at her. If it was anyone else, she would be furious, but she had to admit, these alternate versions of herself had a way of lowering her defenses. She wondered if it had to do with the fact that they were inherently her, just from a different dimension. That will be something to think about later, once they've achieved their goal. So now that you know Izuku's dead here, what are you going to do? Rarest. Just take off and keep going, Akin said. It's too early to give up now. Ochako insisted. Can I come with you? Rara asked. I know Izuku wanted me to become a hero, but he didn't tell me where. Besides, she looked at Ochako, a hungry gleam in her eyes, I want to know all about that quirk of yours. While I'm always happy to talk shop about quirks, let's wait until after we find a dimension without a dead Izuku, okay? Ochako asked with an enthusiastic smile on her face. Deal. 8 days ago. A pink portal opens up and the three Ochakos step out into an empty field behind UA. Are you sure we're at the right place? Rarest. Of course we are. Ochako insisted. The portal teleports to the same spot in a different dimension, with some minor adjustments so we don't end up in a wall or something. So why are we in an open field instead of the training ground? I don't know. Give me a minute to use search, Ochako said as she switched her quirks and began looking for their classmates. As she began searching, all 19 were accounted for at UA, but something was off about their readings. Ochako frowned and turned to the pair. I think we need to get closer to the school. Something's not right here. Like what? That's what I'm trying to find out. Ochako said in exasperation, I've got plenty of scanning quirks, but most of them are short-ranged, so it'll be easier if we get close enough for me to use them. The three made their way to the edge of the campus, where a traditional fence surrounded the school, instead of the more typical barricade they were used to. Frowning, the three used their quirks to easily hop over the fence before landing inside. Once there, Ochako used a concealment quirk to hide their presence, before she began rotating through her scanning quirks on the students that were walking through the courtyard. Oh, I get it now, Ochako announced, before spinning around. Everyone here is quirkless. Everyone's quirkless? How? Rare asked. Not here. Akin said, let's talk outside. The other two agreed and left the school grounds just as quickly as they entered before Ochako finally dropped the concealment quirk. So, Ochako, explain. I was using my scanning quirks, but I noticed that everyone's signature was dull, like something was missing. It was only when I got to my fifth quirk that I realized what the problem was. That is the same sensation I get when I scan a quirkless individual. Ochako blushed lightly in embarrassment. I should have caught it sooner, but normally I only am looking at one or two quirkless people surrounded by people with quirks. So, this world never developed quirks? Akin asked. It seems that way. It would explain why UA is a normal high school instead of the hero school we are used to. Rara said. Girls, you know what this means, Ochako asked, a sinister look on her face. We can stay here and rule the place. Are you serious right now? Akin asked, incredulous. I'm just saying. I'm the one with thousands of quirks stored in her and the one who can give and take quirks from people. And it's not like zero gravity is useless either. Ochako, no, Akin said. I agree, you are outvoted on this. What? When did we become a democracy? Ochako protested. When you started being evil, Akin said. Ochako growled. Look, it's been a stressful week, and this sounds like a great idea to me. Besides, Izuku's alive here. Wait, he is. Where is he? He's in a park with Todoroki, Ochako said. Let's at least go have a chat with him before you outvote me on this, okay? Ochako took it as a small victory when she saw the other two look at each other hesitantly before they agreed to check on Izuku. They fell in step behind her as Ochako used her search quirk to guide the three of them to the park. Once there they slowed down, hiding in the trees and creeping along as they approached Izuku and Todoroki. Akin was in the lead, peeking out around a tree, and when she saw them she gasped, causing her companions to rush over to her and join her. There, resting beneath a cherry blossom tree, sat Izuku and Shoto Todoroki, hand in hand, with Izuku resting his head against Todoroki's shoulder. The two looked so peaceful together as they sat there and talked. I can't dash. What even is going on? Akin couldn't look away, as she couldn't believe the sight in front of her. As she watched, Izuku finally lifted his head and gently kissed Todoroki on the lips. Eep! Akin let out a startled yelp as she lost her grip on the tree, stumbling into the clearing. Izuku and Todoroki stood up, clearly just as startled as she was. Uraraka-san. Zuzu. What's going on? Akin asked. She felt like a knife had been driven into her heart. There was no way this was right, was it? I'm sorry, Izuku said as he began rubbing the back of his head. I know I've been avoiding you, but Ishido warned me that you were going to try and confess to me and well, he lifted his hand, still tightly gripping Todoroki. What about me? I like you, Uraraka-san. Izuku protested. You're sweet and wonderful, and are going to make someone very happy. Someday. Akin could feel her heart cracking in half. But I wanted to make you happy. That's why I've been avoiding you, Izuku said sadly. I just don't see you the same way you see me. And Todoroki? Izuku looked at Shoto apologetically, but the other boys seemed unfazed by the situation. She deserves to know. You see, Izuku said, turning back to Akin, we were helping each other deal with some personal situations. One thing led to another, and next thing we know, we have become each other's emotional rock. Akin felt her mind blank. Izuku had chosen Shoto Todoroki over her. I never had a chance, did I? She asked, feeling lightheaded. She knew this wasn't her Zuzu, but hearing the words coming from Izuku was too much. I'm sorry, Uraraka-san, Izuku bowed. I hope someday you can forgive me, and that we can be friends again. I really do like spending time with you. I just dash. Never mind. You two were right, we're leaving. The three were startled as Ochako burst into the clearing and grabbed Akin's arm, dragging her away from the two boys. The pink portal was already open and Rara was stepping into it, carrying their bags. Without another word, Ochako pushed Akin into the portal behind her, before stepping through herself. 7 days ago. The three emerge in a park in Mustafu. Okay, that was scary, Rara said. I knew from the three of us that worlds would diverge, but I never thought they would diverge that much. Zuzu and Todoroki, Akin said, still in shock. If you want I can use a memory-altering quirk on you, Ochako offered helpfully, although she looked as if she may have intended to use it on herself as well. No, Akin said. I just need to sit down for a moment. Akin grabbed her bag from the ground and wandered over to a tree before she collapsed under it and began digging through the bag. A moment later she pulled out a photo album and began looking through it. So how are the prospects of this world? Rara finally asked Ochako. Right, I should probably check that. Ochako shook her head to get out of her daze and brought up search. I see Izuku at UA, so that's a good sign. But he's quirkless here? Ochako frowned, worried about the implications. She began searching for other classmates, who mostly registered as normal, much to her relief. Then she searched for this dimension's Ochako. No way. What is it? Ochako turned towards Oka. Remember how I said I have an ancient quirk? And how Izuku had its counterpart, one for all. Yep. In this universe, Ochako is the one who has one for all, not Izuku. That's good, right? Rara asked. No, that's terrible. We're supposed to be mortal enemies. That didn't stop you and Zuzu though, Akin called from her spot several meters away. That's different. Ochako said, her face turning bright red. I don't know how this Ochako's going to react to me. How about you let us do the talking then? Rara said. Yeah. We're all heroes here, right? Surely. She'll understand. Speak for yourself. Ochako pointed out. A moment later Akin shoved the album in her bag and stood up, and grabbed one of Ochako's arms while Rara grabbed the other. Despite her protests, Ochako found herself being dragged by her companions toward UA. 5 days ago. Chako, as Izuku called her, was the 9th holder of One for All and successor to All Might. Admittedly, she is still a little lost as to what that means for her. Sure, she had potentially the strongest quirk on the planet, but something felt missing. All of the previous holders of One for All were part of an ancient feud with someone called All for One, a sinister being who ruled the Japanese underworld from the shadows. However, that feud ended with All Might. 6 years ago, All Might fought All for One and, despite one of his lungs and most of his stomach being destroyed, was able to land a blow that caved in All for One's skull, removing half of his face from his body. That should have been enough to kill anyone, right? When Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye arrived, All Might refused to leave, however. He knew All for One was a huge comic book nerd, and so he also became an avid comic book reader. One of the first rules All Might learned from comics? Never lose track of your foe's body. That is the quickest way to ensure they aren't dead. And so, despite his grievous injuries, he refused to leave the scene of their battle without AFO's body, forcing Torino and Night-Eye to bring it along with them. As it turned out, that was a brilliant move. When they got to the hospital and hooked the body up to a monitor, they discovered that All for One, somehow, was still alive. He had, appropriately enough, prepared a life support quirk to keep himself alive, even if it was in a vegetative state until he could receive help. Chako was pretty sure All Might was never going to let either Gran Torino or Sir Night-Eye live that down. Which led to Chako's current dilemma. With All for One's body safely secured in a medical cell at the bottom of Tartarus and under constant surveillance, his underworld network quickly fell apart due to infighting and internal power struggles. Several groups are on the rise, such as the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army. But ultimately, They are mid-tier threats at best and not something that needs the power and attention of One for All to deal with. So as she approached the end of her first year at UA, she felt lost and uncertain about what she wanted to do as the holder of One for All. She thought by now she'd have some new threat surface that she would have to deal with. But even the League of Villains, backed by their Nomu, were rather easy to deal with, and most of her classmates could handle those. Plus, a new threat would help her distract herself from her annoying crush. Lost in her thoughts, she crashed into someone and felt a jolt, like lightning, rush through her. Eep! Ochako yelped, ready to apologize for knocking someone on the ground until she realized that they were still standing, and that the person she ran into was herself. Specifically, a slightly shorter version of herself, flanked by two even shorter versions of herself. Of all the things she had been trained for, she had no idea how to handle this. What's going on? Who are you? Ochako asked defiantly as she began to call on her galactic shroud. Shoo! Not here. One of the girls lunged forward and touched her, removing her gravity. The strangest part to Ochako was the fact that her danger sense wasn't warning her of any threat from the trio. So despite whatever was happening, she could relax. For now. With a heavy sigh, she dropped One for All and let the lookalike drag her along while the second girl grabbed the third and pulled her along until they reached an isolated bench by the lake. Release. Finally on the ground, Ochako looked at the three girls arrayed in front of her. Okay, will somebody please tell me what's going on? We have a very important question first, the standoffish Ochako finally said. Is Izuku okay? That caught Ochako off guard. What? Of course he's okay. The three girls seemed to let out a visible sigh of relief. No crazy heroic stunts? No running away from the school? Nothing like that. What? Heroics? Why would he? He's the best support student in our year. Support student? Two of the three girls looked confused, while Rara looked like Christmas had come early. Of course. He's quirkless after all. What? Did you think he'd try and become a quirkless hero or something? Actually yes, Zuzu would have tried something like that, Akin pointed out. Well, whoever this Zuzu is, Izu isn't like that. He is an amazing quirk analyst, super smart, and always thinking about quirks in new ways, which lets him come up with the most inventive support gear. The other three Ochakos looked at each other knowingly. They knew the look they were seeing on Chaco's face. They knew it well because they had seen it enough on their faces. You like him, don't you? Rara asked pointedly. What are you talking about? Ochako asked, her face suddenly heating up. You can't lie to us, were you after all? Akin said. So what if I do? Ochako asked defensively. We're not judging you. Quite the opposite in fact, Akin said, holding her hands up defensively. The three of us have actually been growing closer together over our trip to find a universe where Zuzu is okay. When the other two Ochakos nodded in agreement, Ochako hung her head and let out a long sigh. What was she getting herself into? Yes, Ochako blushed as she admitted it. He's so kind and thoughtful and always seems to have new gear to help me control my quirk. How could I not fall for him? See, that wasn't so hard. Akin put a comforting arm on Ochako. Maybe if you knew the rest of the story, Ochako grumbled. Wait, what do you mean, control your quirk? Rara asked, clearly more interested in the support gear than in the newest member of their group, confirming what they already knew. You see, I had a quirk awakening about a year ago, and while it lets me do all sorts of amazing things I couldn't do before, it's also really dangerous. If I push myself too far I can end up hurting myself, so having good support gear helps me regulate my quirk. That's bullshit and you know it, Ochako said, crossing her arms. You have One for All. Good cover story though, I'll give you points for effort there. Ochako whipped her head around to stare Ochako in the eyes. How do you know about One for All? Because I'm your counterpart, Ochako said smugly, while you're All Might's successor. Chaco's eyes went wide as she jumped back, her body glowing pink as she pulled up her galactic shroud. Akin stepped between the two girls. Now, let's calm down and talk this out like Ochakos. Ochako, is danger sense warning you of any threat? That caused the One for All holder to blink. No, it isn't. Exactly. That means that Ochako here isn't a threat to you. Sure, she may have all for one, but she's not interested in trying to take over Japan. That's what you think, Ochako replied. Akin rolled her eyes and looked at the all-for-one holder. Please, behave. Ochako snorted as Akin turned towards Chako. We're looking for a world where Izuku is safe so we can settle down. All of us want the same thing. Izuku died looking out for all of us, so we decided to go looking for a dimension where he's safe. And he's safe here, Rara said, her excitement evident. So we should go talk to him. That's not a good idea, Chako admitted, frowning. Why not? The other three asked. You see. She dug the toe of her shoe into the ground as she held her hands behind her back, awkwardly fidgeting. I tried asking him out last week, and have kind of been avoiding him ever since. Suddenly, the air was filled with awkward silence as the three waited for the rest of the story. Why? Akin finally prompted. Because, Chako took a deep breath. He's seeing someone. All of the girls looked crushed. Who got to him first? Ochako finally asked. Melissa Shield, daughter to David Shield, who was one of All Might's sidekicks. Chako looked out onto the lake. Apparently like Aizu, she's quirkless, and she shared her dream of becoming a hero indirectly, by being a support specialist. She plans to make amazing costumes and support equipment, and help people that way. It inspired Aizu to train his intelligence, and become a support student instead of trying to become a hero. Wait, isn't Melissa 2 years older than Mito? Rare asked. While she never met the girl directly, Mei had on several occasions and always was ready to rant about how she was too conservative with her designs. Zuzu's dating an older girl? Akin looked scandalized. More importantly, he's not dating Chako here, Ochako said as she crossed her arms. You said she lives on I Island, right? How the hell did Izuku find someone who was on I Island, let alone talk to her for what sounds like years? Chako stared at Ochako with the most serious look she could muster. Fanfiction. If the silence earlier was awkward, the current silence was deafening. Akin was the one to finally break the silence. Fanfiction? Seriously? Yes. I didn't believe it either, Chako frowned. But I managed to pry both of their pen names out of Aizu, and one night I decided to look them up. Chako's face turned bright red. Let's just say they are really into each other. The words came out high-pitched and barely coherent. Ochako groaned. You know what, I don't even want to know. She looked at her companions and then Chako, so I'm just going to come out and say it. We could just fly out to I Island to deal with her. Then we can have Izuku all to ourselves. Chako's eyes went wide. No. You're not allowed to hurt her. Seriously? What kind of monster do you take me for? Ochako asked with an incredulous look on her face. I was going to, threaten her a little bit to break up with him. Or offer her a quirk in exchange. She's quirkless, right? I'd even let her pick what kind of quirk she'd get. Chako seemed taken aback by this, before recovering and giving her counterpart a serious look. It doesn't matter. I'd still be obligated to try and stop you. I can take you, Ochako shot back, smirking. I doubt that. I'd say at best it's a tie, Chako smirked back. And at worst that means one of us kills the other. But then what? Now Izuku has a broken heart, and all of us, she waved her hands to indicate the four of them, have a dead Ochako to deal with. Do you seriously think that'll be a good situation? Ochako paused and thought about the implications. Damn it, you're right, she let out a pained sigh. Fine, we won't go through with my plan. But that means it's time for us to move on, and you're coming with us. Me? Chako jumped, startled by the demand. Of course you. Ochako rolled her eyes and pointed a finger accusingly at the one-for-all holder. You had to go and isekai all of the fun out of this world, so we need to keep looking for a world with an Izuku who will accept us. Which means you're coming with us. Chako looked like she was about to protest, but closed her mouth and thought about it. Here was an all-for-one holder, roaming around multiple dimensions unchecked. It would make sense that, as a one-for-all holder, she should go with her to keep her out of trouble, right? You know what, that's a good idea. Fine then. I'm coming with you. Wait, you're agreeing with me? Someone's got to keep you in line after all. Chako said, pointing a finger at Ochako. Ochako paused to think about it, and then conceded the point. You know what, that's fair. Good, because I'm not letting you have any takebacks on your offer. They're going to be best friends, aren't they? Rara asked Dakin, not even trying to hide her question. Probably, once they get over the whole "we own these two ancient quirks and therefore are destined mortal enemies" thing. Both girls laughed at the joke, prompting the AFO and OFA holders to look at the pair. Shut up. No, we won't. We should go back to your dorm room, Akin said, after laughing at the pair's defiance, and pack a bag. Until Ochako over there learns how to control her quirk better, this is kind of a one-way trip. She held up her duffel bag and costume case as if to prove it. Also, we have to introduce ourselves properly, Rara said, now that we're going to be traveling companions. Although if we get too many more of us, we're gonna run out of name variations and we'll have to start getting creative. All Might was confused why his successor had suddenly called him out to the forest behind Ground Beta. As he approached, he saw his successor standing there, fidgeting nervously. By her feet, he saw her suitcase as well as her costume case. Hi, All Might. Ochako called out and waved as she spotted him, a too bright smile on her face. Young Uraraka, is something wrong? All Might asked. He could tell something was off. After all, there was no way he would have survived 40 years as the symbol of peace without being perceptive. Yes and no, Ochako said, dropping the act as she held her hands behind her back. It's complicated. Well, whatever it is, I'm sure you can figure it out. Actually, Ochako fidgeted before turning to one side. Girls? All Might was not expecting to see 3 more girls, who looked nearly identical to his successor, step out of the woods, each carrying bags of their own. What is going on? It turns out that other versions of myself are on an interdimensional adventure, and they want me to go with them, Ochako explained. I want to because it sounds fun. But, she fidgeted, I want to make sure you are okay with me leaving. And one of my other selves has all for one. Toshinori descended into a coughing fit at the news, blood spurting from his mouth as his successor rushed to give him a tissue. When he recovered, he looked at the 3 girls. Is this true? Yep. One of the 3 stepped forward and showed All Might her hands. There, in the center of her palms, were 2 small holes. When you defeated All for One in my dimension 6 years ago, I was supposed to be a backup body. They were going to implant me with All for One's quirk and his personality. I received the quirk, but the personality never replaced mine. All Might couldn't help but pump his fist in the air as he cheered. So I was right to bring All for One with me to the hospital. That wasn't the response I was expecting, Ochako admitted, taking a step backward. Sorry, All Might said, I get excited sometimes. So you truly have his quirk without losing yourself? Yep. I see, All Might examined her with a critical eye, and you chose to become a hero with that quirk? Actually, I was fully planning on being a villain, Ochako said, before raising her hands defensively. But then I met Izuku, and well, while I originally was going to steal one for all from him, he showed me what a true hero was like, and I couldn't. I see, so it's that origin story then. Toshinori put his fist under his chin in contemplation, and stories often have dimensional travel filler arcs. Removing his fist, he raised his other hand and slammed his fist into his palm. All right, I have decided. Toshinori turned to Ochako. Young Uraraka, you are free to go. This dimension is safe for now, and it will be an excellent experience for you. Really? Ochako asked. Yes, All Might gave her a warm smile and nodded. You are a fine successor, and this journey sounds like just what you have been seeking. Thank you, Ochako said before she wrapped her mentor in a hug. And the rest of you, Toshinori said, addressing the other 3, especially you, he eyed Ochako pointedly, take care of my successor. I entrust her safety to you. Even to me? Ochako asked in disbelief. Especially you, Toshinori said, you are her counterpart on this journey after all. Ochako blinked away the tears that were threatening to fall. She had an image to maintain after all. I will. I need to keep one for all safe so I can claim it later, after all. Toshinori laughed. So that is what she told herself, huh? All of you be safe. I'm sure you will face many challenges on your way, but you will all grow stronger because of it. Rubbing her nose and eyes, Ochako began to concentrate as a pink portal opened up behind her. Akin and Rara went through first before Chako looked at her mentor one last time before picking up her bags and stepping through. Finally, Ochako gave a small wave to her rival's mentor and offered him a genuine smile before she followed the others through the portal. 2 days ago, the 4 travelers stepped out of the portal to find themselves standing in the rubble of what should have been the Heights Alliance dorm building. Well, that's not a good sign, Rara said. Way to state the obvious, Ochako said looking around. Maybe it's not all bad? We're literally standing in the ruins of our school. How could that be not that bad? Akin asked. You never know. Maybe there was a heroic battle here and they're all off celebrating before they rebuild. Chako asked, trying to be hopeful. Guess it's time to do my thing, Ochako said as she brought up Search. So there is an Izuku here. And he has one for all. He doesn't seem distressed or in mortal danger. That's promising, right? Chako asked. Ochako began going through the list of their classmates for Search and frowned as she couldn't find anyone. That wasn't a good sign. Everyone else is missing. Or missing? I can't find them, Ochako admitted. Nobody from 1A or 1B besides Izuku. That's not good, Rara said. No, not even Ochako? Not even this universe's Ochako. Ochako sighed as she began looking through everyone else she had locked onto. With Search, it looks like Mei Hatsum is alive and with Izuku. As for the League, Ochako's eyes went wide. About a third of the League was dead, and the rest were together, with Izuku and Mei. And then she found Tenko, currently standing next to Izuku. Since neither of them seemed distressed or agitated, that must mean. You know what, I think it's time to go, Ochako said suddenly, already switching back to her dimensional portal quirk. Wait, what did you see? Chako asked. Look, even I have minimum standards for where we are going to stay, Ochako said, and besides, even if I wanted to stay you'd just outvote me anyways. You know what? If it's that bad I don't want to know, Akin said. I agree, Rara added. Moments later Ochako had opened a dimensional portal, and the group left the dimension just as quickly as they arrived. 1 day ago, Ochako Uraraka, the gentlewoman thief who goes by the alias Black Hole, student of the great Mr. Compress, was in a funk. About a month ago she had lost her rival/lover, Izuku Midoriya, a hero in training under Sir Night Eye, and honestly, life just hasn't been the same ever since. As she so often did after a successful job, she came to the building overlooking Sir Night Eye's agency. There, she discarded the cat-eared motorcycle helmet that she wore to keep her face hidden, and sat down on the ledge of the building, her feet dangling in the air as she casually kicked them out. It was a good job today, Zuku, Nico, as she was so affectionately called by Izuku, said. I stole some juicy communications between the CEO of that pharmaceutical company and a group called Hummerize. I'm sure a few people will pay a pretty penny to know that they're in bed with an anti-quirk cult. Nico tried to force herself to laugh before she dropped all pretenses and merely sighed. It hasn't been the same since you died, you know. The police response is always laughable, and none of the heroes around here know how to handle me. Maybe someday Miri'll be good enough, but, Nico sighed, he'll never be able to replace you. Nico's family had always struggled to get by, but they had a particularly rough time financially when she was 9. As luck would have it, she ran into the thief known as Mr. Compress purely by chance, or perhaps fate. When she saw the thief moving across the rooftops, she used her quirk to remove her gravity and she followed him, trying to get him to stop. Eventually, he did, if only to keep the young girl from drawing attention to him, and she begged him to take her with him on his job. While he refused to take her on that job, he decided that he liked her. The next morning, Nico found a briefcase full of money, enough to last her family for several months if they stretched it, and a note with an address and time. When Nico arrived, Compress interviewed her. He was so impressed by her determination and drive to help her family that he conditionally agreed to take her on as an apprentice. By the age of 13, Nico had enough money set aside to keep her family comfortable for several years if necessary, but by then she was addicted to the thrill of it all. The rush of the chase as she tested her skill and wits against the police and whatever heroes tried to catch her. Mr. Compress, of course, simply laughed and called her an adrenaline junkie before he put on a fatherly smile and said he couldn't be prouder. And then he came into her life. Izuku Midoriya, the newest intern at Sir Nightie's hero agency. Whenever he chased her, she got a new thrill, one she never felt before. Over 19 months, they had a relationship that could best be described as complicated, but Nico couldn't have been happier. And then overhaul happened. About a month ago, Izuku found her at their usual meeting spot and told her that the shy Hasaikai had been experimenting on a little girl, literally tearing her apart and reassembling her over and over again to fuel their twisted research. Over the years, Nico had a sixth sense about things, and the whole situation felt wrong to her. She begged Izuku to call off the raid or to delay it, but he refused, giving her that damnable smile that she couldn't say no to, while asking her what kind of hero would he be if he let Eri suffer any longer than she had to. That was the last time she saw him. The next day it wasn't Izuku who visited her, but Sir Night-Eye himself. He knew about the two of them, and while he was originally against it. However, when he saw how Izuku changed over time, for the better, he decided to keep it quiet, and in fact, helped Izuku hide their relationship on several occasions. As long as Nico didn't go too far, that was. After explaining that, he then gave her the bad news. Izuku was dead. Overhaul was too strong, and the heroes were desperate. The only way to win was for Izuku to go all out. So of course that's what he did. He pushed himself to his absolute limit and defeated Overhaul, but he also hurt himself so badly that he was lucky he didn't die before the fight was over. They rushed him to the hospital, where he spent hours fighting for his life, but it was too late. He died hours later. Sir Night-Eye was a perfect gentleman, letting Nico cry on his shoulder for several hours without trying to arrest her. Once she recovered, he told her that he had another intern, Mirio Togata, who had already accepted a sidekick position once he graduated. He would be taking over her case, and Night-Eye was even kind enough to provide her with a printout detailing his quirk. If she was in a better mindset, she would have noticed that his quirk entry was updated that very day to register a super strength mutation, but she wasn't. It took Nico a week to recover from the news before she threw herself back into her work to try and distract herself. But the thrill was gone. As she was sitting there reflecting on her situation, she felt a subtle change in air pressure behind her. Training kicked in and she pushed herself back on the roof, spinning around to see a pink portal had formed several meters away from her before four nearly identical versions of herself stepped out of the portal. Demented. Izuku's not here either. One of the doppelgangers let out a loud groan. I swear, as soon as we find another world where he's alive, I'm going to destroy the League of Villains so they won't be able to touch him. While Nico liked what she was hearing, she didn't understand a few very important details. What's the League of Villains? Ochako stopped and whipped around. I'm using my search quirk to try and find Izuku, but I don't see him. The last 3 times that happened, he died because of the League of Villains. The current incarnation of a villainous organization dating back almost 200 years. Never heard of it, Nico admitted. Izuku died to Overhaul. She felt the tears she had been fighting for weeks starting to build again. He died saving a little girl named Eri. Before she knew what was happening, Nico had 2 of the Ochakos pulling her into a hug. I'm so sorry. I know exactly how you feel. Oh, that JRK. We took him down too. He was a real a-hole, doing that to poor Eri. While she didn't fully understand what was going on, Nico surprisingly felt a kinship with these other girls and recovered quicker than she was expecting. Pulling herself away from the 2 girls who held her, she looked at all 4 of them. Now then, can someone please explain what is going on? Ochako there, Akin pointed to the ranting girl from earlier, has a lot of quirks, including a dimensional travel one. Since both her and my Izuku died, we just decided to team up and go try and find a dimension where an Izuku is still alive to settle down in. That sounds crazy, Nico said, causing 3 of the 4 girls to blush profusely. The 4th hit it better, but with her training, Nico saw that she wanted the same thing. She was just better at lying to herself. But we're committed now, Rara protested. We've been through so many different dimensions over the past 10 days. And they all see. Hers was good enough, Ochako protested as she pointed a finger accusingly at Chieko, but somebody wouldn't let me do what I wanted to do. Of course not. Chieko responded. Seeing the group bickering and talking amongst themselves made Nico jealous, she had to admit. Sure, it was weird seeing 4 other versions of herself, and she knew they likely even saw more versions of herself, but there was a camaraderie amongst them. So she made a decision. Let me come with you, Nico said. Sue. No. We can't let her come with us, she's a villain. Chieko protested. Exactly, she's great, Ochako said, looking at her counterpart. But we already have you. Ochako rolled her eyes. Look, I'm already outnumbered here. And you'll still outvote us 3-2. Wait, you're a villain too? Nico asked Ochako. Yep. Ochako said, with a bright smile on her face, why do you think I have so many quirks? Where I come from, I'm the successor to the demon lord of the Japanese underworld. And she is way too proud of that title, Chieko said wearily. As if you're not all about being the next symbol of peace, Ochako glared at her counterpart. Or was that just Izuku's thing? Cheiko's face heated up in embarrassment, but she refused to give the holder of AFO the satisfaction of an answer. Besides, how bad can her crimes be? Ochako asked. Mostly theft and trespassing, a lot of evading and embarrassing heroes, and some property damage. Nico rattled off her rap sheet. I have standards, you know. See? Barely anything at all. Hey! Nico protested. Ochako turned towards Nico. Look, you arrange for the death of Japan's number 3 hero, and then we'll talk. You did what? Chieko asked incredulously. Look, I didn't kill him, okay? Ochako raised her hands in a defensive posture. Auntie Nagant always stressed how important it was that Himi-chan and I never killed anyone directly. That doesn't mean I couldn't arrange for a situation where his long-term prospects were non-existent. Still, how could you do something like that with a clean conscience? Rarest. He was literally my villain origin story, Ochako pointed out. If it wasn't for him, my parents wouldn't have died, I wouldn't have been put in an orphanage, and therefore wouldn't have had all for one shoved into me. He probably deserved it, Nico said. He sounds like he was a huge JRK. See? Thank you. The 3 heroes of the group looked at each other warily, once again wondering what they have gotten themselves into. Anyways, Ochako clapped her hands, trying to divert attention away from her history. If Izuku isn't here, we should plan our next move. Can I at least pack a bag? Nico asked, pointing to the small pile of bags and cases that had been piled on the rooftop. Sure, we need some time to rest and recharge anyways, Rara admitted. Do you have someplace where we can stay? Also, we want to hear your backstory. Akan said. Follow me if you can keep up, Nico said with a grin on her face as she grabbed her helmet and slammed it on her head. She had no idea what she was getting into, but she was feeling better than she had in a long time. Meanwhile, in the Vestige realm inside One for All, a vastly different conversation was taking place. I can't believe the 9th holder is hanging out with All for One's successor, for crying out loud, Yoichi said, turning towards a different vestige. Tashinori, this is your fault. What? You were almost as much of a nerd as your brother, the vestige form of Tashinori argued. You of all people should know how these storylines go. At least she's doing her duty as the bearer of One for All and trying to keep everyone safe from All for One? Nana asked, trying to keep the peace between the two. For the record, I have as much control over my successor as you have over your successor, a new voice joined the conversation as All for One stepped out of a doorway, that is to say, none at all. That's good to he. Yoichi began before he did a double take. Wait, how did you get here? Without warning, 4 of the vestiges charged the tall form of All for One, trying to attack him, only for their blows to harmlessly pass through his body. As much as I wish we could physically interact with each other, we cannot, All for One said with a heavy sigh as he turned towards his brother. However, it turns out close and continued contact between our quirks allows for us to project ourselves between vestige realms, so I decided to pay my dear brother a little visit. He waved his hand in frustration at the screen that the vestiges were using to view out their holder's eyes. After all, it's not like I can do anything to influence her. That's one thing I don't understand, Yoichi said cautiously. She said that when Garaki implanted her with your quirk, your personality was supposed to overwrite hers, but it never did. What happened? All for One frowned as he thought about it before he sighed wearily. It's not like this information will do any good if I keep it to myself. Two things happened. First, Garaki was an idiot. He panicked and rushed the procedure, worried that I couldn't sustain my body for long enough. After all might collapsed half my face, as if I'm some sort of child who didn't have control over their quirk. The vestiges saw All for One clench his fists in frustration. As a result, he made several key mistakes in the transfer. Needless to say, those mistakes meant that I couldn't take control. So now I'm forced to sit here and watch, just like you are. While the vestiges within One for All processed this information, the vestige of All for One took a moment to compose himself. He had an image to maintain, after all, and it wouldn't do well if they saw him descend into an angry rant detailing exactly what he would like to do to the good doctor. When everyone was ready, he continued. And second, through some fluke of genetics, that girl's body is ideally suited for holding multiple quirks. It was why she was chosen to receive my quirk in case of an emergency, after all. While most people would need a hyperregeneration quirk to stave off the strain of having multiple quirks in their body for more than a few days, she doesn't. Which, by the way, means your successor doesn't have to worry about dying an early death either. That's good to know, dying by having a second quirk eat you alive. Higake spoke up from a corner. Wait, how did you know about that? Yoichi asked. I've had 200 years to work out how quirks work, All for One replied smugly. After I saw your quirk disappear for 20 years, only for it to suddenly reappear, I had some of my people investigate. It took a couple of decades, but we eventually worked out what happened. Damn it, Yoichi sighed. Couldn't you have accidentally let that slip at some point? That information would have been useful for my successors to know before they were forced to pass on my quirk and end up here. It would have, All for One agreed, and that is precisely why I wasn't going to tell them. Collectively, the 8 vestiges of the past One for All holders groaned. It was music to All for One's ears. Ochako Uraraka is very confused by the scene unfolding in her bedroom. What's going on? She asked. Oh, I guess we should introduce ourselves, Rara said. Were you? More specifically, we are all alternate versions of Ochako Uraraka. We've been spending the better part of 2 weeks hopping across dimensions, slowly teaming up with each other as we look for a place where Mido isn't dead. Or in another relationship, Chako added, looking pointedly at Ochako. Huh? Uraraka asked. Admittedly, even if she wasn't upset over Deku's letter, she would have had no idea how to react to 5 alternate reality versions of herself just showing up in her bedroom like this. With a frustrated groan, Akin pointed at the letter in Uraraka's hands. About 2 weeks ago Zuzu gave me the same letter. He was afraid for me and everyone in the dorms and he decided that he would rather take his chances out there. She frantically waved her hand towards the window, rather than here in you. Not long after, he died protecting all of us. Her voice dropped. He faced the League of Villains all by himself, just to keep us safe, and he paid for it with his life. A look of horror grew on Uraraka's face. Deku died? Not just in her dimension, Rara pointed out. Mido died rescuing me from the League of Villains. Where I come from, he sacrificed himself to save a little girl named Eri from a big JRK called Overhaul, Nico added. And he died cleaning up my mistake, Ochako added, her voice filled with overwhelming sadness. That's why we don't have time to waste. Ochako insisted. We need to find him before the League has a chance to kill him here too. Uraraka sat there in stunned silence as she took it all in. These girls, these versions of herself had all had to deal with the loss of Izuku, and now they were trying to prevent it from happening again. Looking down at her arm, she pinched herself hard. Ow! Looking up, Uraraka saw the 5 girls still in her room and sighed. Sorry, just needed to make sure I'm not dreaming. Believe me, I had a hard time at first too, Rara explained, and I only had to deal with 2 of me. 5 of us just showing up probably feels really weird. Uraraka nodded fervently. You'll get used to it quickly, Nico encouraged. Trust me, I've only known these gals for a little while but I'm settling in. I'm not sure if that's scary or comforting, Uraraka said cautiously. Both, Ochako and Ochako said simultaneously, before glaring at each other. Worry about Deku now, figure out how to handle. Uraraka gestured frantically at the other 5 versions of herself. This later. But where do we even start? How can we even find him? He said he left his phone here. Uraraka said, waving the letter in front of her. Oh, that's because we're pulling what I like to call a pro-gamer move, Ochako said as she pointed at the letter. Izuku said he was leaving because the villains could track him, right? Yeah. Uraraka should have felt surprised that they knew that, but she didn't. It's because Tenko has Ragdoll's quirk. Now here's the fun twist. I've got the same quirk, Ochako proudly announced. Wait, what? Oh yeah, in her home universe she's the successor to All for One, Nico said as she was helping Ochako pile all of their cases in a corner of the room. She's really proud of that fact, as you'll find out soon. Uraraka's confused look caused Ochako to groan. Don't tell me you don't know who All for One is. Should I? Uraraka asked, clearly confused and missing some key information. Ochako and Ochako looked at each other, clearly trying to decide how they wanted to tell her. After a long minute of silence, they turned towards Uraraka. Okay, let's start with what you do. What do you know about One for All? Uraraka held up the letter. One for All was a quirk that All Might gave Deku. All Deku told me was that it was why he kept hurting himself at the beginning of the year, and the quirk is important enough that he's afraid Shigaraki, the creepy villain that we saw back when we were attacked at the USJ, would try and attack UA to get it. Okay, so one, that's wrong on several levels, Ochako pointed out. All for One is good, but not that good. Sure, there would be horrific casualties, but Tenko would ultimately lose if he tried to assault someplace like UA directly. And 2, we're not going to give Tenko the chance to try. The casualties are what Deku's worried about, Uraraka pointed out. Of course he would. Because unlike some of us, Zuzu cares about people. Akin shot back. Oh come on. It's not like Nizu doesn't have multiple contingency plans in place to protect the people here. It won't be that easy for him. She's right, Rara admitted. I've seen the engine rooms. UA can turn into a literal flying fortress if necessary. Wait, really? 4 of the other Ochakos asked in surprise. We're getting off track. Nico shouted, obviously uninterested in what UA was capable of. Ochako, One for All, go. Thank you, Ochako said before turning to Uraraka, holding out her fist and wrapping it in pink light, causing Ochako to gasp. That's just like Deku's quirk. It's not like Aiza's quirk, it is Aiza's quirk. Or at least, the copy of the quirk from my dimension. It's an ancient, transferable quirk that has been building in strength for almost 200 years. It is the partner to All for One, a quirk that allows its owner to give and take quirks. The 2 quirks were originally possessed by a pair of brothers, before one killed the other. Ever since then, the holder of One for All has sought to push back against the darkness created by All for One. In my dimension, All Might succeeded and defeated him for good. But from where I come from, he didn't. Ochako jumped in as she held up her hand, and wicked black spikes appeared out of it. He escaped, and in a bout of desperation, they tried to use my body as an emergency storage device for the quirk. Fortunately for me, unfortunately for the League, that only partially worked. I got the quirk, and All for One's personality went bye-bye. I'm so glad too, Nico said. Can you imagine this face being worn by a creepy 200-year-old guy? We're too cute for that. The absurdity of the statement got everyone to laugh, before Ochako continued, trust me, I'm glad too. And based on what you just described, Tenko, or Shigaraki as you know him, was the one who got AFO instead. And that scared Deku enough that he ran away, Uraraka said, filling in the blanks. Which is bad, Ochako pointed out, because from what we've seen, Tenko getting All for One is what ultimately led to a dead Izuku. Yes, Ochako sighed heavily. I swear, the more we travel, the more All Might was right. Once we're settled, I'm going to find a comic book shop, buy a stack of trade paperbacks, and then all of us are going to start immersing ourselves in comic lore. New! Nico exclaimed. Look, I'm sure we can find a comic about a cat burglar for you to read, Ochako pointed out, before spinning to Ochako, and you better not get any ideas about villainous schemes. That's not fair. Ochako protested. It's not fair, but look at where it got your predecessor, and you have been warned that I'm reading comics. Ochako paused, putting her thumb to her lips as her eyes drifted upwards, deep in thought. Actually, I'm going to make Izu read them as well. Ochako crossed her arms and pouted. Fine. That doesn't mean I have to like it, though. Comics later, save Zuzu now. Akin finally cut in impatiently. I know that this is a lot, and we have a lot more to explain, but time is of the essence. Right. Uraraka said before she turned towards the all-for-one holder. So you can really find Deku? Yep. Ochako paused for a moment as she called upon search and began scanning. Right now, it looks like Izuku is at Endeavor's agency with all might, and Tenko is thankfully several hundred kilometers away. Great. Akin chirped. That means Zuzu is safe, right? Not necessarily, Ochako cautioned. Just because we know where this dimension's all-for-one holder is, doesn't mean that Izu is safe. He could still get worn down by enough villains or Nomu. Exactly, I only have a few key members of the League saved with search, but there's plenty of other villains I can't keep track of. Taking all of this in, Uraraka made up her mind. Just so we're absolutely clear on what your plan is. You five are going to go with or without me to save Deku, aren't you? Basically. Yep. Yes. And then you're going to bring him back to UA, where it's safe? Uraraka asked hopefully. That's the plan, Rara said. The density of heroes plus all of the defenses Nizu had built into the campus means that it would be costly for the villains to attack UA directly, even if they were desperate to get OFA. Plus, they don't know about us, Ochako said, her hands glowing pink as she slammed her fist into her open palm. Imagine their surprise when they suddenly have to take on a second one for all user. And someone with all for one, Ochako added, menacing red spikes returning to her hand. I have a lot of frustration built up over these last 2 weeks, and it's almost entirely Tenko's fault. You're not going to kill him, are you? Akin asked, horrified at the thought of her other self/friend doing that. That got Ochako to laugh. Oh please. He's got the same hyper-regeneration quirk I have. Or at least he should, if this universe's Garaki and all for one are even minimally competent. Which means I can go all out on him without feeling bad. Even though Ochako had a bright smile, everyone else in the room shuddered. After all, they have all used the exact same smile in the past to hide their true intentions and knew what it meant. Uraraka couldn't help but smile as she watched from her position on the floor. Seeing these alternate versions of herself talking so casually strengthened her resolve. She slammed the letter down on her table and pushed herself up. Well then, I'm not going to be the odd Ochako out. Especially not for Deku's sake. Let's break your streak and save him. That earned a round of cheers from the 5 other Ochakos as Uraraka walked over to where her costume case was stored and grabbed it, tossing it onto her bed with practiced ease. As Uraraka was changing into her hero costume, she heard a knock on the door and everyone froze as the door opened slightly, revealing Tsuyu. Oka? How are you doing? We're all meeting downstairs to discuss, Karo. Tsuyu suddenly froze as she saw Uraraka half-dressed in her costume, with 5 other versions of herself hanging around her dorm room. Hi Tsu. Uraraka forced a too wide smile on her face as she waved at her best friend. What's going on, Karo? Nothing you need to worry about. We're going to go save Deku. You can tell everyone I'm fine. And that I'll be back later with Deku. The only indication of emotion was Tsuyu putting her index finger to her lips as she tilted her head. Karo, I'll tell the others you're busy then. Thanks, Tsu. Karo. Tsuyu quietly closed the door and left, causing the other 5 to breathe out a sigh of relief. Well, that's going to be awkward later, Ochako pointed out. They'll get used to it, Nico said. Seriously, after everything we've been through this year? Uraraka complained, with several others nodding along in agreement. A few minutes later, Ochako had finished putting the rest of her costume on except for her helmet when Rara held out her hand. Put this on. It's a personal Ochako to Ochako communicator. How many of these have you made? Uraraka asked in surprise. I've been making a new one every time we've picked up a new member of our little group, Rara said with a shrug. I knew they'd come in handy sooner or later. Thanks, Uraraka said as she tapped the button to turn it on before she inserted it into her ear. So now what? She asked as she slipped her helmet on. Now, Ochako said with an almost painful sigh, we follow her lead. Ochako stuck out her tongue at the one-for-all user before she crossed her arms. So Izuku's currently leaving Endeavor's agency and heading south. Hopefully, we can intercept him before anything happens to him. I'll use my danger sense, Ochako said. It's not as good a search, but it will at least give us an idea of where he may be since I'm sure Izuku's going to charge headfirst into danger. That sounds like something Deku would do, Uraraka agreed. Alright then ladies. We have a Zuzu to save. Akin announced as she opened the door to the balcony. Quietly, the 6 girls slipped out and, using their quirks, began to float themselves towards the outer wall of UA's campus. Boomerang Man was patrolling a southern ward of Mustafu on high alert. Several of his classmates had found a group of civilians holed up in the Taguchi building and were currently trying to convince them to seek shelter elsewhere, while he and several classmates patrolled the area watching for any threats. They had heard reports of a dangerous villain known as Jailbreaker as well as multiple Nomu were in the area, and their job was to keep them away from the building as long as possible. From his position, he saw a large muscular man with spiky blonde hair rushing down the streets. Taking a moment, Boomerang Man verified that he matched the description of Jailbreaker, but with how quickly he was moving, he wasn't sure he would be able to catch him in time. Pulling out his radio, he turned it on. Boomerang Man here. Jailbreaker spotted and he is moving towards the Taguchi building, and fast. Roger. The reply came on the other line. After reporting, he stepped out, planning to at least attempt to intercept the villain, when he suddenly saw a pink comet descend from the top of a building, a trail of stars in its wake, and collide with the villain, sending him into the ground. Unable to do anything but watch, he saw the crater that the comet's impact had made, and when the dust cleared, he saw that a small girl was facing off against the villain, who stood at least a foot taller than her. He was to assist when he saw her wrapped in a bright pink glow again, punching the villain so hard that he was sent flying into the waiting arms of what he could only guess was her teammate, based on her similar costume. He saw the villain enveloped in a pink light briefly before he floated off the ground. As he watched, the second girl punched the villain and he saw him effectively being used as a ping-pong ball. Between her and several girls, all sharing similar costume designs. It wasn't long until the first girl wrapped herself in a pink light again and launched herself in the air, where she met one of her teammates. The villain was launched toward the pair, who punched him and sent him rocketing to the ground. This time he wasn't standing up. As he watched the aftermath, Boomerang Man saw that there were 6 girls total on the hero team as they surrounded the crater, making sure that Jailbreaker wasn't moving, before they all departed just as quickly as they came, all of them briefly glowing pink before they launched grappling hooks at a nearby building and pulled themselves away. Several seconds later, he remembered he was in an active situation and pulled out the radio again. Update: the villain Jailbreaker has been pacified. Some hero team that I've never seen before took him down like he was nothing. Need a police presence on scene. Izuku was leaping from building to building, following danger sense, when suddenly it just stopped. Stunned, he stood on the roof, waiting for it to start up again, but nothing happened. Eventually, he heard his radio crackle to life and he heard the report, that I repeat, the villain Jailbreaker has been pacified. I guess someone else managed to stop him, Izuku said with a sigh of relief. Dropping to the street, Izuku began slowly walking back towards the city center, as doubt once again filled his mind. Was he doing the right thing? He wanted to keep everyone safe, and knowing Shigaraki had access to Ragdoll's search quirk meant there weren't any other options. Right? Sighing, Izuku hung his head as he continued to walk. His danger sense was quiet, which meant that he had a momentary reprieve, and he wanted to conserve as much of his energy as he could before the next villain or Nomu was spotted. In the meantime, he couldn't help but think about all of his classmates. Especially Uraraka. The ghost of a smile crossed his lips as he thought about the brown-haired girl who was his first real friend. She always supported him and went out of her way to make sure that he was okay, even when he was at his lowest after he was released from the hospital. Deku! He must miss her more than he realized if he was starting to hear her voice. It hasn't even been that long since he left UA with All Might. Izuku paused and shook his head to clear it. He was doing this to keep her safe. Once the League was taken care of, he could apologize to her and ask for her forgiveness. Deku! Depending on if she hated him or not after that, maybe he would someday have the courage to tell her how he really felt about her. Deku! Izuku stopped, certain that he was hearing Uraraka's voice now. But how? Looking around, he finally saw her, walking down a street towards him with a determined look on her face. Uraraka? What are you doing? What am I doing? What the hell do you think you're doing? Uraraka demanded. Trying to protect you. Izuku raised his hands defensively as he took a half step back, not expecting her to be this angry about his decision. Who the hell do you think we are? We're all trying to be heroes, just like you. But Shigaraki's too strong. You saw what he did to Jaku City. So what? You'd rather fight him by yourself rather than have our help? Last time he put you in a coma for 3 days and you had backup. When you put it that way it sounds bad. Izuku said nervously. Because it's a terrible idea. Do you want to die? Just like all the others? No. Izuku yelled, I don't want to die. Then why are you doing this? Because that's how this ends. Uraraka started slowing down and Izuku could see the tears she had been holding back starting to fall. You'll end up being just another dead Deku. Another dead Deku? Izuku asked in confusion. It's complicated. Uraraka blurted out, waving her hands wildly for emphasis. Please. Just, come back with me to UA. I'll explain everything. Just, I need to know you're safe. Seeing her standing there, Izuku wanted to give in and go back with her. But he couldn't. Even if it cost him his own life, it was a price he would gladly pay if it meant she was okay. I'm sorry, Uraraka, but I can't. Dead dash. Uraraka reached out her hand one last time before she closed it into a fist, and he saw her face harden in grim determination. Fine then, we'll do this the hard way. Ura dash. Izuku was about to say something before Ochako launched herself at him, quickly closing the gap with her arm outstretched. No. I refuse to stand by and watch you hurt yourself again, Deku. Uraraka shouted. Izuku barely had time to wrap himself in full cowling and dodge away. You don't understand. Activating float, he hovered several meters above the ground, trying to talk to the now angry girl. No, I fully understand, Uraraka said as she fired her grappling hook at a wall behind Izuku while she used her quirk on herself, launching herself at Deku. This must be how the others felt. That their idiot Deku was too dense to accept help. Izuku was confused by the strange language again, the distraction enough that he was unable to dodge in time. Uraraka crashed into him before she carried both of them into the wall. Since you don't think we are capable of defending ourselves, we need to show you that we're not helpless maidens. If that involves beating sense into you, then that's what you get. Helpless maidens? Izuku asked. Yes. We'll show you we can protect you from all for one and you don't have to do this alone. Izuku asked, his confusion growing. Uraraka merely smirked as she brought her hands together, releasing herself from her quirk. Do you really think I came alone? As Izuku watched, Uraraka began falling away as gravity reasserted itself over her, only to see several large pieces of debris floating in front of him. Zuzu. I was weak and couldn't protect my Zuzu. I'm not going to make that mistake again. Akin declared from on top of the largest piece of debris, a lamp pole slung over her shoulder. You are Uraraka? Nope. You can call me Akin though. The girl in a puffy hero costume did a backflip off of the rock, floating herself right behind them before she swung the pole, using it as a giant club to launch the debris at Izuku. She then fired her grappling hook at the wall, connecting right above Izuku's head as she began reeling herself in. Not wanting to hurt the new girl, Izuku raised his hand and began firing off Delaware smashes, trying to pick off the debris without hitting Akin. He wasn't fast enough to stop them all and a table-sized piece of debris slammed into him, stunning him. Seconds later, Akin followed up as she crashed into him. Zuzu, we're strong. We may not have one for all like you do, but we want to protect you just as much as you want to protect everyone. Protect me? Izuku asked as if that was a foreign concept. Zuzu, Akin said, and Izuku could hear the heartbreak in her voice as she reached up to touch his face gently. What happened to you here? I don't want to see anyone else hurt, Izuku said, flinching at the contact. Not that he hasn't dreamt of Uraraka doing that exact thing, but her touch stung, like her hand was coated in Mina's acid. He shoved his confusion aside. Not because of me. Calling upon Black Whip, Izuku pulled himself to the side, throwing Akin off of him. He saw her descending slowly to the ground, looking visibly hurt by his actions, and he felt a heavy weight upon his chest. She isn't Uraraka, Izuku told himself. No matter how much she looks and acts like her. No matter how much he repeated that, the weight refused to go away. His concentration was broken as he felt a piece of debris slam into him, sending him off course. He barely had time to catch himself, using Black Whip to grab onto a fire escape and launch himself to the top of the building. Turning around, he saw another Ochako standing on the roof across from him. She was dressed in green overalls, almost like a technician's outfit, except she also wore many accessories that Izuku was familiar with. That was a great test, Mido, she called as she pointed what looked like a crossbow at him. I never got a chance to test this yet. I'll have to thank Akin for the idea of tying a rock to my bolts as well. Akin? Nope. You can call me Rara. That's what Mido always called me. Rara took a running leap, and as Izuku watched, small thrusters in her oversized boots carried her across the gap as she landed next to him, the roof of the building shaking with the force of impact. Mido was a villain in my world, but that didn't stop him from being a good guy. I was a villain? Izuku felt the weight in his stomach growing. How could he possibly turn to villainy? I don't know what started it, but in the end he didn't have the stomach for it. Rara looked at Izuku, and he could see the sadness in her eyes. He decided he would die, saving me as his redemption. Izuku pulled his eyes away from Rara. Mido, you don't have to make the same choice that my Mido did. You've got the chance to live when so many of your other selves died. Why are you so insistent on throwing your life away? I was given this burden by All Might. I owe it to him to finish the job that he started. He heard Rara starting to protest, but Izuku had already called upon full cowling and was once again airborne. Izuku looked back at Rara and saw how hurt she looked. In the back of his mind, a traitorous thought began to form, telling him he didn't need to carry this burden alone. Of course, it sounded like her. Moments later, the fragile thought shattered as he felt a grappling hook wrap around his arms. Gasping, he saw another girl approaching him, quickly pulling herself down the line. Even though she was wearing a motorcycle helmet with cat ears and had a pink trench coat flapping in the wind, he recognized who it was. No matter how she dressed, he would always recognize her. Hi, Izuku, Nico said as she grabbed his arm. Fancy meeting you out here. Uraraka? Nope. Name's Nico. USCK, by the way. And me? Izuku asked incredulously. All of us have cute names thanks to our Zuku. Except for Ochako, of course. She's happy just being on a first-name basis with you. But you just call your Ochako Uraraka? Lame. Yes, she calls me Deku though, Izuku stuttered out, confused by what was going on. She helped me rehabilitate that name. Ah, how sweet. Nico said as she swung around onto Izuku's back, trying to throw him off balance. And this is how you repay her? Uraraka? I never thought about it that way, Izuku admitted. Right, heroic drive and all that. Seriously, you need to live a little. Izuku let go of Black Whip and began descending to the ground, hoping to scare Nico off. Instead, she held on tighter. This is fun. You always gave me the best piggyback rides. I did. Izuku asked. Of course. We had so much fun together. Seriously, you need to live a little. But all for one. Screw him. We'll take care of him together. He's too strong. Izuku insisted as he watched the ground come closer and closer. He knew he could survive the impact, but he was beginning to worry about hurting Nico. Realizing he couldn't risk her, he shot out a tendril of Black Whip and sent the pair skyward. "Wee!" Nico shouted uncomfortably close to his ear. Even with the wind rushing past, he could feel her hot breath against it. "You may have just beaten Zuku's old record. See? We can do fun things together. You just need to loosen up." Shigaraki destroyed Jaku City, Izuku said as he grabbed a railing with Black Whip. "So many people died because I wasn't strong enough. It's my job to defeat him." Channeling the power of Fa Gene into his Black Whip, Izuku launched himself at incredible speed toward a building. He already hated himself for what he was about to do, but he was getting desperate. Was an expert at staying attached to him, and as long as she was there he knew the others could follow them. As they rocketed toward the building he called upon One for All and spun around, putting Nico between him and the building. "Please, Nico-san. Don't make me do this." "Ah, you do care." He felt Nico let go a split second before he slammed into the building. Even with One for All, he was momentarily stunned, only for the girl to land gracefully next to him. "See? Perfectly fine." "How? You think this is my first chase with Zuku? We did all sorts of incredible things together," she said, a teasing lilt in her voice that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. "I'll get you to loosen up yet?" "I can't," Izuku insisted, shaking his head. "Please, just let me do this for you." "Do what for me, Deku?" Izuku heard her voice before he saw her wheeling herself in via grappling hook. "Are you seriously going to let yourself die, just like Deku did for these girls?" "Uraraka." Izuku could feel a tear forming, but he blinked it away. "No. I just dash." "You just what?" Uraraka said as she slammed into the building next to him. "I just need to beat Shigaraki to keep you safe." Izuku yelled as Black Whip exploded from his hands. He felt more than saw as it battered both girls away, and he looked down in a panic, but he saw them floating down gracefully, determined looks on their faces. "Why won't you just let me do that for you?" Izuku yelled as he powered up One for All, putting the power of Fa Gene behind it, and then launched himself skyward. He needed to get away from Uraraka. He already felt his resolve cracking. Didn't they see the danger they were in? If he let them help, Shigaraki would use them against him. He knew it. Better to face him alone. He just needed some time alone. Away from them. Away from her. That would give him time to clear his head and focus. He was so caught up in his head that he missed the pink comet shooting towards him, stars trailing behind it as Black Whip tendrils corrected its course directly into Izuku. He didn't notice until he felt Ochako slam into him with the full force of a Fa Gene-powered One for All, knocking him off course and sending him flying into a building. Why wasn't danger sense going off? Izuku couldn't help but wonder for the brief moment before he impacted the building. "Aizu, you idiot!" Izuku saw stars in his vision, and by the time it cleared he heard two heeled boots slamming into the wall on either side of his chest. Looking up he saw Ochako in her predominantly white, black, and silver costume, and she was said, "Seriously? What the hell has All Might been teaching you? Are they all this incompetent across every other dimension?" In Chaco's home dimension, All Might was in the middle of grocery shopping when he suddenly felt the urge. The one that he always felt when he knew his lifestyle choices were correct. So naturally, he gave in and set his grocery basket down, before pumping his fists in the air. "I was right. All Might is trying his best," Izuku insisted, feeling new resolve as Black Whip shot out from his hands, forcing Ochako to leap off the wall. He sacrificed so much these past 6 years, trying to keep Japan safe and peaceful. I owe it to him to give it my all. He lashed out with Black Whip, trying to knock her out of the sky. As Ochako was dodging the tendrils of Black Whip, she realized she had screwed up by insulting All Might. While she was confident that she was better trained with One for All and the quirks contained within it, Izuku was more powerful than her. If this were a normal fight she should have been able to take him, but when he was lashing out like he currently was, she was at the disadvantage. "Girls, I'm going to need a little help here." "What? Is One for All too much for you to handle?" Ochako teased in response. "Not a good time," Ochako said with a grunt as she called upon Black Whip and used it to knock a few tendrils away that had gotten dangerously close to her. Remember, Black Whip is tied to emotions. And Izu is very angry right now. What did you do? Akan asked back. I may have insulted this dimension's all might. You did what? Uraraka's voice rang through. How was I supposed to know? Ochako defended herself. Well, far be it for me to stand between the two of you fighting over whose dad is better, but I have to defend my fellow Ochako. Ochako's pained voice came through clearly, causing Ochako to roll her eyes. Oh, give me a break. How far out are you? I'm 3 buildings away. What's your plan? Same as Muscle Boy. I'll send him up to you. Oh, exclusive Izuku time. I'll take it. Have fun with that, Ochako muttered as she called upon Fa Jean, empowering her Black Whip. She shot a tendril out, knocking away one of Izuku's next attacks with enough force that his hand was shifted slightly by the force of her blow. It wasn't much, but the opening was enough for Ochako. Launching Black Whip with her other hand, she managed to get a tendril around Izuku's torso, and she pulled him towards her. Gritting her teeth, she put the full power of One for All and Fa Jean into her fist. Suedo, 100%. Ochako pulled her fist back, before she swung an upward jab aimed straight at Izuku's torso. Gravity Hammer. The look of shock on Izuku's face would have broken a lesser woman, but after the onslaught Ochako just had to deal with, she didn't have room for doubt. Time seemed to freeze momentarily as Izuku's wide eyes made contact with Chako's own. I'm sorry, Izu, Ochako whispered right before he was blasted upward by the force of her blow. Izuku felt himself flying upward. How did that version of Ochako end up with One for All? And how did she have better control than he did? As he was flying upwards, he began to hear familiar words that sent a shiver down his spine. I'm not watching you die again. No matter what it takes. Heavy payload, light manipulation, quirk enhancement. ×4. Izuku's eyes went wide. All for one. But not just any all for one. The voice he heard was Ochakos. Air cannon. I'm sorry, Izuku. Ochako sounded genuinely remorseful as Izuku felt the change in air pressure mere heartbeats before he was engulfed in a massive laser blast. Izuku screamed. Why isn't Danger Sense warning me? Are they really not a threat to me? The answer never came as Izuku slammed into the ground, his body bouncing from the force of the impact. Instinctively, he activated Smoke Screen, filling the area with dense smoke. Why are they working alongside All for One? And willingly. One of them even had One for All, and was taught by All Might. Izuku slowly pushed himself up as he heard 2 people land nearby. I'm sure you're wondering why All for One and One for All are united. He heard from one side of him. Izuku stood still, hoping that a few seconds of breathing room was enough for him to recharge and escape. It's a good old-fashioned team-up, he heard Ochako say. When the heroes and villains team up to stop an even greater threat. Hey, I resent that. You're not denying it, though. Izuku took slow, deep breaths, his hands covering his face to minimize noise. Fine. But it's true. Well, Shigaraki as you know him. I'm going to solo his but if that's what it takes to get you to just stop. To keep you from throwing your life away again. Izuku you dash, he heard her pause as she took a deep breath. In my world you died in my arms. Cleaning up my mistake. Do you know how hard it was, traveling through so many worlds, to hear the same story over and over? Izuku died heroically saving someone. I know my story is different, Ochako began, but she's right. Let us help you. Do you want to suffer the same fate as all of the rest? And for what? Izuku stood there, the cracks in his resolve widening. I know not everyone is as powerful as the 3 of us, but that's not an excuse to shove everyone away. Especially everyone who want to help you. Do you think they don't know the risks? You don't have to do this alone anymore. Izuku felt himself wavering, his feet felt like they are wielded to the concrete. There you are. Suddenly Rara appeared out of the smoke, wearing a pair of goggles that were eerily reminiscent of the ones Meihatsum wore. Pointing her gauntlets at Izuku and depressing a hidden trigger, he found himself wrapped in the same cloth that Aizawa's capture weapon was made out of. Izuku felt the exhaustion creeping in but wasn't done yet. Calling upon One for All again, he wrapped himself in full cowling. He tried to reinforce it with Fa Gene, but found his reserves empty. Did he use all of his spare energy on Black Whip earlier? It didn't matter. 45% was enough to break Aizawa's capture weapon and would be more than enough to break this cloth. With moderate effort, Izuku flexed his arms and felt the rope break. However, the strength behind it was enough to push back the smoke, revealing that Izuku was surrounded. As he stood there, he was stunned by the sight. There were 6 girls in total. All of them wore Ochako's face, and they were all staring at him with a mixture of anger, frustration, and pity. They were all fighting so hard, all for his sake. No matter how hard he tries to push them away, they refuse to let go. Deku, Uraraka stepped forward, her arms crossed. It seems we're not so helpless now, are we? Even if you could escape, I've got search too, you know, Ochako said from behind him, causing Izuku to freeze. Ragdolls? One and the same. As long as you're in Japan, we can find you. Please run. Nico encouraged, I want to chase you some more. Don't encourage him, Akin chided her counterpart, Zuzu. You're slowing down. I know you are. We can keep going. If you can't defeat us, how can you expect to defeat Shigaraki? Oh, don't put it like that. Ochako said, wrapping her fists in One for All as she slammed them together, in a move reminiscent of Kirishima. We just showed him what we're capable of. Think about it, Aizu. 2 One for All users. And we have someone with All for One on our side too. There's no way that Shigaraki can stop us. But the others Izuku protested, his brain trying to find some loophole to rebuild his resolve. Uraraka, Nico, Akin, and Rara? They don't have any protection against Shigaraki. What about them? Zuzu, Akin said, walking towards him, most of us, where we came from, you died. Because you refused our help. Don't make the same mistake we did. Don't shut us out. Don't shut her out. Akin emphasized her point by pointing toward Uraraka. Deku, Uraraka said, getting dangerously close to Izuku, we know the risks, but we're heroes too. You can't shoulder the burden of the world on your own. All Might did that and look at where it got him. Izuku shuddered as he remembered All Might's wounds. Uraraka grab him. From behind Izuku, Ochako activated magnetism, and Izuku found himself surrounded in a blue glow, while the 6 girls were surrounded by a pink glow. Before he could move, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his chest as Ochako crashed into his back and began snuggling in, her face leaning against his shoulder. Good luck escaping now, Izuku. Seconds later, the other versions of Ochako began slamming into him, magnetically attached to him thanks to the magnetism quirk. As the 4th Ochako became attached, Izuku fell over, but the girls didn't seem to mind as they all shifted around and made themselves comfortable. Finally, Uraraka landed on top of him, looking angelic as she was wrapped in the pink glow of the magnetism quirk. Ever so gently, she pressed her hands against his face, cradling it as she looked down at him. Deku, everyone at the dorm is worried about you. I was crushed when I read that letter. Why didn't you come to me sooner? Even if these other versions of me didn't show up, I'm sure our class would have helped me track you. Don't you get it? You don't have to do this alone. You never did. You have us. You have me. Uraraka, Izuku said before he burst into tears. It was like a dam had burst. Izuku sat there and cried, all of his pent-up emotions over the last year being let out at once. He didn't know when, but at some point he was released from the magnetism quirk and the Ochakos pulled themselves off of him, allowing him to sit up. Uraraka never left his field of vision, her soft touch grounding him, but as he sat there on the ground he felt the others taking turns holding him, rubbing his back, and stroking his hair as he cried out all of his emotions. He didn't know how long they sat there in the middle of the crater, but he felt tired and drained when the tears finally dried up. I am sorry, Uraraka, Izuku hiccuped. I know you said I could open up to you, but Don't be sorry, silly, Uraraka said as she stroked his hair. I should have come to you sooner. Then it would have never had to come to this. She looked around them at her interdimensional counterparts and realized that almost all of them felt the same way. At least this time they weren't too late and, despite his condition, Izuku was alive. That was the most important part. She knew that this was merely the first step in getting him the help he needed. But unlike the others, this Izuku had that chance. Are you sure? Izuku said as he rubbed away the last of his tears. Uraraka's response was to lean in and plant a chaste kiss on the corner of his lips. Of course, silly. You've always been so strong, so inspirational. Always pushing yourself so hard and making me a better person. A better hero. I would love to do the same for you. Izuku began turning bright red, and Uraraka followed suit as she realized what she had just done. As she looked around, she saw several of her counterparts had also begun blushing, but she was silently thankful they didn't say anything. Uraraka-san dash. Wait. Hold it. Nico cut in. I hate to ruin this touching moment, but Nico pointed a finger at Uraraka, just kissed you and told her how much she cares about you, and the best you can muster is in Uraraka-san? I think we're past that, don't you? You need to give her a better nickname, right now. Izuku looked around at the other girls looking at him expectantly and mentally went through all of the names that they told him during their fight. Crap, he really was slacking. Turning back to the red-faced girl who was still centimeters away from him, as he thought about different names for her, he couldn't help but think of her favorite treat. Machi! Machi! Uraraka squeaked out, turning an even brighter shade of red. Yeah. It's soft and sweet, just like you are. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously while waiting for a response. A collective "ah" could be heard from around them, as the other Ochakos seemed to approve of the name. Meanwhile, Uraraka looked like a fish out of water while her brain was processing what she just heard. I think he broke her. Machi, are you okay? I love it. Machi said as she launched herself at Izuku, hugging him once again. Izuku wrapped his arms around the girl and held her tight. You're always there supporting me and looking out for me as well. I'm sorry if I didn't make you feel appreciated. You make me a better person as well, and I'm sorry if I made you think otherwise. I guess we're both idiots, huh? Machi asked into his shoulder. Yeah, I guess so. Once again they heard a collective "ah" from around them as the two separated. So you're not going to run off again, are you? Machi asked. Izuku shook his head. I'm not sure I would be able to even if I tried. You're dead right you can't. Ochako said. Now you know what'll happen if you do, Ochako added. I want him to run again though. You can play your games of cat and mouse with Zuzu later, Akin said. I say we go back to the dorms and celebrate saving a Zuzu. Later. Both Izuku and Machi's heads instantly turned toward Akin. Oh, I guess we forgot to tell you, Rara said as she rubbed the back of her head nervously. Since living Zuzus are so rare. Akin started to say, but she couldn't seem to get the words out. Oh come on, Ochako rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. We were hoping that because we finally were able to keep Izuku alive, if we could dash. Her face went bright red as she realized this was, in fact, harder to say than she thought. Share. Both Izuku and Machi asked in a panic. We'll figure something out if the answer is no. Ochako waved her hands defensively. But we were kind of hoping that maybe Izu had room in his heart for a few more Ochakos. Izuku looked at all 5 of the girls, all of them sharing the same beautiful face that he had fallen for, looking at him with a mixture of fear, anxiety, and hope. As much as he tried to come to terms with the fact that they were all interested in him, his brain just couldn't do it, and so he did the next best thing and passed out. Fortunately, Machi was fast enough to catch him, acting on instinct to catch him and lay him gently on the ground. She stood up to confront her other selves. In our defense, we were in a rush. Nico said. We'll move on if you insist, Ochako said, earning her a glare from Ochako. But as Akin said, they've been looking for 2 weeks for someplace to settle down. Akin stepped forward and gently put her hand on Machi's arm. You're feeling insecure about all of this, aren't you? Machi's shocked look was everything she needed to confirm that. I think most of us understand that we are still fundamentally you after all. If it's too much dash. As her words trailed off, Machi examined the 5 girls, a strange feeling of guilt overcoming her as she saw herself and all of her nervous tics on display. twisting hands, nervous fidgeting, toeing the ground with their boots. Even though she wanted to be selfish and tell them to leave, she also understood where they were coming from. She looked down at Izuku, unconscious but alive, and she was forced to ask herself, if they failed, would she have joined them and become the sixth Ochako in their dimension-hopping adventure? With a heavy sigh, Machi looked back at the girls. We need to establish some ground rules. First, Deku has the final say. If he doesn't want to do this, then you're free to stay, but he's off limits. That also means you all take things at a pace Deku is comfortable with. If he feels overwhelmed or pressured, you will answer to me. She waited for the 5 girls to accept the condition before she continued. Second, we share Deku's time equally. He is trying to be a hero. Just like all of us are. Speak for yourself, Nico said, earning her a glare from Ochako and Machi. Most of us are, Machi appended. It wouldn't be fair of us to take that away from him since I know me and I know why I fell for him. The blushes she saw from the other girls confirmed that she was right. I know it's not perfect, but we'll work it out. Finally, we handle group decisions by vote, and if there's an equal number of Ochakos present, I get the tiebreaker vote. If I'm not there, Ochako does. Ochako pointed to the one for all holder. Hold up. Ochako protested. I get why you want the tiebreaker vote, but why her? I think it's obvious, Ochako said as she crossed her arms. I'm the only one who can keep you in line. The 3 other heroic Ochakos nodded in agreement. I think it's fair, Rara added. If you or Nico can convince enough of us to go along with your schemes, you'll win the vote. It also means that if you can convince one of those 2, you don't have to convince the rest of us, either. Ugh, fine. Ochako, we'll just have to show these other girls what a good time is. I guess so. Ochako gave a mischievous look to Nico, causing the other 4 to shudder in fear. Is that everything? Akin asked. I think so. I'm sure more will come up, but it's good enough for now. Machi looked down at Izuku. I guess we just wait until Deku wakes up to talk to him? The 5 girls nod in agreement. Izuku found himself slowly waking up. He just had the most pleasant dream, No, Machi, and 5 more Ochakos were telling him how much he meant to them, and that he shouldn't be throwing his life away to stop Shigaraki. It made him feel warm and special, even if they were beating him up to do so. Look, he's waking up. Izuku opened his eyes to see Machi staring at him, as well as all of the Ochakos from his dream. Aya! Izuku sat upright at the sight. Why, you're all real. Of course we're real. What did you think? Girls, remember what Machi said about overwhelming him. Deku, Machi leaned in. It's okay, we can take this slow. She offered Izuku her hand and he took it, using her as leverage to pull himself upright. So you all were real? I wasn't dreaming when you said you wanted to. Stay. All 6 girls nodded in agreement, and Izuku realized he may never get used to the sight. I told them that it's your decision. If you don't feel comfortable with it, they'll move on. Move on. There has to be a Zuzu out there who will accept all of us. Akin said. We were kind of hoping that you would be the one. It's only been 2 weeks, but I'm ready to stop, Ochako agreed. I'm just tired of seeing dead Izukus. Seeing Ochako and Akin looking sad, even knowing they were different people than Machi, made something stir in Izuku's heart. He walked over to them and one at a time, pulled each of them into a hug. They both clung tightly to him, acting as if he would disappear if he let them go. As he released Akin, he saw the other 3 looking at him longingly, and proceeded to give the rest of them similarly long embraces. Making up his mind, he turned to Machi. Are you okay with this? No, not yet, Machi admitted before she waved helplessly at the girls. But I'm getting there. She offered him a fragile smile. Besides, if I can't trust myself, who can I trust? Izuku grabbed Machi's hand and held it tightly before he looked at the 5 other Ochakos. I think, maybe we can make it work. Yay! The 5 cheered as they all rushed forward, surrounding Izuku and holding him tightly. He felt all 6 of them shifting around and taking turns, each one being given a chance to hug him properly, and he began to realize how scary their coordination was. He almost felt bad for any villain who was going to have to deal with all 6 of them at once. After a while, they finally separated, giving Izuku a bit of space. So, we should probably get back to the dorms, huh? Izuku asked nervously as he rubbed the back of his head. Although I don't know how we're going to explain all of this. We'll figure it out. Machi declared, her hands balled into fists. Together. Actually, Ochako cut in. You all go on ahead without me. There's something I need to take care of. What's that? Nico asked. Call it some family business. I just noticed this dimension's all for one did something that I need to take care of. Despite the sweet innocent smile on Ochako's face, everyone there shuddered. Any sign of young Midoriya? All Might asked again as they were speeding through the city streets. Nothing, Best Jeanist called from the back of the van, where he was sitting in front of a bank of computer monitors. Not since the tracking device stopped working. I hope he's all right. Will you be quiet? Endeavor practically roared from the driver's seat. We're almost at the location where the device stopped working. They turned the corner and all three heroes suddenly went silent at the sight. In front of them, in the middle of an intersection, was a massive crater, the edges having turned to glass from heat. Looking up, they could see blackened marks on the buildings. What happened here? All Might asked in awe. Could cause something like this, Endeavor speculated. Or All for One. Are we too late? All Might asked with a hint of desperation in his voice. Let's search for clues, Jeanist responded, already passing his companions as he made his way toward the crater. Suddenly All Might jumped as his phone began to ring. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. He didn't recognize the number but picked it up anyway. Hello? Young Midoriya. Thank goodness you're all right. We just arrived at where your tracker was disabled and feared the worst. What happened to you? All Might's eyes went wide as he heard the explanation. So you were attacked by your girlfriend and 5 of her interdimensional counterparts? Are you sure you're okay and not falling for some scheme of the League? Izuku's muffled voice could be heard over the line, and All Might began coughing blood. The vestiges confirmed that one of these young Urarakas possesses one for all. Whatever news came next caused a coughing fit of the likes Endeavor had never seen before, causing him to move and help the retired hero, worried he wouldn't survive. It took All Might almost a full minute to calm down and recover. Well, that explains the crater. And you said she is willingly helping? And once again this was confirmed by Yoichi's vestige. Endeavor watched in silence, wondering what kind of situation Izuku had managed to get himself into as All Might stood there silently listening to the explanation. Thankfully, he didn't have any more coughing fits. Endeavor wasn't sure All Might would be able to survive if he did. I see then. I will respect your decision to return to UA, and we will return there ourselves. Take care, young Midoriya. All Might put away his phone and looked at Endeavor. The good news is young Midoriya is safe. Unfortunately, the situation has become rather complicated. Kana Tsutsumi was busying herself in the kitchen of the hastily abandoned apartment that she and her companion are using as a safe house, making a quick meal for the two of them. Kai Chisaki, meanwhile, sat on the couch muttering to himself, as he was prone to do. Ever since she found him, he seemed to be in a perpetual state of shock. She's not sure if his visiting this boss person will snap him out of it, but some part of her felt bad enough for him that she decided to help him out. The same part of her that remembered those little girls who looked up to her and told her that she was their favorite hero. She sighed at the memory. Now wasn't the time to get sentimental. She had a target. Izuku Midoriya. In a few hours, she was supposed to call in and get an update on his position. In the meantime, here she was making dinner. As she was chopping vegetables, she suddenly sensed something and used her quirk, turning her arm into a rifle as she aimed at the door with years of practiced precision. Not even waiting for it to open, she fired, only to see a white and pink blur burst through the door and effortlessly dodge the bullet. She tried to trace the blur and fire a second shot, but before she got the chance she felt a strong hand on her arm. I've spent years learning to dodge anti-Kana shots, Ochako said almost playfully. Really, it was almost unfair once I stole this super speed quirk. Good effort though. Kana's eyes went wide at the girl's playful expression, like a predator toying with her food. Who are you and what do you want? I'm Ochako Uraraka, successor to All for One. Ochako replied with a bright smile. What? Kana asked in confusion. She met All for One in Tartarus, and he never mentioned having a girl as a successor. Did he change his mind? Are you here to kill me? Quite the opposite actually. Ochako said, I need you to hold still though. Activating her super speed a second time, Ochako grabbed Kana with both of her hands and flipped her over, slamming her into the ground. Before Kana had a chance to act, she saw a hand pressing against her face, and she felt a strange sensation. It felt similar to when All for One gave her air walk, except in reverse. This girl was taking something out of her. I know you can hear me, Ochako started talking, and I know you put a bomb quirk in Auntie Kana. Even though she doesn't know who I am, I'm not going to let you explode her like that. Bomb quirk? Kana asked in alarm. 1 second, I need to dispose of this, Ochako said as she rushed over to where Overhaul was. He didn't even fight back as Ochako grabbed his face, but Kana saw him as he struggled futilely while she did whatever she was doing. I always wanted your quirk. It seems so good, and you just wasted it. For what? Some pride in an outdated organization? Ochako asked. But boss, how can I heal him without Overhaul? Kai asked meekly as he was struggling. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to give you something useful in return. You'll need it to survive when All for One explodes you, Ochako explained. Because I'm feeling generous right now, you're getting a fairly weak regeneration quirk. It's no match for super or hyper regeneration, but it'll keep you from dying. I'm also giving you a quirk that lets you absorb someone's injuries. In essence, you will heal them at the cost of suffering the same injury. Maybe you can do some good in your pathetic life for once. Kana scrambled to her feet and pointed her rifle at Ochako, but it was too late. The girl had already finished transferring quirks. Staring at her hands with a sinister grin, she touched Kai and activated Overhaul. She imagined him screaming as he was torn apart, only to reform moments later with both of his hands. What Ash? You're welcome, Ochako said smugly, before looking out into nowhere. Now then, I noticed you put a bomb quirk in Kana as insurance in case she had second thoughts about your little mission, but I've fixed that problem. She gestured to Kai. As for him, you can blow him up for all I care. I'm going to protect Izuku and I'm going to protect my family, and there's nothing you can do about it. She then turned to Kana. Are you really going to try shooting me again? Why did you do this? It's a long story, Ochako sighed. The short version is I'm from a different universe, where you helped raise me / were one of my bodyguards. I then somehow decided that being a hero would be better for Japan than ruling the underworld. Things went horribly wrong, and after a very long journey I'm here. Kai kept looking at his hands. I can heal the boss now? Of course you can. Ochako rolled her eyes. You'll just suffer whatever fate you put him through. But I'm sure your regeneration quirk can handle it. A light seemed to come back to Kai's eyes. I need to go. He stood up and raced toward the door. Kana simply watched him leave with a sigh. Well, if he's got hands he doesn't really need me to babysit him. She moved over to the now vacant couch and collapsed on it. What's your price? Who's your target? Kana gave her a serious look, only for Ochako to give her an equally serious glare back. After what felt like an eternity, she finally conceded with a heavy sigh. Some kid named Izuku Midoriya. That's what I thought. Consider that contract over, Ochako said flatly. Otherwise you will have to go through me. Are you serious? You just heard me threaten All for One, didn't you? As much as Kana was family to me, I will end you if you try to put out a hit on Izuku. What do you want me to do then? I don't care, Ochako said. But if you want another chance, maybe you can come with me to UA. UA? You can't be serious, Kana scoffed. The HPSC- would throw you in Tartarus given the chance because they don't want their dirty secrets getting out, I know. But look outside. The HPSC isn't exactly in a position to do anything about you right now, and given the chance, I'm sure some of the top 10 heroes would love to hear about what you were ordered to do. Just like they're going to let someone with All for One walk around free? Yep. Ochako had a bright smile on her face. Because me and a couple of my friends are going to clean up the mess that is Japan. You've got guts, kid. Either that or you're insane, I'm not sure which, Kana chucked. You know what? Have it your way. I'll come to UA for you. But if they try to arrest me, know that I will be hunting you down. She shot a serious glare at Ochako. Fine by me. Ochako returned a challenging glare back. As Kana went to gather her supplies, she saw the girl turn into a pink and white blur and leave by crashing through the window. As she watched the glass shatter and fall, she shook her head. What happened while I was in Tartarus? To nobody's surprise, Izuku's return to the dorms was met with chaos. Or maybe it was the fact that there were now 6 Ochakos who entered Heights Alliance, instead of the one that everyone but Tsuyu was expecting. Midoriya, I am pleased to see you are back, but what is going on? What the hell, Midoriya? Mito bro, there's a story here and I want it. Uraraka, what aren't you telling us? Enough! Ochako shouted, using a quirk to give her the tiniest bit of an intimidating aura. Izuku needs space and a bath. You too. She leveled fingers at Tenya and Shoto. Take Izuku to get a shower. But what about clothes? Tenya protested. On it. Nico called from the base of the boys' stairwell. What is she dash? Don't worry about it. Rara said as she grabbed Tenya's arm. I know this is a lot, but trust me, we'll explain everything. Akin said as she pulled Todoroki out of his thinking pose and shoved him towards Izuku. Sorry to drag you into this, Izuku said to his 2 friends, but they don't trust me to shower alone. You're dead right we don't. Tenya looked at Ochako with a glare. I don't know what's going on, but language. He then turned back to Izuku. The feeling is understandable. After all, you did just sneak out without telling us anything, rather than requesting our assistance. Had we known how you were really feeling, we would have helped you. I know this is a lot, Machi tried to explain, but right now Deku needs a chance to rest and recover first. He, kind of took a beating out there. Do we want to know, Karo? Tsuyu looked at the burnt and torn clothes with her usual flat stare, but the meaning was clear. Aizu needed some forceful persuasion. Ochako took the bullet and admitted that out loud. You all know how he is. Suddenly, several members of 1A began backing away from the group. Tenya refused to be intimidated as he examined his friend's condition. Well, they are certainly right. You look like you have been through hell. Let's get you cleaned up and then we can talk. He turned toward Machi. When we are done, I expect a full and clear explanation. After Tenya and Shoto left with Izuku, the 5 remaining Ochakos awkwardly left and made their way to the 4th floor of the dorm room. Meanwhile, the remaining 16 students sat down and looked at each other, hoping one of them would have an explanation for what was going on. While they had begun to brainstorm ways to find Izuku, none of them expected Izuku to come back through the front door escorted by 6 versions of Ochako. None of the students, except one. After a few minutes of silence, Momo turned toward Tsuyu. Wait a minute. Did you know about this? What do you mean, Karo? You said that Ochako was busy earlier, but you didn't explain what she was doing. You also weren't surprised when Izuku came back either. Karo! If you knew, why didn't you tell us? Hagakure exclaimed, waving her arms in the air. They said they had the situation under control, so I decided to let them handle it. And they did. And you're just okay with this? Jiro asked. Let me ask you. Tsuyu began. With everything that we have had to deal with this past year, is this that far of a stretch? Well, no, but... And out of everything that has happened, how much of it has been bad? A lot of it, but... I will take 5 more copies of my best friend showing up to rescue our classmate over one more Jaku City, Karo. Tsuyu explained. The rest of the class tried to argue with her logic but found themselves unable to. Eventually, the 3 boys returned to the common room, shortly followed by the 6 Ochakos. Machi grabbed Izuku and wrapped herself around one of his arms as she led him to the couch, and the other 5 arranged themselves around the couch, with Akin sitting on his other side and Nico perched on top of the end table. So, Izuku started. I believe introductions are in order. Tenya said with a chop of his hand. It would be improper to refer to all of you as Uraraka, And surely you have come up with your own system to refer to yourselves. So how should we refer to each of you? I'm Akin. I used to be Zuzu's childhood friend. But he ran off, just like your Zuzu did. Akin slid herself slightly closer to Izuku, still afraid that he would disappear if given the chance. After nobody else in 1A agreed to help me find him, I went looking for him myself. He died in my arms. The class looked at Akin in stunned silence, only broken by a single, pointed, Kero. I'm Rara, support student at UA who was due to transfer into the hero course. Mito here was actually a member of the League of Villains, and I got caught up in their plot to kidnap Mei Hatsum. Tenya seemed to be struck by lightning at the mention of the girl from the support course. He fought Dabi trying to help me escape and died for his trouble. I'm Nico. Nico happily introduced herself from her perch. Zuku was the best frenemy I could have asked for. Until he didn't listen to me and died saving a little girl named Eri. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Kirishima suddenly burst out. Midobro already saved Eri here. Did all of you experience Midoriya's death? Not me, Chako admitted. You can call me Chako. Like Izu here, I am the 9th holder of One for All in my dimension. Where I come from, All Might defeated All for One 6 years ago once and for all, and I was left without purpose. Izu was a quirkless support student and designed the best med support equipment I ever used. At least Midoriya was safe in one dimension. So why did you leave? Because of me. Ochako, heir to All for One and demon lord of the Japanese underworld. I had planned to attend UA to get close to Izuku so that I could steal One for All for myself, but then I grew close to him. He showed me what a hero could be, and I loved him for it. Then he died in my arms because of my mistake. Ochako looked sad as she leaned over the couch. The room was filled with stunned silence, and Izuku could see the storm that was brewing. He quickly pushed himself off the couch. Now I know what you're all thinking. Midoriya. She's the enemy. We need to get rid of her. She needs to be arrested. Stop. Izuku called upon One for All and stomped the floor, leaving a crack in the floorboard. She's not our enemy. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here right now. The rest of 1A watched in stunned silence as Izuku walked around the couch and pulled Ochako into a hug, and most of them noticed that she was crying as he gently rubbed her back. Once she had calmed down, he led her around to the front of the couch, where Akin gave up her spot and Izuku sat back down, letting Ochako rest against him. Yes, she has All for One. No, she isn't a threat to any of us. If she is, Izu and I will stop her. Chako affirmed. We all will, Akin added, and the other 4 Ochakos nodded in agreement. Sure, she has some scary quirk. But that doesn't mean you should write her off. This is exactly why I was a villain, Ochako said, still sniffling. Izuku offered her a comforting arm and she buried herself in his side. Because heroes can get away with murder while people who have the wrong quirk are driven to become villains. I was ready to tear the system down until Izuku gave me hope. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Rara glared at the class. Ochako. Tsu croaked out, looking at Ochako. What do you want, Tsu? Where you came from? Were we friends? Of course we were. Did I know? Of course you knew. Ochako snorted. You were ready to switch sides and join me before Izuku made me rethink all of my plans. Kero. Tsu stood up and walked over to the couch and sat down, cramming herself between Machi and Chako. Wait, you're joining them just like that? Denki asked. Yes, Kero. And you're not going to tell us why? Because she is my friend. Tsu looked at all 6 of the Ochakos. Given time, I'd like to think they'll all be my friends. 4 of the girls looked at Tsu and nodded vigorously, many of them smiling as Machi mouthed a silent thanks to her best friend. The rest of 1A looked on with mixed reactions before Kirishima finally spoke. If Midoriya, Azui, and Uraraka believe in her, I'm going to give her a chance. If her quirk is that strong, imagine what that means if she's a hero. Mina, Kaminari, and Fumikage all nodded along in agreement. I must apologize for my actions, Tenya said next, bowing deeply to Ochako. You are right that I have judged you harshly simply because of your quirk. After everything that happened to me last year, as well. It appears I still have much to improve on. You guys Izuku said as he began crying. Momo responded swiftly as she used her quirk to create several handkerchiefs, handing them to Machi and Ochako, who coordinated to contain his tears and keep themselves safe from the deluge. Once Izuku had managed to get his crying under control, they returned to the matter at hand. Now that we know how to refer to you, I must ask, why are you here? Well, isn't it obvious? We needed to save Zuzu from himself. Akin stated. You heard about how many Zuzus died over the past 2 weeks. Knowing that this one was alive, we couldn't let it happen to him. That is a very noble goal. Tenya agreed. But now that Midoriya is safe, what do you plan on doing? Isn't it obvious? We're staying here, Nico said. Mito and Machi both agreed with our plan. Machi? Tsuyu asked as she turned to her friend. Everyone else had a nickname from their respective Izuku except me, Machi explained as she rubbed the back of her head. So they sort of forced him to come up with one on the spot. That's so cute, Hagakure exclaimed. It's exactly the kind of name the two cinnamon rolls would have for each other. Mina agreed. That caused Izuku and several of the Ochakos to begin blushing. Despite Ochako and Nico acting like they didn't care, faint blushes could even be seen on them as well. Deciding to save them from further embarrassment, Momo decided to return to the original topic. Why are you staying here? Aren't there more Midoriyas to be saved, much in the way you saved this one? Probably, Ochako admitted. But the goal was to always find an Aizu who was willing to accept all of us. Wait. Kaminari looked at the 5 of them. Does that mean Mito's now a harem protagonist? 4 of the Ochakos squeaked and looked embarrassed, while a 5th looked awkwardly at the rest. Nico simply threw her head back and laughed. That wasn't. No. We didn't dash. Oh, these poor girls didn't really think this through. Midoriya, how could you betray us like this? Mineta cried as he ran towards Izuku, beating on his kneecaps. Izuku was just as red as most of the girls, not really thinking about that part either. Oh, look at them, they're so adorable. Rara was the first to regain her composure before she looked at the rest of UA. After everything that we've been through, can you blame us for just wanting to stop? I guess not. Momo agreed. It must have been taxing for all of you. Slowly the other Ochakos calmed down and nodded in agreement. Yeah. It started out as a fun trip, but we're ready to get off the ride. And Zuka said he'd give us the chance. Which means you're stuck with us. Are you effing kidding me? Bakugo stood up. One round face was annoying enough, now there's 6 of you? As if you're one to talk blasty. Bakugo had 6 pairs of eyes glaring at him, and he refused to back down, challenging all 6 of them. I'll take all of you on. Oh, we'll hold you to that, Ochako said coldly. Later. Anytime, round face. Bakugo glared one last challenging glare at each of the girls before he stormed off. Does he really think he can take us? Ochako asked incredulously. Yes, Machi responded in an annoyed tone. Don't worry about him, Kirishima said. Oh, we aren't worried per se, Ochako explained. But he does have some things to answer for. She eyed Izuku, catching his subtle flinch. Anyways, Tenya called, trying to get the conversation back on track. If you intend to stay here, what are your plans? Besides protecting Midoriya, of course. Be a hero. 3 of them called out simultaneously. Crime spree. Kill Tenko. Everyone looked at Ochako, who appeared confused by everyone's response. What? In every world we've been in, Tenko has been a problem. I'd be doing the world a favor by dealing with him. Also, I need his hyper-regeneration quirk. Don't you already have that? Rarest. But Izuku doesn't. And if anyone needs it, he does. I'm not so sure, Machi responded hesitantly. He may use it as an excuse to hurt himself like he did during our battle with Overhaul. Wait, what happened during that fight? Nico asked, suddenly very interested. Aries' quirk was going haywire and she couldn't turn it off, Izuku explained nervously. The only way to keep me from being rewound permanently was to constantly break all of the bones in my body, so I may have been fighting Overhaul at full strength? That's dash. Insane. Ochako yelled. Izu, I know what a 100% punch does to my body. To willingly subject yourself to it dash is how Zuka died. Nico finished. And this is why I want to shove a hyper-regeneration quirk into one for all, Ochako stated matter-of-factly. You know what? That's sounding more and more like a great idea. Rara said, and several Ochakos nodded in agreement. Great. We're in agreement. Kill Tenko, give Izuku hyper-regeneration, and then we can sleep better at night. Ochako said as she buried herself further in Izuku's side. I'm afraid I cannot condone such an act. Tenya stated, while most of 1A hesitantly nodded in agreement, afraid of opposing the group of girls but agreeing that murder was a step too far. We aren't going to actually kill him, Ochako said. Ochako is just venting her frustration, right? Says you, Ochako said, not even moving from her position. Moments later, she sighed as she could feel the judgmental stares from almost everyone in the room. Fine. I won't kill him. But I'm taking several of his quirks. If you need me to justify it, it'll be much easier to keep him in a jail cell, and I'll gladly explain why, with demonstrations. This seemed to satisfy most of 1A. So what's this about becoming heroes? In case you forgot, most of us were attending UA to become heroes as well. Speak for yourself. Yes, Nico, you're the exception, but you're stuck here with us. Hey. Sorry, Nico, I tried to talk them out of it but we're outvoted on this. Sai was saying, Rara spoke up. We were all planning on becoming heroes, so we don't see a reason to change our plans. We'll just start attending classes with the rest of you. Rara turned to the pouting girls seated on the table. Yes, even you, Nico. But I don't wanna. I'm sure you can find plenty of thrill in hero work. We just need to get you an internship with Mirko. I didn't think she took interns. I'm sure we can convince her. Doubt. Oh, come on. At least give it a shot. Not like you're giving me choice. Nico, Izuku finally said, I think you'd make a great hero. Ah, really? Izuku nodded and smiled at the girl. Your reflexes and speed are amazing. And your time as a thief means you're already stealthy. I think you could put it to good use as a hero. Fine. I'll think about it. Nico crossed her arms and pouted. No fair, using Zuku against me. As Tenya watched the group of 7 students, and Tsuyu interacting, he could feel a headache building. While he was grateful for the fact that they had saved his friend from himself, he already saw the trouble that would come with these 5 new girls. Nizu saw the former and current number 1 hero approaching his office on the monitor and pressed a button on the desk, letting the door swing open. Gentlemen, come in. He chirped. Normally, he draws a small amount of satisfaction from people being surprised by his trick, but the look on the faces of the 3 heroes as they entered the room told him it was going to be one of those meetings. With a sigh, he stood up and put on a kettle of tea. So what brings you back to UA? I thought the 3 of you were following young Midoriya through the streets of Mustafu? About that. Toshinori began nervously. It appears that young Midoriya has returned to his dormitory already. That gave Nizu pause as he was placing the cups out. And why is that? Well, his girlfriend may have fought him and convinced him to bring him back. I wasn't aware that he was seeing anyone. Neither were we, Genist responded. And how did she track him down? Nizu asked, turning toward the heroes. I thought the 4 of you took pains to ensure he wouldn't be found? This is where it gets complicated. Endeavor said with a sigh. You see, it wasn't just his girlfriend. Apparently, there were also 5 more of her alternate universe counterparts who helped. Nizu was thankful that he wasn't holding one of his cups when he heard that. Making sure his hands were free, so as not to break anything, he turned toward Toshinori. Do you mean to tell me that we have extra-dimensional travelers in our dimension? Yes. Did young Midoriya happen to tell you why they were here? Because these girls have seen this exact same plan before. Toshinori sighed. Where they came from, Midoriya died. Endeavor said, sounding almost guilty. Nizu always had a hard time reading human emotions. They apparently were on a mission to prevent the same from happening to our Midoriya. Genist finished. Even if they had to resort to rather extreme measures to do so. This is my fault, Toshinori said, hanging his head. If I didn't push young Midoriya so hard. It appears we have been given quite the windfall, then. Nizu picked up his tray and set it down on the table, pouring tea for everyone. Although I must ask, how did they travel from dimensions? If they have that capability, surely that means there are more people who do. One of the girls possesses all for one, Toshinori said. Nizu dropped the kettle, which shattered on the floor, spilling tea everywhere. He would be more upset, but the news was far more unsettling. And you're okay with this? Apparently the vestiges have some way to communicate between themselves, the vestiges possessed by the girl who has one for all and with the vestige of all for one himself trapped within this girl. And they believe that she means no harm, as long as young Midoriya is safe. One of them also possesses one for all? Nizu asked, making sure he heard that correctly. He didn't even know how to begin analyzing the situation, and it only grew worse the more he heard. It lines up with the battlefield we saw when we lost track of Midoriya. Genist confirms. Please tell me there aren't any more revelations you have before we continue? No, I believe that's all. Endeavor said, crossing his arms. Suddenly, Nizu's phone began ringing. Looking at the three heroes, he stepped around the spilled tea, making a note to hold a funeral for the kettle later. It had served him well. He picked up the receiver. Hello? Yes, hound dog. Nizu listened to the guidance counselor on the other end of the line. And she wants to meet with me? Did she explain why? He paused again to listen, turning his head toward the three heroes who were curious about the conversation. I agree, that does sound highly unlikely, but I have confirmed the validity of her statements. Bring her to my office immediately. Hanging up the phone, Nizu let out a sigh as he turned toward the heroes. It appears that these girls have at least one more surprise for us. The former hero Lady Nagant has just arrived at UA, and she wishes to speak to us. Courtesy of Miss Uraraka. Returning to where he had poured the tea, Nizu picked up one of the cups and drank the whole thing in a single gulp. While the three heroes watched with worried looks, Nizu walked over to where he prepared his tea, unlocked the cabinet underneath, and retrieved a coffee maker. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Once things settled down with their classmates, Izuku grabbed Ochako and Akin and pulled them aside. While he knew those two had been at this the longest, it wasn't until the conversation with his classmates that he realized how much it had been affecting them. He took the two girls up to his room and let them sit on his bed while he grabbed his chair. How are you two doing? Izuku asked. I mean, how are you really doing? I don't want to talk about it, Ochako grumbled. Akin looked at her companion with a frown before she looked at Izuku. The last 2 weeks have been hell. We thought it would be easier finding someplace where Zuzu wasn't dead. Or a villain, or a Nomu, or in a relationship. Don't remind me. Akin shuddered. I still have nightmares about that. That poor Ochako. Izuku, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed at the all-for-one holder. That all happened to me? Yes, that all happened to you. Ochako blurted out, tears stinging her eyes. You're just a magnet for trouble no matter what universe you are in. And you just dive headfirst into it. Ochako. Akin dived at her counterpart and pulled her in a hug. I know you made us leave a few places quickly, but if it was bothering you that much you should have told us. Uraraka and Ochako sure, but I know how it was wearing on you, Akin. I thought I could handle it myself. Izuku came and wrapped both of the girls in a hug, and they held onto him tightly, both crying. It's okay, everything's okay now. And, for what it's worth, I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble. You should be. Ochako cried into his shoulder. Why do you have to be so, you? It's okay, Zuzu's not going anywhere. Akin pushed herself tighter into Izuku's grasp. We're going to make sure of it. You're not going to stop me from being a hero, are you? Izuku asked nervously. Both girls immediately started laughing. No. As if. We know that's who you are. It would be like telling you to stop breathing. The thing you need to learn is there's a difference between being a hero and the form of ritual suicide you were committing. I guess the idea wasn't that great in hindsight. No, it wasn't, Ochako firmly stated before she adjusted herself so that she could look at Izuku. Look, I don't want to have to lock you in a bank vault or anything, but you need to understand that you matter. You may feel like your life is worth less than the lives of the people you save. But we don't see it that way. After everything we've been through, you need to understand that you matter more than you think you do. Izuku felt his own tears coming on. All of you feel this way? Of course. They may not be here, but the other four would say the same thing. Izuku began crying himself, but the girls didn't care. They just clung tightly to Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku could feel his heart expanding as these two Ochakos began taking their place alongside Machi. He knew it would take time, but eventually these girls would mean as much to him as Machi already did, each in their own unique way. And he knew with absolute certainty, the other three girls would be joining them soon. It didn't take long for Izuku to stop crying, only to realize that he had gotten all of their clothes wet from his crying spree. Sorry about that. Izuku apologized as he wiped his eyes before he stood up and walked to his closet, pulling out a dry shirt for himself. I think we all needed it, Akin said from her spot on the bed as she wiped her own eyes. You just gave me an excuse to do this, Ochako exclaimed as she shoved her way past Izuku to grab two shirts, tossing one to Akin. Now get out so we can change. Izuku once again found himself startled by her strength as Ochako easily shoved him out of his bedroom, slamming the door in his face. Looking down at the shirt in his hand, he sighed as he made his way to the bathroom, where he changed into a dry t-shirt. At the rate he was going through his clothes today, he realized he would probably have to do a load of laundry tomorrow. Returning to his room, he knocked on the door and Ochako opened it, and he felt himself blushing at the sight of the two girls wearing his shirts. Ochako wore a white shirt with the kanji for socks written across it, while Akin was wearing a black shirt with a picture of All Might emblazoned across the front of it. I guess this is my life now, Izuku muttered to himself, as the two girls exited the room and the three returned downstairs. When they arrived, they saw the girls making dinner for everyone. Well, almost all of the girls. Why won't you let me join? Rara asked, clearly annoyed that she was banned from the kitchen. We're good cooks, Nico insisted. You may be, but Machi isn't, Mina said bluntly. Unfortunately, I agree, Momo said almost apologetically. After she managed to burn water, we held a vote to ban her from helping us when it was our turn to make dinner. Tsuyu explained. I've been getting better, Machi insisted. And we're not her. Until you prove it, the rule has been expanded to ban all Ochakos from the kitchen, Hagakure said, and several other girls nodded their heads in agreement. No fair. Rara crossed her arms and pouted. How could you do this to us? I can't help it. I mostly lived on instant food and bulk grains. Machi was pouting as she was reminded of her failures in the kitchen. It's okay. Izuku gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. I know you're trying to be a better cook. Maybe the other Ochakos can help you. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Rara said, hopping up from her chair. We'll show them. Thanks, Deku. Machi smiled back at Izuku. They were partway through dinner when the class heard the door to the dorm open and Aizawa entered, looking absolutely done with the world. Everyone sat there silently while he scanned over the class, before landing on the table currently occupied by Izuku, Tsuyu, and all 6 Ochakos. He glared at the group as if they had just personally offended him. Whose fault is this? 5 of the girls pointed to Ochako, who was pointing at Izuku. Izuku, meanwhile, looked like he wanted to disappear under the table, while Tsuyu simply sat there with a neutral expression on her face. You know what? I'm not paid enough to care. Your Nisa's problem, and once this state of emergency is over and you all become second years, you become Nemuri's problem. He shook his head. Speaking of, the principal wants to see the 7 of you. All of us? Izuku asked, making sure he heard correctly. Yes. All of you. The 7 of them stood up cautiously and began making their way to the door, not wanting to further incur the wrath of their teacher. Once they all left, Aizawa let out a sigh and turned to the other 18 students under his care. I'm assuming they told you that they're all going to be staying here? Yes, we have already discussed that, Tenya announced, quickly standing up to address his teacher. Good, then I don't need to explain anything else. They'll be taking over the rest of the 4th floor and the 2nd floor. Ashido, if you don't want to share the floor with them, you can pick any free room on the 3rd or 5th floor. Mina nodded in acknowledgement, trying to decide if she wanted to get all the juicy gossip from sharing a floor with 3 of the Ochakos, or if she would prefer to have some measure of sanity by moving to another floor. Good. Now then, I'm going to lock myself in my room until this crisis is over and I don't have to deal with this mess anymore, Aizawa said as he entered the kitchen and pulled out one of his fruit pouches before heading upstairs. After several tense moments, the students resumed their conversations. As the 7 reached Nizu's office, they saw the principal drinking a cup of black coffee as he ushered them in. Please, come in. I'm sorry I don't have enough chairs for everyone, but I would say this afternoon has been rather eventful. Yeah, you could say that, Izuku said nervously as they entered the office. Now then, I heard some details from the heroes, but I would like to hear it from you girls directly, Nizu said. The 5 girls who attended UA looked at each other nervously before Akin started recapping the story. They went over Ochako's disastrous encounter at Jaku, her dimensional portal quirk, and how they have slowly been traveling around, more Ochakos joining the cause until they arrived here this afternoon. And then we went out, beat up Jailbreaker, and then brought Deku back. Machi finished the summary. I see, and you just happened to recruit Lady Nagant on your way back to campus as well. I owe her a lot. Ochako defended herself. And she's not as bad as the official reports claim. She told us. And she also told us quite a few interesting things, which will be quite a headache to clean up. Nizu sighed. Although with the HPSC in its current state, it may no longer matter as everyone responsible was killed in the attack. Good, they deserve it, Ochako declared. Maybe their replacements can prevent people like me from happening. I certainly hope you intend to help with that endeavor then, Nizu replied. Of course I am. The problem, of course, is convincing the public that someone with all for one can be a hero. Do they need to know? Ochako asked. After all, nobody really knew about One for All either. They just thought All Might was freakishly strong. There's also the complication that there are now 2 copies of One for All, Rara pointed out. Indeed. You 5 seem to have given us new opportunities and many new headaches. As if to emphasize his point, he took a long sip of coffee, causing many of them to wince. Just so we are perfectly clear, what are your intentions here? I am going to defeat Tenko and take several of his quirks, Ochako explained. And then going to hand him over to the authorities to lock him up. And what about the fact that All for One had escaped? We will capture him too, Ochako said, slamming a fist into the top of a chair. And throw him back in Tartarus too. More hyper-regeneration quirks for us, Ochako said almost too enthusiastically. Well, at least our goals align for now. And what do you want in return? We want legal identities, distinct from Machi, Akin explained. That way we can all be our own Ochako. We want to attend UA and become heroes. Which means we'll need provisional licenses. And I want amnesty for Nico and myself for any crimes we may have committed in other dimensions, as well as this dimension's Lady Nagant and Himiko Toga. Well, we certainly will not hold you accountable for your actions elsewhere. As far as we are concerned, all you are accountable for are your actions since you arrived. I believe it will be easy to arrange for amnesty for Lady Nagant, given Endeavor and Genist's interest in what she told them. All Might has also said he is willing to vouch for her. As for Miss Toga, that may be more difficult. I know she can't be free and she needs help, but I owe it to her. I want her to get the help she needs, and not just throw her in Tartarus where she'll be left in her current state. Or get worse. I'll see what I can do, Nizu replied neutrally. And what do you want from us? Nico asked suspiciously. Quite honestly, if you 7 can solve the current crisis in Japan, I believe that will be more than enough, Nizu admitted. This is the closest Japan has come to a civil war ever since the original Metal Liberation Army, and Japan is in turmoil. If your actions can deal with All for One, Tamura Shigaraki, and help us restore peace in Japan, I believe that will be more than enough payment for what you are asking. Deal, Ochako said, a fierce glint in her eye. This'll be fun. Yeah. Several other girls cheered. Nizu sighed and shook his head as he downed the rest of his coffee. Now then, we will be speaking again soon, but I have to make some phone calls. I am afraid I have a long evening ahead of me thanks to the 7 of you. Not wanting to risk the principal's ire, the group retreated from the office to return to the dorm. Nizu, meanwhile, went back to the coffee machine and poured himself another cup of coffee. Time to call Yakumura Mera and inform him of these new developments. As they were walking back to the dorms, Izuku looked at the setting sun and the 6 girls surrounding him. After his earlier talk, he found himself wanting to know more about the other 3 as well. On impulse, he reached out and carefully slipped his hand around Ochako and Rara's arms. There's still a little time left in the evening, would you 2 be up for talking? Both girls turned and smiled at Izuku. Sure. I'm down. Releasing them, Izuku led the girls to the lake, where they found a bench. Sitting down, they saw some refugees on the far end of the lake, but thankfully nobody was nearby. While the 2 girls sat there, Izuku examined them, noticing the small details about them. He already knew Ochako was taller than the others, standing as tall as he was, and much more muscular thanks to One for All. But Rara could easily pass for Machi upon casual inspection. It wasn't until he was sitting here that he began to notice differences. Her fingertips were calloused and her hands were covered in small scars, no doubt from small accidents and working on support devices over the years. On her left cheek, right under her natural blush, he saw a faded scar as well. It looked like she had taken a wound there, and her body had done its best to restore her beauty. He made a note of it. Eventually, Ochako grew tired of the silence and turned toward Izuku. I'm sorry, Izu. For what? Izuku asked, startled as he was pulled out of his thoughts. About earlier. For insulting your all might. Oh. It's just Ochako sighed in frustration. I know where you could be. To know that you've been hurting yourself when you use One for All, that you're stuck unable to turn off danger sense. That you deserve better. I'm sorry. Izuku looked down at his feet. No, you shouldn't be sorry. Ochako held her fist in. You should be trained. And we're going to start first thing tomorrow. I'll help too. Rara chimed in. I've been talking with Ochako, and her quirk is fascinating. Izuku seemed to light up at that. Wait, you don't mean? Yep. Rara grinned. Mito and I always used to talk about quirks. That's so cool. You two were getting off topic. Ochako said, annoyed at the topic of quirks stealing her thunder. Right. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I think I'd like that. I've mostly gotten over breaking my bones, but it'll be nice to turn danger sense off. We'll make sure you never break your bones again. Ochako glared at him. And for the second thing, as soon as this whole thing is over, you are reading a lot of comics. Comics? Chaco's All Might was a huge nerd. Rara explained. He found out All for One loved comics and so decided the best way to fight him was to read thousands of the things. And that was how he defeated All for One 6 years ago. Ochako declared proudly. He assumed AFO was fighting using comic book logic, and it hasn't really steered him wrong. After everything I've seen, I'm starting to agree with him. Which means we're all reading comics. Izuku thought about it before he looked at Ochako. Is that why you left? What do you mean? Ochako asked, her permanent blush spreading. Your dimension. I was alive there, wasn't I? So did you leave because of something in comic books? No. Ochako sighed as she looked away from Izuku, her hands fidgeting. I didn't have a place there. All Might was too good at his job before he finally handed me One for All. And I just didn't know what I was doing. Then an All for One ran right into me. Literally. And it turns out she was me. I see. Izuku put a hand on Chaco's arm. Will you move on after we defeat All for One here? No. Ochako said, her permanent blush spreading to cover her cheeks. I need to watch Ochako. Then she dropped to a whisper. I need to take care of you. We both want to be heroes, Rara explained. Just some of us had clearer paths than others. For all of her power, Ochako may have had it the hardest, trying to find herself. That's why her All Might specifically told her to come with us. He did. Yes, Ochako admitted. Izuku scooted over to Ochako and gave her a side hug, and he felt her leaning into him. She felt different from the others, but it wasn't a bad thing. Silently, Izuku promised to help her find out how to be a great hero, worthy of the All Might she looked up to. Once she had settled in, he turned to look at Rara. You said you had a clearer path? What was it? You. Me. Mido was a villain where I came from. Izuku felt his stomach twisting at the news. How did I become a villain? I don't know, you died before you told me, Rara said, scooting closer to Izuku. He held up his arm and she took the invitation, leaning into him. I was really hurt the day the League attacked Mei and me. Not physically, she unconsciously touched the fading scar on her cheek, but emotionally. Being taken back to the League's base only to see Mido was there. After everything we talked about, how close we got, I had to ask if it was all a lie. She sniffled. When he freed me, he told me that our feelings were never a lie, and then he proved it by dying to protect me. I know it doesn't mean much, but I promise I won't become a villain, Izuku assured the girl. You're dead right you won't. Rara sat upright and glared at him. Otherwise we'll kick your butt again. We've already done it once. Ochako confirmed. I know. Izuku gently smiled at the two, and then Rara leaned back into him. So did Mido also like quirks? He loved them, Rara said. We spent hours talking about them together. I would love to do that with you, Izuku told her. He saw the other girl blush as a smile crept across her face. It's a date. Izuku felt himself blushing as Ochako began laughing, and he felt his heart growing once again. Hearing how he affected these girls' lives, and how they were willing to travel across dimensions, made him want to protect them. To prove that he is worth it. As the seeds of love for these two girls were planted in his heart, he found himself looking forward to seeing how Nico would join the other Ochakos there. When they entered the dorm, Izuku said goodnight to Ochako and Rara, before heading up the stairs to his room. He collapsed onto his bed and simply stared at the ceiling, trying to process everything that had happened today. He didn't get very far when he heard a quiet knock on his door. Deku? Mind if I come in? No. Coming. Izuku sat up and padded over to his door, opening it. To see Machi standing on the other side. I was wondering if we could talk about today? She asked shyly. Sure. Izuku nodded. I've been thinking about the same thing actually. The two moved back to his bed and sat on it, and Machi leaned into Izuku's side. Is this okay? Yeah, it is, Izuku said, sliding an arm around her shoulder to assure her. Today's really been crazy, huh? Yeah. I still have a hard time believing what happened. Trust me, I am too. And I saw them show up in my room. She leaned deeper into Izuku, placing an arm on his chest. After hearing their stories, I'm glad you're safe. Me too. If I had known. Well, now you do. Machi cut him off. If you died, I probably would be willing to hop dimensions just for the chance to find you again too. Izuku tried to think about how to respond to that when they heard a tapping on his balcony door. Concerned, Izuku wrapped himself in full cowling before he carefully opened the door, only to see Nico standing on the balcony. Hey Izuku! Nico said as she examined his room, a flash of disappointment on her face when she saw Machi sitting on the bed, but she quickly shoved it away. I was wondering if you wanted to have some fun. After today, I'm sure you want to relax. Fun? Izuku asked dumbly. Let's go to a training ground. All of us? Machi asked. Yes, all of us. Nico said, slightly annoyed at her counterpart for asking silly questions. While she was hoping to get some time with Izuku by herself, she'd still make the best of it. Sure. I could use some time to unwind. Izuku admitted. Izuku and Machi stepped out on the balcony and the three of them took off, floating over UA's campus. Moments later they had reached ground beta, the three of them landing on a rooftop. Before long, the three found themselves sitting on the rooftop of a building, staring up at the night sky to see the stars. Machi, why did you become a hero? Nico asked. Machi looked at Nico in surprise but saw her simply sitting there, leaning against Izuku's side, her face obscured enough that she couldn't read it. I wanted to help my parents. They always had trouble finding consistent work, and so we had some tight times when I was younger. But they made sure I never gave up on my dream of being a hero. I wish I was that strong, Nico whispered. What happened to your parents? They said the same thing to me, but we were having a much harder time than usual when I was 9. I was so desperate to help them she turned to look at her counterpart. When I saw Mr. Compress, I remembered that he was a famous thief who steals from rich people. And so I chased him, begging for him to take me with him. One thing led to another and I became his apprentice, my dreams of being a hero replaced with a desire to be a master thief. How did your parents take it? I'm pretty sure they hated it. Nico laughed bitterly. But they saw I was happy, and seeing the relief on their faces when I made sure they didn't have to worry about money ever again was worth it. Machi stood up and sat down next to Nico, pulling her into a hug. I'm sorry you had to do that. Don't be. Nico insisted. Still, we had it hard, but never hard enough that I thought I'd. If you think I regret it, I don't. It was fun. And exciting. And it let me meet Izuku. Nico's face dropped at the last statement. While I don't agree with what you did, I think you turned out to be amazing anyways, Izuku told Nico. Really? Izuku nodded. Look at what you did earlier today. Those reflexes are amazing. I think most people would have flinched, but you just kept your cool and still managed to evade my attacks. I had a good practice partner, Nico said as she began blushing. And here you have a clean slate. You can take all of those skills and put them to use as a hero. Nico pushed away from Machi's grasp, and she saw the girl was on the verge of tears. Rather than cry, however, she stood up and tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Tag, you're it? Huh. I've had enough serious time today. So now we're playing tag. And you're it. Nico said, a mischievous smile on her face as she was slowly walking backward toward the edge of a rooftop. Nico, the roof dash. Try and catch me, she said as she stepped back, disappearing from their view. Izuku and Machi rushed to the edge of the rooftop only to see Nico floating down, laughing as she pulled out a grappling gun and fired it, zipping further into the training ground. Well, Machi, I guess we're playing tag now? Izuku said in resignation, before tapping her arm. And you're it. Wait, Deku. She protested before Izuku wrapped himself in full cowling and was off like lightning. Arg. I don't even have my grappling hooks. It was then that she noticed that Nico left a spare grappling gun on the roof. Machi smiled as she realized the other girl wanted her to play as well. Her face twisted as a competitive look appeared on her face. Fine, I'm going to give it my all as well. Grabbing the grappling gun, she took a running leap off the rooftop, activating her quirk on herself. The sounds of the three laughing and bantering could be heard throughout the training ground as they leaped around, all three pushing themselves to their limits in an attempt to avoid being tagged or to tag the others when they were caught. They lost track of time as the three danced across the buildings, streaks of green and pink flashing in the night. When they were finally worn out, all three landed on a roof and collapsed, Izuku supporting Machi and Nico as they leaned into him. That was fun. Machi admitted. Yeah. Izuku and I used to do that a lot. Although the stakes were usually higher since he was chasing me after I robbed some big company. Nico laughed. The three sat in comfortable silence as they cooled down until Izuku finally looked down at Machi. Oh yeah, we never finished our conversation from earlier. It's okay, Deku, Machi said as she snuggled into him. I am already feeling better. I wish I got my goodnight kiss though. Yo, you wanted a goodnight kiss? Izuku asked, his face turning red. I said that part out loud, didn't I? Machi asked as she pulled away from Izuku. When she saw him nodding vigorously, she also started turning red. You two are so cute and hopeless. Nico laughed. I remember when we were that cute. Do you mind if we? Izuku asked Nico awkwardly. No, go right ahead. Nico jumped up and looked at them with a coy smile. I already know my way around Zuku's mouth, but the other girls need to practice. Both Izuku and Machi turned bright red, causing Nico to laugh again as she walked away, sitting down on the edge of the building and giving them some privacy as they turned to each other. I know I technically kissed you earlier, but it was in the heat of the moment and I was kind of hoping for something a little nicer. You know, as our official first kiss. Machi continued, still flustered from Nico. You know, since I didn't actually hit your lips directly and all dash. Why yeah. Izuku shifted so that Machi was kneeling in front of him, and he gently placed his hand on the back of her neck as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders. The two were slow and awkward and had several false starts where they both descended into giggles before Machi finally closed the gap and pressed her lips against Izuku's. The kiss was soft and tender, but it was all they needed to confirm their feelings for each other. Machi pulled back with a bright smile on her face before she crashed her lips into Izuku's again, and he easily matched her fervor. They had spent too long burying their emotions for each other, and it was like a seal had been broken, the two using their lips to tell the other how they really felt. Nico was so busy trying to distract herself from what was happening behind her that she didn't notice Izuku until he was sitting next to her. Thank you for tonight. It's nothing. Nico said a little too quickly, thankful she was able to control her reactions. I think I'm starting to understand what Zuku saw in you, Izuku admitted, as he felt Nico joining the growing crowd of Ochakos that were working their way into his heart. I can't promise to give you what he had, but someday I hope to make you as happy as he did. I'm sure you will. Nico gave Izuku a soft smile before she leaned forward, planting a chaste kiss on his cheek. We should probably get back though. Don't want to get you in any more trouble today, she said quickly as she pushed herself off the building, taking off back toward the dorms. Izuku simply looked at Machi, who gave him a resigned smile, and they took off after her. Once they returned to the dorm, Izuku flew to his balcony while Nico and Machi continued onward to the other side of the building. Once inside, he quickly changed into his pajamas and crawled into bed, the exhaustion he had been seeking earlier finally finding him. Closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted to the brown-haired girl who had captured his heart, and the other 5 brown-haired girls who were, in their own ways, beginning to join her there. The smile wouldn't leave his face as he turned to his side and drifted off to sleep. The next morning Izuku woke up in his dorm room. The fact that he was in his bed confirmed that the events of the previous day weren't actually a dream. This was further confirmed when he sat up and saw 2 girls' shirts thrown in the corner, discarded after he soaked them with his tears. Feeling a strange sense of relief, Izuku stood up and stretched. Despite everything that happened, he felt better than he had felt for a long time. Even the constant pain in his arm felt duller. He also felt lighter than he had ever felt, like Machi had used her quirk directly on his heart. After stretching, he walked over to his closet and pulled out his training clothes. Despite the previous day's events, Ochako had already told him they were going on a morning run before they began training so that he could control all of his quirks properly. As much as it hurt that she insulted All Might's training, she did raise several good points that he was forced to agree with. If nothing else, the ability to turn off danger sense would make his life so much easier. He descended into the lobby and saw Tenya waiting there, as well as Ochako and, to his surprise, Nico. Morning, Zuku. Good morning. Izuku lightly waved. I didn't realize you were joining us. Of course. Compress was a brutal teacher and made sure I had a solid exercise routine. After all, how else are you supposed to evade heroes? Nico flashed him a bright grin, causing Izuku to laugh nervously. I guess that makes sense. He admitted. Shall we get going? Yes. Ochako has already come up with your revised training schedule and was nice enough to share it with me so I can help you keep it, Tenya smiled. I of course agreed to help in any way I can. I remember what happened the first semester, after all. I've gotten better. Izuku protested weakly. You have. But there is always room for improvement. As they finished their morning jog and approached the dorms, they began to slow down. Nico and Tenya waved at the two before they broke off to head inside, while Ochako directed Izuku to follow her. Rara should be waiting for us at Gym Gamma for the rest of our training, she explained. She's enlisted help to teach you how to control danger sense. That sounds nice, Izuku admitted. While he appreciated the quirk in a fight, he had to admit that the constant low-level buzzing in his head had contributed to his desire to leave UA. Even when he was completely alone, the quirk was a constant presence, warning him when other people are in danger as well. As they entered the gym, Izuku saw Rara was working with another familiar face, Mei Hatsum. As she heard the two enter, Rara looked up from what Izuku could only describe as a massive Gatling gun and waved at them. "Morning, guys." "Oh, it's one of my favorite clients," Mei said excitedly. "You didn't tell me he'd be the one helping us test my newest baby." "I may have thought you'd just assume it was him," Rara said with a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Mei had a thoughtful look on her face for a moment before she smiled. "True. I should have guessed it was him." What's this?" Izuku asked nervously. "It's my newest baby, of course." Mei beamed proudly. "It's supposed to help heroes train their reflexes so they can dodge better. It fires up to 120 rubber ball a minute, and can either be guided manually or, thanks to Rara here, it has tracking capabilities." "You added tracking to this thing?" Izuku looked at Rara in disbelief. Rara simply shrugged. "Mei and I worked on something similar back home, so I may have had a spare tracking module in my bag? And you get to help us test it?" Mei exclaimed. "This is exciting. Aren't you worried it's gonna explode or something?" Izuku asked nervously. "Nope," Mei and Rara said simultaneously. Ochako laughed. "Well, this may be overkill, but if Rara says it's okay, I don't see the problem." "Don't I get a say?" Izuku asked, but to no avail. "Training begins now," Mei said as she completely ignored his question and pressed a giant red button. Izuku saw Ochako wrap herself in her galactic shroud as she leaped out of the way, leaving him alone as the giant cannon turned menacingly toward him as it began to spin up. Feeling danger sense screaming in his head, Izuku wrapped himself in full cowling and took off. He bounced around the room and watched as the cannon shot a continuous stream of rubber ball, demolishing all of the cement and concrete constructs in the gym. "Are you sure these are made out of rubber?" Izuku asked incredulously as he saw the impact craters the ball left in one of the walls. "I made sure of it myself," Rara yelled her reassurance. "You still don't want to get hit though." "I see that," Izuku shouted back. Izuku continued flying around the gym for several minutes before the gun finally ran out of ammo, several loud clicks telling him that he was finally safe. With a sigh, he dropped off of his perch on the ceiling to rejoin the three girls. "Okay, so now we know danger sense is working properly," Ochako began before she walked up to Izuku and leaned into him. "Time for the next step." What are you doing?" Izuku felt his face heating up from the sudden proximity. "Calming you down," Ochako said playfully as she brought her hand up to his hair and began playing with it. "It looks like you're doing the opposite," Rara called out. Shut up," Ochako responded before turning her attention back to Izuku. "Just take a deep breath, Izu." Izuku followed her instructions, and after his initial embarrassment wore off, he felt himself relaxing as the other one for all holder gently played with his hair, following her instructions as she made him take steady deep breaths. He found himself leaning into the girl when suddenly a rubber ball hit him in the chest, sending him flying into a wall. "Ow!" Izuku complained as he fell out of the crater onto his knees. "You didn't sense that one coming?" Rara asked. "No, I didn't," Izuku admitted as he struggled to his feet. "See," Ochako said with a smug look on her face. "The easiest way to keep danger sense in check is to just keep yourself calm and relaxed. If you don't think you're in a situation where you may need it, the quirk turns itself off, and you can just be yourself without worry." "I would like that," Izuku admitted. "Ever since it came in I've been feeling more anxious, knowing there's people out there I could be helping dash." Rara took Izuku's hand. "Mito, we know. That's why we're doing this," Ochako said softly. "I know," Izuku smiled warmly at the two girls. He took Chaco's hand and gave them both a gentle squeeze before releasing them. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Mei. "Okay, I want to try without their help." "You got it." Mei loaded another rubber ball into the cannon and aimed it. I'm not gonna warn ya before I shoot. Of course. Izuku said. Izuku stood there and took a deep breath. He began recalling all the images from the past day. He imagined Shaco's fingers running through his hair, and recalled the faces of the girls who literally traveled across dimensions to save him from himself. Each familiar, yet distinct in their own way. He felt the buzzing in his head fading away to nothingness as he found himself looking forward to making even more memories with the 6 girls. And then suddenly he felt his legs collapsing out from under him as another ball connected, sending him to the ground. Izu. Mido. It's okay. Izuku pushed himself up to a sitting position, a big smile on his face. It worked. I think I can turn danger sense off. At least temporarily. Give it some time, and you'll be able to do it even longer, Ochako assured him. For me, it's like a light switch that I can turn on and off at will. What kind of images do you think of to help you calm down? Izuku asked curiously. Ochako felt her face turning red as her permanent blush started spreading. That's private. She insisted. I bet it's Mido. It's Mido, isn't it? Rara lightly jabbed her counterpart. I don't mind, Izuku said. I used my memories of you 6 after all. Eep. Both girls found themselves blushing furiously. Later that afternoon, Nizu had called for another meeting with Izuku and his dimension-hopping companions. At the appointed time, the group made their way to the main building of UA. Once inside, they found the conference room that was normally reserved for staff meetings and opened the door. Inside, they saw Nizu sitting at the head of the table, while All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and, to everyone's surprise, Lady Nagant sat alongside one side of the table. So you did come. Ochako said happily. Turns out your crazy idea actually worked, Kana said with a cynical smile. These guys, at least, seemed very interested in my story. It was a lot to take in, Toshinori admitted. But it was eye-opening. Indeed. Let's just say it's a very good thing that the HPSC is currently in a state of disarray and many of the people responsible are currently out of the picture, Nizu agreed. Do I want to know? Machi asked. Nope. Everything is fine. Ochako said with a too-wide smile on her face. We'll get the answer out of you later, you know, Ochako said. Try me. We'll get Zuzu to ask you. Wait. That's going too far. Ochako protested. Ochako, is it really bad? Izuku asked. Kana laughed at the antics of the group on the other side of the table. She could tell Ochako was a threat from the few minutes she spent with her, but seeing this side of her painted her in a completely different light. Let's just say the HPSC isn't as clean as you think, and your friend there convinced me to expose them. Really? Several voices called out in surprise. Don't worry. Toshinori tried to assure them. We'll take care of it. You just focus on more important business. Indeed, Nizu turned toward the students. First off, I did get the HPSC to agree to give you all your own unique provisional licenses. We'll have to take photos for each of you, as well as your hero names, but in the next few days you will all legally be provisional heroes. Excuse me, Rara raised her hand. Is this okay? I mean, I was a support student. I wasn't supposed to transfer to the hero course until next dash. Of course it's okay, Nizu assured her. Your actions over the past 24 hours have proven all of your heroic natures and shown you worthy of becoming heroes. You will also be assigned to Class 2A when this crisis is over and the new semester starts. What about our own identities? Ochako asked. Well, about that, Nizu gave a toothy smile. Since the government is a mess, I don't think anyone would be surprised if certain paperwork turned up that revealed Ochako Uraraka was actually one of 6 identical twins. It's a very strange coincidence, but I'm sure that in a few weeks that will be found and sorted out. You can do that? Akin asked. As much as we would like to throw some of you in jail, Endeavor glared at Ochako, who glared back. Given the current crisis, it is best if we have you on our side, rather than having to deal with another all-for-one holder. And you know what? I'm planning on being a great hero to spite people like you, Ochako spat out. Because the system is designed to make villains like me. She's right, you know. Nagant pointed out. I wish more people had your attitude, Genist admitted. I have my own reservations, but between Nagant yesterday and you today, they are rapidly diminishing. Thank you. Moving on. Toshinori quickly said, cutting Endeavor off before he could speak again. This still leaves the major issue of dealing with. Tamura Shigaraki. Young Uraraka, I hear you have the ability to track his whereabouts. Yep. Ochako concentrated slightly and called upon search. He is still in a camp near Tartarus. I don't have all of the league locked in with my quirk, but all of the ones I do have are in the same area. I'm glad to hear he hasn't decided to assault UA directly, now that young Midoriya is back. It would be foolish. If they decided to attack UA, they would most certainly lose. But the casualties would be horrific, Genist pointed out. You have plans for that, right? Rara asked Nizu. I do. But they require time to take effect. Time we wouldn't have if we didn't know he was coming. You want me to keep search locked onto Tenko all the time, don't you? Indeed. I know it will be annoying, but think about all of the civilians we currently have housed here. Ochako didn't need to look at the others to know Izuku and all of her other selves were staring at her. Letting out a loud sigh, she conceded that point. Fine, I'll keep a lock on him and let you know if anything changes. How are we going to deal with his quirk, anyway? Machi asked. Oh, that's simple. Rara explained. We just need to pin him long enough for Ochako to steal decay. I'm going to need to steal his hyper-regeneration as well. I should probably steal search from him too, and give that back. Ochako put an index finger to her lip as she thought about it. Those are the big ones. After that he'll be much easier to stick in jail. What are you planning on doing with a hyper-regeneration quirk? Endeavor asked suspiciously. Oh, I'm going to add it to One for All. Ochako smiled happily as she pointed to Izuku. What? Toshinori said. You shouldn't go anywhere near One for All with your quirk. The vestiges know, Izuku replied softly. They are okay with her adding hyper-regeneration to the quirk stockpile. Toshinori sputtered, before letting out a loud sigh. I guess if that's the case, I have no room to talk. Nope. And it'll protect Zuku. A fair point, Genist agreed. If you had a quirk like that 6 years ago, you wouldn't be in the situation you're in after all. Please don't remind me, Toshinori grumbled before looking at the assembled students. Do you think you're strong enough to restrain Shigaraki long enough for young Uraraka to steal those quirks? Yep. Ochako said. Izu's already showing signs of improving on his own training, and we still have the advantage of surprise. There may be 2 copies of All for One currently, but they don't know we have 2 copies of One for All. They may know about my copy of All for One though, Ochako admitted. I may have been a bit overdramatic when I pulled that bomb quirk out of Kana. For what it's worth, I appreciate that, Kana said. I very much prefer being alive. What about the rest of you? Genist asked the others. You just have your normal quirks, will that be enough? Of course. They all said fierce looks on their faces. I'll need to work with May, but I have a few ideas about how to update all of our grapple launchers to help us restrain him. I'll also replace all of our support cables with ones that can break away if he uses decay on our cables. You realize this is going to be an extremely dangerous operation, even with these precautions, don't you? Of course. Machi stood up. But Deku was willing to risk everything. He tried to run away because he wanted to protect us. We didn't let him, and now it's our turn to show him what we can do. Excellent, Nizu said. We're looking into receiving some international help. When they arrive, we'll plan our attack. Really? Izuku asked. What kind of help? Let's just say some heroes from the United States may be joining us, Toshinori said cryptically. After dinner, most of 1A cleared out of the common area, leaving Izuku and the group of Ochakos alone. There, they sat together, all sharing the same nervous energy as they waited for their parents to arrive. Every sound caused one or more of them to jump and turn, only to relax as they discovered it was just a classmate moving through the building. Finally, the front door opened, and 7 pairs of eyes turned to the door as Toshinori entered, followed by their parents. Ochako felt herself breaking as she saw them for the first time in 12 years. They were older than she remembered, but there, in the entryway, stood her parents. Alive. Suddenly she wasn't the successor to All for One. She was simply a 4-year-old girl again, standing in front of a collapsed apartment building, calling out for her parents. Mommy! Daddy! Activating a speed quirk, she closed the gap in a heartbeat and pulled her parents into an inescapable hug. You're alive. You're okay. Of course we are, Ochako. Mio reached out to slide her daughter's hair and comfort her. Why wouldn't we be? Katashi was about to comfort his daughter when he suddenly noticed the other 5 girls on the couch, all looking exactly like his daughter. Meow, something funny's going on. What is, oh? Mio said. Surprise. Machi said in embarrassment. Honey, Mio asked the girl attached to her. Are you really our little Ochako? Of course, I'm your Ochako, Ochako whimpered. I may not be Machi, but I'm still your little girl. Please dash. All of us are, Akin said. Honey, can you let us go so we can sit down? Katashi gently asked Ochako. Why, sorry. Ochako released her parents and stepped back, wiping her tears away. It's been so long. Let's sit down and then you can explain everything. The 3 parents sat down on one of the couches before Ochako reattached herself to her mother, and they began explaining what happened. When Ochako explained how her parents died, Mio and Katashi were shocked, and finally understood how she acted as they adjusted themselves and held her close. As the other Ochakos explained their own history, they simply listened, trying to digest everything. When they were done, a heavy silence filled the air until Katashi finally spoke. So you mean to tell me that now we have 6 daughters? Don't worry, Dad, I'll help raise money. No, you won't. 4 of the others yelled at Nico immediately. Rather than back down, she simply stuck her tongue out at them. We'll help as much as we can, Rara explained. I'll try selling some of my designs, Dash. And I'm sure we can do work studies now that we have our provisional licenses. Ochako added. We'll do our best to earn money to help. Don't forget we'll be going after Shigaraki soon, Ochako said from her position nestled between her parents. We may be able to convince the Japanese government to give us enough money for all of us to get through school comfortably and more once we deal with him. Inko sat in a daze for a few minutes, only half hearing the discussion as she processed everything that she heard, but without warning she bolted upright and attached herself to her son as tears streamed down her face. I'm so glad these girls were able to bring you back to UA. You have such amazing friends, Izu. More than friends, Dash, Izuku said as his face started heating up. I'm actually dating Machi. Anime befallen for Theather Saswell. What? Inko pulled back to stare at her son. It's true, Nico said. We asked if he'd be okay dating all of us at once, and he agreed. Not all at once. Machi said quickly. We're all going to take it slow and figure things out. Inko and Mio suddenly looked at each other with a glint in their eyes, while Katashi looked like he was ready to read the riot act to Izuku before his wife grabbed his sleeve. Honey, not now. But Mio. If these girls are strong enough to cross dimensions to find Izuku, they must really love him and believe in him. I don't think they need our help to protect them. Katashi crossed his arms. But what about the tradition of scaring the boy silly? Despite her tears, Inko managed to throw a menacing glare at the man. I think my son's been through enough in the past few weeks. He doesn't need his girlfriend's father intimidating him right now. Fine, Katashi gave a resigned sigh before glaring at Izuku, but you'd better ask me before you ask my girls to marry you. And no kids until after you graduate. Mio added and was very satisfied to hear all 6 girls squeak and turn bright red. Why don't we move over to the dining area? Machi said, trying to calm herself down and not think about what her parents just said. One of our classmates made a cake. And I bought a bunch of mochi. Nico added quickly. You didn't steal that, did you? Akin asked the other girl. No. I bought it, I promise. I think we have a lot to learn about all of our new daughters, Mio said to her husband as she watched the girls interact with each other. It sure seems like it, Katashi said as he stood up, looking over the girls, a fond smile appearing on his face. But it sure seems like they're all our little Ochakos. Aizawa looked at the clock on the monitor. 2 a.m. With a sigh, he stood up from his desk and left his room. He needed some coffee. Making his way to the kitchen, he began a fresh pot of coffee when he heard a strange whirring noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a glowing blue portal before Ochako Uraraka stepped through. She was wearing thick goggles and a lab coat and had a strange white plastic gun in her hands. Aizawa let out a pained sigh. No vacancy. What? Ochako squeaked out in surprise as she spun to look at the teacher. Aizawa glared at the girl. We've already got plenty of Urarakas here. We don't have room for any more. Wait, there's a bunch of me here already? Ochako asked in confusion. Does that mean Izuku's alive here? Yes. They already went out and saved the problem child from himself, and then they decided to get comfortable here. How many Ochakos are there? 6, Aizawa sighed. Which is 5 too many already. That's so many. As I said, we're full. I get that your situation SCKS, but I'm sure there's more Midoriyas out there. With a sad look on her face, Ochako lifted the gun and pulled the trigger, opening a portal on a nearby wall. Hanging her head, she reluctantly walked through the portal before it closed. Aizawa let out a pained sigh and turned to look at the brewing coffee. He wasn't looking forward to this becoming a regular thing. Ochako sat at her desk, reading a book and enjoying a few quiet moments to herself before they began training when she noticed something with Search. Tenko was on the move. He was heading toward Mustafu, and fast. With a savage grin betraying weeks of pent-up frustration, she stood up and grabbed her costume case. Time for a little stress relief. Izuku sat at a table eating a late breakfast with Ochako and Rara. They had just finished up the morning training session and were discussing his progress when they suddenly saw 3 of their companions exiting the stairwell in their hero costumes. We've gotta go. Nico called as she exited the stairwell for the boys' side of the dorm, throwing Izuku's costume case at him, which he barely caught in time. What happened? Ochako asked as her training kicked in and she stood up. Tenko's on the move, Machi explained. He's heading this way. Do we know where he's going? Izuku asked. Not yet, Ochako said. Seconds later, they saw Aizawa exiting the stairwell as he gave a tired look to the group. I swear this better not be some sort of twisted revenge plot for threatening to expel you. It's not. Aizawa let out a tired sigh. I've already contacted Nizu and we're going to prepare UA's defenses. You 7, I know I can't tell you to stop what you're about to do, but you'd better not die on me. We won't. 7 voices yelled simultaneously. Behind his scarf, Aizawa allowed himself the barest hint of a smile. Good, otherwise I'll have to expel the rest for failing to protect your teammates. He turned toward the scattered students in the common area. The rest of you get ready. We don't know if UA is about to be attacked or not, but we have civilians to protect. A few minutes later, the 3 returned to the common room dressed in their costumes, where the rest of the Ochakos were standing around impatiently. All right, I messaged May and the support department are already engaging emergency protocols. They aren't going to make UA fly, not yet at least. But they're prepared to turn this place into a flying fortress if necessary. Do you have any better idea where Tenko is going? Izuku asked Ochako. Ochako had a look of deep concentration on her face before she finally turned to Izuku. I think he's heading a little south of UA. Can you call All Might? Ochako asked. If something changed, he might know what's going on. Aha. Izuku nodded as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. All Might? Tenko is heading toward Dash, he paused. Of course, Nizu told you, Ochako said she would keep tracking him after all. Another pause. She says he is heading somewhere south of the school. Izuku stood in silence as All Might explained what was going on before his eyes went wide. We can't let that happen. Come on, what's going on? Shh. Let him finish. Izuku did his best to ignore the girls around him and focus on the phone call. We'll be careful. If Star and Stripe is really there, I'm sure we can stop him. He paused one last time. Thanks. Goodbye. So, what's going on? The American hero Star and Stripe is flying into Japan, along with several state-of-the-art bombers, Izuku explained as he pocketed his phone. All Might is with Endeavor and Best Jeanist on the beach where they were planning on meeting them. That makes sense. Rara exclaimed. That trash heap is kilometers to the south of here. So he wants to fight her alone? Well, he's got another thing coming if he thinks we're gonna take this lying down. Yeah. Let's get going. As one, the group left Heights Alliance. Outside they saw a flurry of activity as civilians were moving to shelters while teachers and students alike were preparing the school for an attack. Trusting everyone, Izuku and Ochako called on float, while Ochako activated her own flight quirk. With practiced precision, the other four used their quirk on themselves before they attached themselves to Izuku and Ochako via grappling hook. Everyone ready? Izuku asked, looking at the six. Determination was etched onto all of their faces, born out of their shared desire to keep him safe. Yes. Izuku couldn't help but smile at them. As he saw them standing there, he swore to protect each and every one of them, just like they wanted to protect him. Let's go stop Tenko. The three took off, one green comet and two pink comets SNG across the sky toward Takoba Beach. Tamura Shigaraki stood on the back of the winged Nomu, circling around the bomber star, and Stripe was standing on, looking for an opening. He could probably land on the aircraft and decay it, but he'd leave himself open to her attack for a brief moment, a moment that he couldn't afford to waste. Suddenly he felt more than saw as the bombers began firing lasers at him. These low-level mobs think they can stand a chance, Tamura said disdainfully as he held up a hand, calling upon Reflect to create a barrier around himself. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the lasers as they bounced back toward their owners, causing the aircraft to scatter. The boss mob is the only thing I care about. He crouched and prepared to jump across the gap, engaging with the hero when suddenly he heard a voice from deep within All for One. Careful, something is wrong. What? Tamura asked in confusion as he looked around. There, in the distance, he saw three comets, one green and two pink, blazing across the clear sky as they were heading directly toward him. One of the comets stopped suddenly, launching familiar red and black tendrils in his direction. He was too busy trying to figure out what was happening when he felt the tendrils from rivets stab pierce his arms, pinning them in place and separating him from his ride as the two remaining comets closed the distance. Smash! Hammer! Tamura took the full force of 2-1 for all users as they punched him, sending him flying. He screamed in pain as he was torn from the black and crimson spikes, his hyper-regeneration quirk working overtime as it repaired the damage. From her position on the bomber, Kathleen Bates stood in stunned silence. "Ma'am, what just happened?" One of the pilots asked over the radio. "That's what I'd like to know." She responded. After the impact, she had time to assess the situation, and she saw a young boy in a green costume and 6 girls. 5 wearing similar costumes with the final one wearing a costume that was reminiscent of the boys. Without prompting, she saw 4 of them release grappling hooks from the remaining 3. The girl in a green costume fired a grappling hook toward the bomber Kathleen was on, and she saw it hook onto the wing. She assumed a defensive posture but decided to let her approach. They at least shared a common enemy, and she was sorely lacking in intel right now. The girl reeled herself in with a wrist-mounted grapple launcher. As she approached, Kathleen noticed that she wasn't using a flight quirk. Rather, she appeared to be floating there, as if her body was operating under different rules of physics. As if to emphasize this point, once she stopped reeling herself in her position quickly flipped, and she was now being pulled along, floating just above the wing of the plane, dangling by her grappling hook. "Who are you?" Kathleen asked cautiously. "Ochako Uraraka, at your service," Rara explained with a bright smile behind her green-tinted mask. "We've been waiting for Tenko Shimura to leave his cave for a week." "Tenko Shimura? Oh, you probably know him as Tamura Shigaraki," Rara realized, her index finger touching her mask. "It's a long story. We can explain it all later. When All Might told us what was going on dash." "Wait, you know All Might?" "Yeah." She bobbed her head vigorously. Or at least, that's what Kathleen assumed she was doing since her whole body was bouncing around at the end of a grappling hook. "He's our teacher and Mito's mentor." "But she's just a teenager," Star heard the pilot exclaim on the radio. "They all are." "I see that," Kathleen said dryly into the radio before looking at Rara. But they've got guts. Do the 7 of you really think you can handle someone like him? Of course. Rara gave her a thumbs up. We've got a plan and everything. At that moment, Kathleen saw a lot of herself in the girl floating there, and couldn't help but feel the corner of her lip pulling upward into a smile. What are you planning? It took several seconds, but Tamura was finally able to call upon his own flight quirk and stabilize in the air, glaring at the group arrayed in front of him. One annoying greenette in particular. You! Tamura yelled. You're always there. Always trying to stop my plans. Why won't you just die? Throwing his hand forward, Tamura activated his own rivet stab. As he watched, his fingers turned into black and red tendrils which raced toward his hated nemesis. Only for a brown-haired girl to get in the way, the tendrils impaling her. Her body shuddered involuntarily as she was impaled, but she wasn't showing signs of fear or pain on her face. Ochako! Izuku called out, worried for the girl who took the blow. Ochako seemingly ignored Izuku's fearful cry as she glared at Tenko. Hello, Tamura. Or should I call you Tenko? Well, this is interesting. An NPC throwing themselves in front of the boss monster. Tamura began to retract the rivet stab, expecting her to fall when she was no longer supported by the tendrils. To his shock, she remained floating, and he saw the damage begins to heal almost immediately. Almost as Ochako threw her head back and laughed. Oh, I'm not an NPC. I'm the hidden boss. Or did your dear sensei not tell you about me? Sensei would never dash. Don't forget about us either. Ochako said as she pulled up next to Ochako, wrapped in the pink aura of her galactic shroud, and Tamura saw 3 more girls, all with the same face and brown hair as they lazily floated into position next to the others. Wait, you used a character duplication glitch. Tamura complained. How is this fair? Ochako simply shrugged before she gave him a menacing smile. I guess your sensei never told you everything you could do with all for one, huh? Let me put it in words you'd understand. Get good. As she finished speaking, she threw her hands forward and activated rivet stab, sending menacing tendrils toward Tamura. At the same time, Akin, Nico, and Machi all fired nets made out of the same carbon fiber material as Aizawa's scarf. Inside the vestige realm, All for One released his grip on Tenko as he watched in horror through his successor's eyes. His plans hinged on keeping One for All separate from New Order. And now not only were they at the same place, but there was that damnable girl who had the gall to claim herself as his successor. Hello, my dear self. After 160 years, All for One was not someone who was easily startled. Seeing a copy of himself manifesting 5 feet in front of him, however, was enough to make even him jump. What the hell is going on? He demanded. The other Shigaraki chuckled. It's something I have mastered with the help of our dear brother, actually. As it turns out, if our quirk or One for All is in close proximity to another powerful quirk, we can create a bridge of sorts and project ourselves to visit the associated vestige realm. Normally it takes some time to pinpoint the vestige realm, but thanks to Yoichi, we discovered how to do it quickly. Why are you here? All for One asked cautiously as he tried to process the news. Oh, I am here to gloat. You see, I've learned something very important over the past 2 weeks. And that is that our plan to turn Tenko into a screaming ball of rage before we took over his body was an absolutely horrible plan. In every dimension that we've visited, it has ended in failure for us and our death. Usually, we at least had the satisfaction of destroying One for All in the process, but that is a small consolation. If that was your plan, then why are you in her? The Shigaraki frowned. Our dear Garaki decided to jump the gun and put my quirk into an emergency vessel. Namely, the girl you see in front of you. Well, one of her. However, due to an unfortunate turn of events, I have no way of controlling her. She has our quirk, and all of the quirks contained within it, and I am powerless to do anything but sit and watch. What a sorry state to be in, All for One scoffed. What's the point then if you can't do anything? Oh, on the contrary. It turns out that giving her my quirk was the one good decision the dear doctor made in his miserable life. Or did you forget the part about how every time we've transferred our quirk to Tenko, it has resulted in our death? What's your point? Oh, come on, you should know me better. We're taking our time getting to the good part, Shigaraki said gleefully. You see, if it wasn't for Garaki's meddling, she would have been wildly successful in our dimension. It may have taken another 40 years, but she would have ultimately reunited us with our brother's quirk. Then why are you here? Because Garaki is an idiot. He decided that this girl wasn't worthy of my power, and tried to transfer a backup copy of my quirk into Tenko. And guess what happened? All for One had a horrified look on his face. No dash. And he took One for All with him, which began this little dimension-hopping escapade. Fortunately for us. Well, for me, anyways, the One for All holder here seems similarly amenable to my holder's original plan, and she'll have another chance at achieving our goal. How? All for One asked incredulously. Shigaraki chuckled menacingly. You see, we were wrong. We thought hatred would be strong enough, but it isn't. The power of love, on the other hand? It enables so many things. I can't believe you. You're okay with just watching? Oh, it's absolutely infuriating, Shigaraki admitted. But you know what's more infuriating? Sitting inside a cell in Tartarus, unable to do anything. You think Tartarus can contain me? Once she takes your means of escape. What? Oh, she's been planning her revenge for weeks, Shigaraki said gleefully. She knows exactly what quirks to take from you that will render you helpless. You may be in a fresh body, but it won't make a difference. Why would you let her do that? For the first time, All for One felt afraid. Because she and I share the same goal. And since we already know that Tenko is the issue. No. Well, I must be off, Shigaraki took a bow. May the best successor win. All for One watched helplessly as Shigaraki gave him an infuriating Cheshire grin before he disappeared. Tamura felt the cables of the 3 capture nets wrapping around him, entangling him as they twisted around each other. A temporary setback, buying the heroes seconds at best. Tenko was able to wiggle his fingers enough to touch the net and began to decay 2 of the nets, giving him just enough breathing room to dodge the incoming rivet stab. As the 3rd net crumbled to dust, he reached out in an attempt to touch the offending black tendrils and decay the offending All for One holder, but Ochako was faster, canceling her quirk and pulling the tendrils back before he could reach them. Don't you dare touch her! Izuku yelled as he flew in, delivering a powered kick to Tamura's side. Tamura found himself recoiling, but quickly caught himself. Don't think you're catching me a second time. He screamed as he charged at Izuku, his hand outstretched, only to see a cable wrap around Izuku's torso and pull him backward. No touching our Izuku, Nico said as she fired another cable around Tenko's outstretched arm and began yanking it, momentarily knocking him off balance. Do you want to die so quickly? Tamura turned and used the momentum to launch himself toward the Phantom Thief. Nope, Nico said as she dropped the grappling gun and pressed her hands together, releasing her quirk and letting gravity overtake her, plunging toward the ocean below. Seriously? Tenko asked as he watched her stick out her tongue before pressing a hand against her arm and activating her quirk. We're not letting you have your way, Izuku said, bringing his fists down in an overhead punch that connected, sending Tenko toward the ocean. How do you think you're going to stop me? Tenko asked as he flipped around and aimed upward. I am unstoppable. Holding up his hand, Tenko began combining quirks. Air cannon, radio waves, heavy payload. He felt energy crackling on his fingertips as he felt the quirks combining in his hand before unleashing a massive attack. From her position on the circling bomber, Kathleen used New Order to bring up a defensive screen, protecting herself, the bomber, and the girl floating next to her. The others were too far away for her to help, and she was forced to watch as the massive laser cut across the horizon, filling the sky. Her eyes went wide as she saw its light consumed the silhouettes of the 6 students. Aren't you worried about your teammates? Kathleen asked Rara, who was still dangling on the wing, seemingly unconcerned about Tenko's attack. What kind of heroes would we be if we didn't have a plan for a giant laser? Rara asked calmly. Besides, I saw Mito tank worse just a week ago. You faced worse? Kathleen asked in disbelief. Yeah. Ochako down there fired her big laser at Mido when he was being stubborn. He took it and was ready for round 2. Kathleen couldn't help but stare at the girl. Just who are these people? So, what do you think of our plan now? Rara asked curiously. I think if anyone can pull it off, you 7 can. Great! Rara responded with a beaming smile and a thumbs up. That makes things so much easier. Let's stop all for one for good. Kathleen shook her head as she turned back to the action. For now, her part in the plan was simply to hang back with her boys. As much as she wanted to engage directly and help, it was personal for these kids. After releasing his attack, Tenko was expecting the sky in front of him to be cleared of his pesky opponents, letting him turn his attention back to Star and Stripe. So why were those 6 annoying pests still in the sky when the light faded? Huh, I expected better, Ochako said as she lowered her hands, a shimmer fading as the only sign that she had used a quirk to protect the group. Wow, no wonder All Might was able to defeat All for One so thoroughly if this is the quality of villain he wanted for his successor. I kind of feel bad for Zuzu now, Akin said sadly. If we knew how bad Tenko was with his quirk. But this time we're here. Machi reminded her. And we're going to stop this Tenko here and now. Right. Akin steeled herself. I won't let it happen again. Zuzu isn't alone this time. You guys? Izuku looked like he was about to cry, he was so happy. He steeled himself before he looked at Tenko. Let's end this, once and for all. Tenko simply stared incredulously. How? Why didn't you die? The answer's pretty clear, Ochako said smugly as she crossed her arms. It's a skill issue. Despite the voice in the back of his head calling out to him, telling him to not let their goading get to him, Tenko saw red. With a growl, he directed his Nomu to charge the smug girl, determined to teach her a lesson. You really need to pay attention to your surroundings. Ochako said as she shot upward, throwing out Black Whip and wrapping it around Tenko's outstretched arm. Tenko wrenched his arm in an attempt to free himself, only to suddenly feel a JRK as his Nomu mount was pulled out from under him. Machi and Akin had attached cables to the Nomu and released their quirks and were quickly plummeting toward the ocean, their weight dragging the unprepared Nomu with them. Machi and Akin watched the water racing toward them, both with their hands hovering over their arms as they approached the ocean's surface. While they didn't have Nico's confidence, they had been practicing with her and improving their split-second response time, trusting their quirk to keep themselves safe. They felt the Nomu thrashing against the cables, struggling to regain its balance with the extra weight. Now! Machi called and the 2 girls both activated their quirk, suddenly feeling their downward momentum halt with plenty of space between themselves and the ocean below. The Nomu, struggling to compensate for the added weight and force, suddenly found itself rocketing upward. Seconds later it crashed into Tenko, who involuntarily reached out and placed a hand on the creature's back, his decay going to work immediately. The pair released the grappling hooks, preventing the decay from spreading down them, before being caught by Izuku and Ochako, stopping their rapid ascent. Thanks, Deku, Machi said as she let herself linger in Izuku's grasp for a moment before letting go, her attention turning back to the battle. Tamura was forced to stare as his ride was falling apart, his decay overpowering the creature's super regeneration. He leaped in the air to keep himself safe, activating his flight quirk, only to hear a rush of air coming toward him. Something wrong with your ride? Ochako asked as she punched Tenko, sending him flying backward. Time to show you what a real laser looks like, Ochako said as she released Akin from her grip. Heavy payload, light manipulation, quirk enhancement ×4, air cannon. As she quickly recited the names of the quirks, her arms began glowing in a bright light before she fired her blast. From within Tenko, All for One decided that desperate times called for desperate measures, and forcibly took control of his host's body. Light refraction, scatter, All for One quickly called out, as he raised Tenko's hands in response. He felt pressure in the back of his head as Tenko tried to rebel against his control, but he refused to let this upstart girl come here and destroy all of his hard work. Since that other version of All for One had the gall to come here and ally himself with One for All, he would just have to show him who was truly the better demon lord. Sensei, I won't let you. What? All for one suddenly felt his control over his quirk waver. It was just a moment, but it was all that was needed. Ochako's attack broke through the barrier he had acted around himself, and he was engulfed in the blast. He screamed as he felt himself being burned. Hyper-regeneration was already working overtime to repair the damage caused by the laser, but the pain prevented him from rebuilding his barrier. "Tamura, what are you doing?" All for one yelled. "That girl can use all for one and is still in control, why can't I be in control?" The voice of Tenko Shimura asked petulantly. "Because she is a mistake. A foreign invader seeking to destroy me, to destroy us. Give me back my body." "No. I spent the last 15 years carefully cultivating you to be the perfect host for all for one. It's only a matter of time." "What do you mean, cultivating me to be the perfect host? We're in the middle of a fight, we don't have time for this. Answer me." All for one felt a searing pain in his chest as hyper-regeneration failed him and, for the first time in many years, he felt a new sensation. "Tamura, stop this rebellion at once." All for one desperately called as he cancelled flight, hoping to use the same trick the girls used to drop below the laser's effect. "If you don't give me back control, you'll die too. Or you give me control and I deal with them. It's what you cultivated me for, right? To destroy anything I hate? This isn't supposed to happen. You're supposed to be weaker than this. All for one was supposed to consume you, leaving me in charge. I'll be sure to thank that girl later. In the meantime..." All for one screamed as he felt Tenko wrest control of his body away from him, only to once again wake up in the vestige realm. "Tamura, you fool." Meanwhile, the group saw the flailing body of Tamura suddenly stabilize near the water and begin to shoot upward in a sickly purple comet, his burns and wounds rapidly closing. "There we go, much better," Tenko Shimura said. "Now that Sensei's been put in his place, time to deal with the rest of you." From their position on the back of the airplane, Rara and Kathleen watched Ochako's attack connect, and both were surprised to see the amount of damage it caused as Tenko began falling through the sky. This was it. "Now!" Rara called. Trusting the girl's plan, Kathleen activated New Order, turning the sky itself into a weapon as she created a large golem made out of air. "Everyone, fire at all for one," Kathleen ordered. The pilots did as they were told, and began firing upon Tenko. Rather than using the same quirks he had previously used to reflect them, he opted to dodge them, flying between the attacks. "Oh please, you already know this doesn't work. Besides," he twisted around to dodge between a laser. "I don't just play RPGs, I've played shmups as well." The lasers did their job and distracted Tenko long enough for the giant golem to snatch him out of the air. He found himself pinned and unable to move when he saw Ochako slam into the arm of the golem, racing toward him. "And you, let me go." Tamura struggled against the grip, but his decay was useless against the solid air. "Game over," Ochako said as she skidded to a halt next to him. "Looks like I won." "Clearly you've never played a video game," Tenko spat back. "The Gregorian music hasn't even started yet." "Oh, you think you're getting out of this?" Ochako lowered her hand toward Tenko's face. "First thing first. I'm taking back decay," Ochako said, as Tenko suddenly felt a sensation of a piece of his soul getting pulled out of him. "But don't worry. It won't hurt much. You see, this was never your quirk, to begin with." "What?" Tenko asked. His confusion overrode the tugging sensation. He felt as if a splinter was dislodged from his soul and pulled out of him. "Oh, I guess all for one never told you? He found you, a quirkless 4-year-old kid, and gave you a quirk. Too bad he didn't tell you how to use it." "That's what he meant," Tenko yelled. In a fit of rage, he found himself calling upon new quirks. Acting on instinct and rage, he screamed as his body began growing superheated spikes, forcing Ochako to jump backward. "I'll kill you, and then I'll dive into the vestige realm and kill Sensei. He took everything from me." The spikes were enough to force the hand of the golem open, giving Tenko enough room to slip out as he shot upward. He stared at Ochako in hatred. "You, because you were nice enough to show me that I didn't have to give up control to Sensei, I'll kill you first. Don't you dare touch her." Izuku yelled as he came in with a flying kick. The mid-gauntlet wrapped around his leg was enough to protect him from the spike as he hit Tenko with a 45% kick, sending him flying. "You've done enough to hurt her." Izuku rushed in and hit Tenko with an uppercut, sending him upward. "And we won't let you harm Izu either." Tenko's eyes went wide as he saw himself quickly approaching Ochako, whose hands were glowing pink as she raised them over her head. Faging Comet Strike. Tenko felt the impact and started tumbling, before 3 cable lines wrapped themselves around him, holding him in place. "Give me back control." "No!" In an instant, Ochako was once again in front of him. With a savage grin, she reached her hand forward, and Tenko felt something else being pulled out of him. "If you don't let me take over, we're going to die. This is your fault to begin with." Ochako watched as Tenko appeared to be arguing with himself, while she extracted her other primary target, hyper-regeneration. When she finally felt the quirk leaving Tenko's copy of All for One and joining the collection of quirks inside of her instead, she began to relax. "Okay, now that the important ones are done, let's keep you from leaving." Tenko seemed to regain focus as she said that. "What? You've got a really cool quirk in here," Ochako said cheerily as she started pulling out Dimensional Portal. "It lets you hop across dimensions. Too bad you never got a chance to use it." "Sensei, you never told me I had access to a duplication glitch," Tenko yelled. "I may have forgotten I had taken that one. It seemed useless, to be honest, not having a way to guarantee a way back. What kind of uncreative fool are you?" Tenko continued to rage. "Can you do something about him while you're here? He's really starting to annoy me." Despite everything, Ochako laughed. "Sorry you're stuck with him. Congratulations on beating him back though. Being stuck as a passenger is really what he deserves." "Don't think I'm done yet." Tenko suddenly lashed out, his eyes quickly shifting to show that All for One was once again trying to reassert control. "Oh, you mean your other body? The one holding a copy of your quirk? The one that is significantly weaker than this body? Don't worry, we'll be coming for him soon." All for One screamed in frustration. The heroes stood on the shore of Takoba Beach, watching the sky anxiously for the results of the battle overhead to become clear. It had been several long minutes since the bright lights and flashing had finally stopped. "There," Genus said, pointing to a spot in the sky. Sure enough, they saw 3 comets in front of several aircraft, all of them growing in size as they began to approach. They braced themselves. Endeavor supported Toshinori as the aircraft flew overhead, the bombers landing on the road that ran along the beach. And then they saw Izuku and the group of Ochakos descending from the sky, along with 2 additional figures, Tenko Shimura, wrapped up in binding cloth, as well as the American hero Star and Stripe. Toshinori's eyes widened in surprise as Tenko hit the ground in front of him before the group of heroes landed. "You actually pulled it off? You managed to contain him?" "Of course," Ochako said in a too cheery voice. "Once I pulled a couple of quirks out of him, it was easy. Sure, he's still super dangerous, but without decay or hyper-regeneration, he can only do so much. Oh, and there's the issue of who's in control." Machi and Ochako stood Tenko up, and the pro-heroes gasped as they saw his eyes were currently heterochromatic. "What is happening to him?" "Tenko here didn't appreciate AFO's plan," Rara explained. "Especially once he saw that Ochako was in full control of herself. They've been fighting for control ever since we caught him. Really, it's made things easy for us." "Why didn't you tell me you were training kids like this?" Kathleen asked as she landed next to the other heroes. "I wouldn't mind recruiting a couple of them to help me out back in the States." "We're sort of a package deal," Akin said looking at her counterparts. "I don't think any of us are going to abandon Zuzu." "Going to visit for an internship sounds fun though," Ochako said, with both Nico and Rara bobbing their heads in agreement. "If you'd have us, that is." "I'm sure we can work something out," Kathleen said with a bright smile, before turning to Japan's heroes. "Thank you for sending them. It would have gotten ugly up there without the backup." "I'm sure you could have taken care of it," Toshinori assured her. Kathleen threw her head back and laughed. "Hopefully. This group made it seem easy enough. We have been waiting a while for this," Akin admitted. "He hurt a lot of us personally." "Right?" Kathleen looked at Rara. You mentioned that it was personal for you. Is that related to the fact that there's 6 of you girls? Yep. Rara exclaimed. We've been dimension hopping and it's mostly his fault. Not all of us, Nico pointed out. Some of us are just here for the ride. You can't lie to us, you're here for Izuku, same as the rest of us. Sure, him too. It seems like Zuzu and Tenko were fated enemies, Akin began to explain, ignoring the antics of her other selves. Tenko would get All for One, and as All Might's successor, Zuzu was destined to fight him. They always ended up killing each other. And we were always too late. But not this time. She pumped her fist. This time we stopped Tenko, and Zuzu's still alive. And once we get back to the dorms, I'm shoving hyper-regeneration into him, Ochako explained. So that he becomes a lot harder to kill. I'm also going to be shoving a spare copy of Life Force into him, too. She mentally added. You all really care about him, don't you? Kathleen asked before she turned to Toshinori. Do we have someplace to talk? I feel like there's a lot of missing context here, and it should probably be done behind closed doors. Yes, Toshinori turned toward Enji. You can send your bombers onto UA, there is space for them to land around the school, Enji explained before pointing to the muttering form of Tamura. As for him, let's bring him to my agency. Between the police and my interns we can secure him there while we talk. Well then, what are we waiting for? It had been 2 days since they helped Star and Stripe and captured Tamura. With him captured and the PLF seemingly not interested in leaving their encampment, the students were forced to wait while the heroes planned their next move. With the biggest threat removed from the board and the addition of Star and Stripe to the heroes in Japan, it was only a matter of time before they made their move to attack the PLF camp. In the meantime, the students were left to their own devices. Without anything better to do, the group decided to tackle their next major challenge, making a nice dinner for Izuku and getting their rights to help make meals restored. Alright ladies, I know a few of us are better cooks than others dash. Yeah, don't remind me, Ochako said as she crossed her arms and pouted. There's something your precious comic books couldn't teach you, Ochako said in an attempt to get a rise out of her. Not like you're any better. She shot back. I can't help it. Auntie and Kurogiri always did the cooking. They told me I had better things to do with my time. And now you're paying for it, Akin said. You should at least be able to cook some basic meals after all. She's right, Machi agreed. Especially since we're going to be spending a lot of time together. From now on. Fine, Ochako finally conceded. Nico shot the group an annoyed look. As I was saying, Rara and I will take care of the Katsudon itself since it's the most complicated part. And because I still don't trust most of you with a pan of hot oil. That leaves the rice, garnish, green bean gomi, and the machi for dessert. I'll handle the machi, Akin said. I know I'm not as good of a cook as you two, but it's one of the few things I'm good at. What about the filling? Rara asked. Do you have time to make both? Akin went to the pantry and retrieved several jars. I've been saving these. Sure they're store-bought, but they're really tasty, I promise. I can handle the gomi, Machi said with a fierce look of determination on her face. I'll show them that I can boil water and cook vegetables. What about the rice and garnish? Nico asked as she looked at the last 2 members of their little group. How hard can rice be? Ochako asked. I'll take care of that, no problem. And I'll even make the sauce too. I can slice those vegetables no problem, Ochako said with just as much confidence as the all-for-one holder. I'll show you. The mistakes started immediately. Ochako was only half paying attention to Akin as she was explaining how to use the rice cooker while she was preparing the rice for her machi. She was too busy watching Ochako attempt to cut vegetables and doing a poor job of it. What do you think you're doing? Ochako asks as she storms over, picking up some of the pieces. These are too large. They need to be smaller. Well, excuse me, Ochako said as she stood defensively. Not all of us have 5 years of training with knives. Girls. Nico was suddenly standing between the two of them. Are you two seriously going to fight over this? Ochako looked like she wanted to protest but finally relented. Here, let me show you. Grabbing a fresh cabbage half, she directed Ochako to stand in front of her, and then she had her hold the cabbage in one hand and the knife in the other. You do it like this. Putting her hands on top of Chaco's, she showed her the motions of how to slowly move the cabbage and how to shred it properly. You're good at this, Ochako admitted. I guess that training paid off, huh? Yeah, Ochako said softly, once again wondering how Himiko was doing without her. I had a good teacher. Letting her companion go, Ochako walked over to the fridge and began pulling out ingredients for the mixture and pouring them into a bowl. She mixed them until they were blended, but the color didn't seem right. Shrugging, she took the spoon and stuck it in her mouth, and immediately ran toward her water bottle. Too salty. That's gross. Are you sure that's the right recipe? You didn't measure, did you? Akin asked as she was removing the rice from the cooker. You're supposed to measure those things? I always just saw Kurogiri and Auntie pour them in and mix. Machi giggled as she put down her. Well, I bet they can eyeball the measurements. Mom can do that too. Her eyes went wide at what she said. Amigo shimsosuri. No, Ochako shook her head as she forced a smile to her face. She's my mom now too, after all. Machi looked relieved as she nodded before she went over to her station to retrieve some measuring spoons. Here, let's try and fix this. Show me the recipe. After looking at what the ratios are supposed to be, Machi walked Ochako through the method to slowly correct the sauce, adding a teaspoon or tablespoon at a time until the colors started looking better and the flavor started balancing itself out. It was then that Machi's eyes went wide. The green beans! She rushed over to the water and tried to grab the pot in a panic, and burned her hands. Ow! She yelped as she ran to the sink to run her hands under cold water. Don't worry, I've got these, Ochako called out as she used Black Whip to lift the pot. Put the colander out when you're done, Machi. Machi looked at the one-for-all holder with relief on her face. Thank you. With a sheepish look she turned off the water and put the colander in the sink, allowing Ochako to pour the contents of the pot into it, before setting the pot back on an empty burner. Machi then walked over to the stove and turned off the burner, preventing any other accidents. Wait, Rara asked as she looked at Ochako still fixing the sauce. Did anyone put more rice on? I did. Akin said. I saw Ochako was still busy so decided to do it? Thank you, Ochako said apologetically. But the sauce is fixed now. It took a surprising amount of effort, but slowly the meal came together, and the group looked proudly at the 7 plates sitting on the counter, alongside a tray of machi sitting there for dessert. Wow, if you can keep this up we may have to re-evaluate your kitchen privileges, Mina exclaimed as she walked up. Depends on how it tastes though, Jiro said. We'll have to see what Mito has to say. Oh come on, you know he's not a fair judge, Hagakure countered. You know he's gonna say it's delicious no matter what. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Machi sulked. I'm sure Aizu will genuinely love it, Ochako reassured her. And it won't just be because he's too nice to say otherwise. I've got a lie detector quirk, so I'll know, Ochako pointed out. So he'd better be honest. A few minutes later, the group had claimed a table for themselves and placed all of the dishes on it, with Izuku sitting at the head of the table. He looked nervously at the food, while 6 pairs of auburn eyes looked at him expectantly. Try it, Deku, Machi urged from her spot adjacent to him. Okay, Izuku said nervously. While he knew Machi had been getting better, he still remembers more than one disaster in the kitchen and was afraid to disappoint her, all of them, if this ended up being bad. Carefully picking up his chopsticks, he grabbed a piece of katsudon and dipped it in the sauce, before placing the bite in his mouth. Everyone waited in anticipation as he slowly chewed the bite, before swallowing it and smiling at the girls. This is really good. Everyone hesitated a second, eyes on Ochako to make sure he wasn't lying before they erupted into cheers. With the knowledge that it was only a matter of time before they would attack the League of Villains base camp, Ochako had changed her primary search target to Himiko. Much like Nagant, she felt a sense of loyalty or guilt toward her. Because of that, she hoped to catch Himiko away from camp. If she wanted to help her, it would be much easier if she could talk to her before the attack. If she tried to confront her during the attack itself, she didn't want to think about it. Fortunately, the day before they were supposed to attack, She finally got her opportunity. Himiko was on the move toward her family's home. Smiling to herself, she left her dorm room and knocked on the neighboring door. Ochako? I need help from you and Machi. Himiko Toga was frowning as she stood in her room, its empty walls more than enough to remind her of her abusive parents and her terrible past. She let the memories wash over her, reminding her of what she was fighting for until she was startled by the sound of an explosion that shook the very foundation of her house. She pulled a pair of knives as she rushed out of her house, and gasped at the sight. In the few minutes she was inside, the front yard had become a crater. Inside the crater, she saw Ochako wrapped in the pink glow of galactic shroud as she was picking up the unconscious form of Dabi. Hi Himi-chan. Spinning around, Himiko raised her knives to see Machi standing behind her, looking somewhat disgusted by the name she just called the villain. A bright smile split Himiko's face. Ochako-chan. You came to see me. Not by choice, Machi grumbled as she crossed her arms. But she asked me to come. Machi gestured with her head and Himiko turned to see Ochako standing there, her hero costume in inverted mirror of Machi's. She had to be dreaming, right? There were now 3 Ochako-chans, and they were all here to see her. Hello Wani-sen, Ochako said. You don't know me, but where I come from, we were close. You were my sister. Sister? Himiko asked in confusion. What's going on? Ochako stepped forward. Machi told me what happened to you here. You poor thing. You didn't deserve this. You didn't deserve any of this. Himiko raised her knives threateningly as she stepped backward. What are you talking about? She asked darkly. I want to help you, Ochako said. I know you're hurting. How? Himiko demanded. By arresting me? By putting me back into a box? Just like my parents? For a time, yes, Ochako admitted. But then you'll be free. You can be whatever you want, I promise. Liar. Himiko charged at Ochako and tried to attack her, her blades slashing wildly. Rather than dodge, Ochako raised her arm and let the knives bury themselves deep in her arm. Himiko saw the brown-haired girl wince, but she refused to back down. You want Machi's blood, right? To know what it's like to be her? Have mine instead. Himiko was confused when Ochako fished through her utility belt before she offered her a straw, much like the one she had used to drink Sato's blood years ago. What? My wounds heal fast, Ochako explained. You'll need to use a straw if you want more than a few drops. Ochako-chan, I don't understand? Himiko released her knives and stepped back, anger replaced with fear and confusion. I know it will be hard for you, but I promise to help however I can. If it's my blood you want, then you can have as much as you want, Ochako gave her a rueful smile. I'm pretty sure you'll get a stomach ache before my regeneration stops. Himiko felt tears stinging her face. This wasn't how she expected her next encounter with Machi to go at all. Lunging forward, she pulled Ochako into a hug. Ochako-chan really does love me. Machi looked at the awkward embrace. She could never imagine in a million years letting Himiko get that close to her, to allow herself to be so vulnerable around her. But Ochako seemed genuinely happy with the way things were going, and she knew the other girl could easily overpower the villain if she wanted to. Walking over to the crater, she saw Ochako had tied up Dabi in special heat-proof material. Noticing her approach, Ochako looked up at her and gave her a thumbs up. Returning the gesture, Machi pulled out her phone and called Shoto. Hey Todoroki, I know your dad is busy preparing for tomorrow, but we have a surprise for him. Without Tamura to lead them, the forces of the PLF were in disarray. As time passed, they have grown more discontent, with more and more villains striking out on their own every day. The leadership tried to keep morale up, but it felt like without Tamura, even All for One didn't know what to do anymore. It finally came to a head when, at the crack of dawn, the guards at the edge of the encampment began their call to arms. The heroes had begun to make their move, and everybody was ready to go down fighting. That is, until they saw who was leading the heroes. Villains, I am here to end this. All Might himself was at the forefront of the attack. Many of the villains surrendered immediately when they saw All Might back from retirement. The rest steeled themselves as they prepared for the fight of their lives as they saw the heroes arrayed behind him. All for one sat in his cave, and for the first time in centuries, he felt fear. The heroes had begun their assault 20 minutes ago, and it had immediately descended into chaos the moment All Might appeared on the field. But one thing was clear. His army was losing. "Demon that girl." All for one raged. "Ever since she arrived, things have gone wrong. It's all her fault." On the contrary. Suddenly a very familiar voice called from the entrance of the cave. "Those young ladies have been a blessing to us." "What? You?" All for one looked toward the entrance, and he saw All Might standing there, looking as he did during his prime. "Your campaign of terror is at an end, because I am here to finish the job," All Might announced. "How?" "I saw the last embers of one for all be snuffed out. You shouldn't have anything left. New Order is an amazing quirk. Truly, you were correct in attempting to prevent her from meeting us," All Might explained as he rushed across the room. All for one called upon several hardening quirks, but the punch was still enough to send him flying into the wall where he felt several of his bones break. "But you failed." "No!" All for one shouted as he felt his bones knit themselves back together before he even hit the floor. "This isn't over." He stood up and began calling upon his quirks, turning his arm into a mass of bone, muscle, and spikes. "I will kill you and finish the job I started all those years ago, and then I will kill those pesky girls for ruining my plans. I'd like to see you try." All Might braced himself as he prepared to launch his attack. With a yell, the two charged each other, and the resulting explosion from the force of their impact could be felt throughout the camp. The battle was over quickly. When All Might emerged from the rubble holding the unconscious form of All for One, what little morale remained among the villains was shattered, and they attempted to flee or surrender. That evening, the students of UA threw a campus-wide party in celebration. They had survived the war. Not without scars, but ultimately it didn't matter. They were alive and closer than ever. Mostly. In the following days, the tension between Katsuki and the Ochakos remained thick. They hurled insults and made their dislike for each other known. Izuku tried to play peacemaker, but neither side wanted it, preferring to wage their verbal war with each other. This continued until one night, when the self-appointed Council of Ochakos came to a decision on how to deal with Katsuki's attitude. Katsuki woke up to a bucket full of cold water hitting his face. "Hey! What the hell?" Katsuki yelled. He attempted to make some explosions with his hands, but none came. Looking down, he realized why. His hands were currently submerged in a bucket of cold water. "Nice try," Nico said as she danced back, holding a bucket in her hands. "No sweat, no boom, am I right?" "What are you doing here?" Katsuki demanded. Looking around, he realized he was bound to a chair in the middle of his dorm room, surrounded by the group of 6 Ochakos. "Now that things are calming down, we needed to address something important," Akin said as she stepped in front of him. "Namely, Zuzu's martyr complex. We all know where it came from." All 6 of them pointed a finger at Katsuki, who roared in rage. "It's not my fault he was such a weakling. He was nothing and extra. Despite that, he didn't know when to quit. It wasn't my fault he didn't learn his place. Without All Might giving him one for all, what did he expect to become? A hero." All 6 voices shouted simultaneously. Even without one for all, Mito always wanted to be a hero. Sometimes he wasn't a traditional hero, but he always became one, Ochako added. Except he always kept throwing himself in danger, thinking his life was worth less than others. "I wonder why that was?" Ochako asked as she stepped forward, replacing Akin. "Fortunately, we have the perfect solution. It's almost karmic actually. What are you planning on doing?" Katsuki seethed. "Lest you forgot, I can give people quirks, and take them." Ochako reached her hand out and Katsuki felt sweat on the back of his neck as he swore he saw a vortex forming in the hole at the center of her hand. "No. What the hell are you doing?" Katsuki asked as he felt a piece of him being pulled out from him. "Where's that bravado now?" "Don't worry. I'll give it back once you've learned your lesson," Ochako said with too much cheer in her voice. Katsuki suddenly felt something dislodge itself and disappear, only to be replaced by something foreign. Something familiar, yet completely different. What the hell did you do to me? Oh, I replaced your explosion quirk. Ochako said with a too bright smile on her face. With perfume. What? It's really cute. Nico said. Instead of turning your sweat into something you can explode, it turns it into a really strong perfume. I'm pretty sure you can control the scent with some practice, Rara added. You're smart. You'll figure it out. I'm supposed to be number one, amen it. Katsuki swore. How the hell do you think I'm going to be a hero with such a useless quirk? Oh, I'm sure Izuku could think of a couple of hundred ways for you to be a hero with that quirk, Ochako said as she untied Katsuki. Why don't you ask him? The six left the room as Katsuki screamed in frustration. As the days turned to weeks, Japan began its slow recovery. The students of 1A finally finished their semester and were preparing to become Class 2A and start their second year of school. After everything they have been through, they were ready for a year of normalcy. For Izuku and the Ochakos, they continued growing closer together. And, even though it wasn't without turmoil, they began to work out a routine amongst themselves. As part of that routine, Izuku, Rara, and Ochako got together to talk about quirks several times a week, oftentimes discussing some ancient or obscure quirk stored within All for One. It proved to be a great mental exercise for the three, improving their analysis abilities as they built each other up. Eventually, Izuku's curiosity overcame him, and he asked about Ochako's dimensional portal. Are you serious? Ochako looked at her companions with wide eyes. In theory, Mito is right, Rara said. You already could use your search to lock on to other Ochakos when you dimension hopped, allowing you to move the destination portal. If you could lock on to people from previous dimensions we've visited. But what if you're wrong? Ochako asked, a worried look on her face. After all we've been through dash. If it makes you feel better, I can go with you. What? Ochako and Rara exclaimed, eyes wide as they looked at Izuku. Well, Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Other than the frustration of constantly finding me dead, a villain, or already in a relationship, it sounded like your adventures were fun. And I'd like to see what it was like. Izuku, Ochako said, tears forming in her eyes. What if we're wrong? What if we can't make it back? Then we'll find someplace else to settle down, right? Izuku asked. In the meantime, we help other dimensions with their Mito problems. Yeah, Izuku said a little too quickly. We help the other versions of me, like you helped me. You're the best. Ochako dashed around the table and pulled Izuku out of his seat as she hugged him. If I can see One-chan and Auntie, I can bring them here. And All Might is probably waiting for Ochako again too, Rara pointed out. Pif, who cares? Ochako rolled her eyes. Don't lie, you're warming up to her. Ochako turned her head to stick her tongue out at Rara before separating from Izuku. We should test this right away. Right now? Izuku asked in surprise. Ochako bobbed her head vigorously. I mean, better to know sooner rather than later, right? If it works, we'll be home as soon as I recharge, and if it doesn't, we're off to an adventure. Let's at least get the other Ochakos first. Rara insisted. Something tells me that they're not going to be happy if we do this without them. Fine, Ochako said as she put her index finger to her lip. We should probably grab our costume cases too, just in case. How about we gather everyone and meet in the garden? Sounds good, Ochako said, her stomach flipping in nerves and excitement. This works. A few minutes later, the group was assembled in the garden, a variety of bags and cases in hand. Are you ready? Ochako asked, displaying similar nervous energy as her counterpart. Yep. Ochako announced a little too loudly. Concentrating, she activated search, trying to think of Himiko. Not the one who was currently sitting in a mental hospital, but her One-chan. The one she abandoned a month ago. Feeling the edges of search tugging at some invisible wall, she then activated Dimensional Portal, and it felt like her search effect slipped through the portal, locking onto a Himiko. I think this actually worked, Ochako announced. Well then, what are we waiting for? Akin asked as she took one of her free hands. Let's go get the rest of your family, Izuku agreed as he slipped his hand into Ochakos. Looking back, she saw Machi holding his other hand, and the other 3 members of their little group strung out behind her, all of them holding each other's hands. I'll be waiting for you when you get back, Karo. Behind the group stood Tsuyu and several other members of 1A, watching curiously. Izuku and Machi turned toward them. We promise we'll be back soon. Ochako couldn't keep the smile off of her face. When she started this journey, she was sad and alone, unsure of what to do anymore. Now she had a family. She had Izuku, and she had 5 other versions of herself. Together, they were unstoppable. Turning toward the portal, she stepped through, feeling the now familiar sensation as she once again slipped between realities.